Good afternoon, buenas tardes, and welcome to our March 19th Board Business Meeting. Welcome to board members, MCPS staff, and members of our community who are joining us here today, and those who are watching this meeting via live stream. Now let us begin the meeting by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will now call roll to establish that we have a quorum, starting with Mr. Said.
Hello, everybody. Sammy Said, student member of the board, and I'm really happy to be here today.
Is it morning? Good afternoon. Thank you all so much for your patience. Shebra Evans, District 4.
Good afternoon. Rebecca Smondrowski, District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lynn Harris. My pronouns are she, her, and welcome to a very, very substantive board meeting today.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes. Grace Rivera Oven, representing District 1. Welcome, everyone.
Good afternoon, Julie Yang, District 3. I encourage everyone to stay with us till 8:30 tonight.
Now we can begin the meeting with the approval of the revised agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 3, Human Resources and Development Report. Could I get a motion to pass the monthly report?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Dr. Felder.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, and so would like to begin with a resolution with regard to the death of Mr. Woodrow R. Andrews, special education bus attendant, Department of Transportation at the Shady Grove North Depot. So whereas the death on December 28th, 2023 of Mr. Woodrow R. Andrews, special education bus attendant, Department of Transportation, Shady Grove North Depot, has saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. And whereas during the 14-plus years Mr. Andrews worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, he demonstrated a thorough understanding of how his role contributed to student success. He was recognized as a professional, respectful, and kind in his interactions with students, with parents, and school staff. And whereas Mr. Andrews made sure that students arrived to school ready to learn by providing a positive and safe environment as they traveled to school. He always maintained a kind and positive attitude and made students feel welcome and safe. This contributed to their happiness, to their relaxation, and preparedness for the school day. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the interim superintendent of schools express their sorrow at the death of Mr. Andrews and extend deepest sympathy to his family, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the family of Mr. Andrews.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. We will now move on to item number 3.2, recommended appointments. Dr. Felder?
Yes, I am delighted to bring a number of recommendations for appointment today. First, I'd like to recommend Mr. Christopher J. Asienzo, principal of Colonel Zodak Magruder High School, and he's here today. Joining him today is his daughter, Haley. Mr. Asienzo has been employed with Montgomery County Public Schools for 21 years as a substitute teacher, a social studies teacher, content specialist, assistant school administrator, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently as acting principal of Magruder High School. He is humbled and thrilled to continue serving the students, staff, and community of Magruder High School. Shout out to Haley's mother, Cindy, his parents, John and Margaret, his siblings, Sarah, J.M. and Andrew, and other family members and friends who have showed their support and love along the way.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Congratulations.
Next, Mr. Ricardo E. Hernandez, principal of Seneca Valley High School, and he's attending as well. So joining him today is his wife, Kate, of 24 years. Mr. Hernandez has been employed with MCPS for 17 years as a teacher, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently as acting principal, Seneca Valley High School. Mr. Hernandez looks forward to his continued work supporting the needs of the students and staff of Seneca Valley High School and the Germantown community. So shout outs to his son Ryan and Casey, his father Ricardo, his in-laws Mary Ann and Dan Kuckel, and Colleen and Ian Greller.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Congratulations.
Next is Mrs. Pamela W. Quazell, principal of Wheaton High School, and she's attending. So joining her today is her husband, Michael, and daughters, Mia and Holly. Mrs. Quazell has been employed with MCPS for 31 years. She has served as a substitute teacher, as a teacher, consulting teacher, resource teacher, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently as acting principal at Paint Branch High School. She looks forward to supporting and celebrating the student, staff, and community at Wheaton High School. So shout outs to her daughter Paige and Jillian, who were not able to attend today, and to Dr. Deborah Muggy and Mr. Kevin Yates.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Congratulations.
Next, I'd like to present Mrs. Nicole J. Morgan, principal, Walter Johnson High School. Joining her today is her husband, Paul, her sons, Joshua and Nicholas, her mother, Patricia Jackson, Michelle and Andre White, and Mrs. Stephanie Valentine. Mrs. Morgan has been employed with MCPS for 21 years as a school counselor, assistant school administrator, assistant principal, as principal intern, and most recently as acting principal, Walter Johnson High School. She looks forward to continuing to support the Walter Johnson community. Shout outs to her Aunt Betty, who is watching online from Florida, the WJ family and community, and her mentors, Mr. Michael Durso, Dr. Alton Sumner, Dr. Rotunda Floyd Cooper, Mr. David Adams, Dr. Michael Zarchin, and Mrs. Kim Bolden.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Congratulations.
Next, I'd like to present Dr. Shawan T. Robinson, principal, Paint Branch High School. Joining her today is her mother, Mrs. Carol Robinson. Dr. Robinson has been employed with MCPS for 23 years as a counselor, as a pupil personnel worker, assistant school administrator, assistant principal, principal intern, acting principal, and most recently as principal, Briggs Cheney Middle School. She looks forward to leading the vibrant community of learners at Paint Branch High School and to uphold the enduring legacy of fostering excellence through unwavering standards for all students. Shout outs to her son.
I got a little ahead of myself. Okay. So
All right, you got
exciting.
one vote. All right. So shout outs to her sons, Benjamin and Justin, who are watching online.
Now I will move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
Next, I'd like to present Mr. Ahmed Adelakan, Principal, Benjamin Banneker Middle School. Joining him today is his wife, Sherry, his son, Makai, and Elijah. Mr. Adelakan has been employed with MCPS for 12 years. He has served in the roles of special education teacher, special education resource teacher, assistant school administrator, assistant principal, and most recently as acting principal, Benjamin Banneker Middle School. He looks forward to leading the Benjamin Banneker community and supporting its students, staff, and families. Shout outs to his father, Oladije. Did I get that right? Boy, I missed it by a long shot. Please forgive me. And Sister Faye and Lola, who are watching online.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
Next, I'd like to present Mr. Patrick Billock, Principal, Silver Spring International Middle School. Joining him today is his brother, Bo, nieces Carrigan and McKenna, Tegan, and Marcelli, and sister-in-law Margie. Mr. Billock has been employed with MCPS for 19 years as a teacher, as a consulting teacher, a resource teacher, assistant principal, acting principal, and most recently principal intern, and followed by acting principal at Silver Spring International Middle School. He is excited to be able to continue his work with the wonderful community at Silver Spring International. So shout outs to his parents, Joe and Denise Billock, who are watching online.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Congratulations.
Next, I'd like to present Natasha H. Booms, Principal, Odessa Shannon Middle School. So joining her today is her husband, Jason, and her sister, Jackie Harrison. Dr. Booms has been employed with MCPS for more than 20 years. She has served in the role of a teacher, staff development teacher, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently as acting principal of Odessa Shannon Middle School. She is excited to continue her journey as the leader of the Wolf Pack, where she will focus on building community with staff, with students, and parents in order for all students to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. So shout outs to everyone who has supported her on this journey, and to her staff and her friends and family who are watching online.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Congratulations.
Next, I'd like to present Mr. Stephen Reck, Principal, Rosa M. Parks Middle School. So joining him today is his wife, Christine. Mr. Reck has been employed with MCPS for 12 years. As a content specialist, he served as a staff development teacher, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently as the acting principal at Ridgeview Middle School. Mr. Reck looks forward to serving the Rosa M. Parks community, where support will be given to all students in order for them to achieve excellence inside and outside of the classroom. So shout outs to his daughter Elizabeth and Maggie, who are watching online, and to all the principals who mentored him throughout his career, especially Miss Virginia de los Santos and Mr. Aaron Shin.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Congratulations.
And our final presentation today would be Mrs. Angelica L. Rivas-Smith, principal at William H. Farquhar Middle School. And joining her today is her husband, Scott Smith, who is the principal at Northwest High School. Daughter, Eliana, son, Leandro, and her parents, Bob and Nancy Rivas. Mrs. Rivas-Smith has been employed with MCPS for 16 years. She has served in the role of teacher, content specialist, assistant school administrator, assistant principal, and most recently as acting principal at William H. Farquhar Middle School. She is thrilled and honored to continue the important work she's begun at Farquhar Middle School.
Are there shout-outs that I'm going to miss? Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Congratulations. I'll give a moment for the room to empty.
Okay, good.
Can we just, so that we have...
I am instructed that our motion to move the Human Resources Monthly Report was not captured, so we're going to do that again. Could I get a motion to move the Human Resources Report?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Okay, we will now move on to our next agenda item 4, recognitions. Dr. Felder?
Yes, we have a number of recognitions. There we go. So we have a number of recognitions today. And so first would be celebrating the Arts Month. So whereas national arts education organizations collaborated on the writing of the Arts Education is Essential statement in 2020, it is imperative that all students have access to an equitable delivery of arts education that includes dance, media arts, music, theater, and visual arts that support their educational, social, and emotional well-being. And whereas the Council for Art Education administers youth art at the national level, which emphasizes the value of visual arts, education for all children, encourages support for quality school art programs, and promotes a forum for recognizing skills developed through visual art experience that are not possible in other curricular subjects. And whereas the National Association for Music Education identifies March as the observance of Music in Our Schools Month, music education shapes the way all of our students understand themselves and the world around them, allowing for deep engagement in learning, whereas the American Alliance for Theater and Education and the Educational Theater Association identify March as Theater in Our Schools Month. Theater in Our Schools and Schools in Our Theaters raise public awareness of the impact of theater education and draw attention to the need for access and opportunity to quality education. And whereas the United States Department of Education recognizes March as Dance in Your Schools Month by celebrating the artistic and academic achievement of exceptional students through the National Honor Society for Dance arts, now therefore be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and Interim Superintendent of Schools hereby declares March 2024 to be celebrating the Arts Month in Montgomery County Public Schools to support arts education, the social-emotional well-being of students, and nurturing the creation of a welcoming school environment to create a well-rounded education for all students.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous.
Great. Next recognition is Arab American Heritage Month. So whereas Arab immigrants began creating communities in the United States in the late 1800s as people from Greater Syria and Greater Arab world sought better economic opportunities and freedom from political pressure, and whereas Arab Americans are descendants from 22 countries in North Africa and Southwest Asia, and represent religious diversity including Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Madan, as well as other faiths, and whereas Arab Americans have contributed to the United States economy and society through entrepreneurship, as well as shaped American cuisine, and whereas Arab Americans' contributions to the United States have enriched the political, economic, and cultural landscape of American life as inventors, innovators, doctors, engineers, scientists, politicians, engineers, and so much more. And whereas Arab Americans have created civic organizations to combat bias, stereotypes, and discrimination, as well as to raise awareness around the variety of Arab American concerns, now therefore be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Interim Superintendent of Schools hereby declare the month of April 2024 to be Arab American Heritage Month and encourage staff, students, parents, guardians, and the community to actively honor the courage and contributions of Arab Americans in Montgomery County, the state, and the nation.
Very proudly move approval.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
The next recognition is for National Autism Acceptance Month. So whereas the month of April has been designated National Autism Acceptance Month by autism advocacy organizations and the United Nations declared April 2nd as World Autism Awareness Day, and whereas autism spectrum disorder is a lifelong neurological condition with a range of characteristics, including challenges with social interactions, verbal and nonverbal communication, and repetitive behaviors. And whereas Montgomery County Public Schools proudly serves students with autism ages birth to 21, in a range of settings, promoting equitable access to services within the least restrictive environment. And whereas while there has been significant progress, people with autism continue to face barriers in inclusion, education, employment, and independent living. And whereas there is no cure for autism, a clear understanding and a diverse range of supporters result in dramatic improvement in outcomes for people with autism. And whereas early diagnosis of autism can help with access to equitable services in Montgomery County Public Schools and the community, and whereas Montgomery County Public Schools partners with parents, caregivers, schools, and the community in the interest of ensuring that people with autism are accepted as valued members of Montgomery County, and whereas well-informed community becomes more knowledgeable about the strengths and contributions of people with autism, now be it therefore resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Interim Superintendent of Schools hereby declare the month of April 2024 to be National Autism Acceptance Month and continue to pledge their support to staff members, families, and community partners who collectively work alongside one another to embrace the lives of all students with autism.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
The next recognition is the month of the military child. So whereas the month of the military child was established to recognize and celebrate the special role military children play in the United States Armed Forces community, 2024 marks the 38th year that we celebrate April as the month of the military child. Whereas each day, military children experience unique challenges, which they face with resilience and dignity beyond their years. And whereas it is essential to recognize that military children make a significant contribution to our nation through understanding and supporting their military parents, who often work long hours and are deployed when called upon. And whereas branches of the United States military strive to provide a safe and nurturing environment for military children, enabling our men and women in uniform to focus on the mission and challenges, knowing that their children are safe and secure, whereas military children are a source of pride and honor to us all. It is fitting that we take time to let them know that they are valued and supported, and that we recognize that military-connected families, children are served too. And whereas the month of the military child reinforces this concept and allows us to take an opportunity to recognize that military children play an important role in support of their parents and thus the nation. Now therefore be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and Interim Superintendent of Schools hereby proclaim April as the month of the military child to recognize the important contribution and sacrifices our military children make as we honor them throughout the month of April.
So on behalf of my granddaughter, who spent the first 10 of her 12 months alive, I will move approval very proudly.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous.
And last but certainly not least, recognition for today would be educators who earn certification from the National Board of Professional Teaching Standards in 2023. So through its National Board Certification Program, the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards certifies highly accomplished educators who meet rigorous standards through intensive study, expert evaluation, self-assessment, and peer review. The National Board's certification program seeks to identify and recognize teachers who effectively enhance student learning and demonstrate the high level of knowledge, skills, abilities, and commitments reflected in the 5 core propositions that define what National Board Certified Teachers, also known as NBCTs, should know and be able to do. Montgomery County Public Schools continues to lead the state in the number of educators who are awarded this prestigious recognition for their proficiency, with 152 new NBCTs this year and 73 educators who have achieved maintenance of certificate. This brings the total number of NBCTs in MCPS to 770, with 1,218 educators who have earned National Board certification while working for MCPS. Whereas the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards has established a voluntary certification program to recognize outstanding teacher competency, and whereas the Maryland State Department of Education and Montgomery County Public Schools have participated in financial aid programs to encourage educators to engage in the rigorous process of becoming a nationally board certified teacher. And whereas Montgomery County Public Schools provides a variety of supports to assist candidates as they work through the process of National Board certification, and whereas Montgomery County Public Schools has identified the skills, competencies, and rigors of the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards 5 core propositions as the foundation for the teacher's professional growth system, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education support increasing the number of National Board certified teachers, and be it further resolved that Montgomery County Public Schools recognizes and appreciates the leadership skills and abilities of National Board certified teachers that benefit our staff, students, and communities, and be it further resolved that the Board of Education and the interim superintendent of schools urge all Montgomery County residents to join in recognizing and expressing their appreciation for these educators and the skills they bring to the students of Montgomery County Public Schools. And be it further resolved that the Board of Education hereby recognize the educators named on the attached lists that you all have for having completed the National Board certification process and having received the certification in December 2023.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Thank you, Dr. Felder.
You're welcome.
Our next agenda item is public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, programs, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, or other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Those who demonstrate disruptive or disrespectful behavior during public comments may be asked to leave the room. Please check out our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We have 12 people who have signed up to provide in-person testimony. Each speaker will receive 2 minutes for comments. When your name is called, please approach the table, speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on, accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the flat button below the microphone to turn it on and begin speaking. Push the same button once more at the sound of the buzzer to turn it off. In addition to our in-person speakers today, we have 6 people signed up to provide video testimony. We will play these submissions once the in-person testimonies have concluded. Copies of testimonies can be found on board docs on our website, where they are posted with other materials for this meeting. So let's begin with our speakers for today, beginning with Sharon Clemens, Caden Unger, Gary Villanor. Please come forward. Oh, sorry. Instead of Gary, it's Eugene Kim. Sharon, you may begin.
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Clemens. I am a 10th grader at Northwest High School. I'm going to get right to the point as I only have 2 minutes to speak. The BOE is considering defunding our budget from MCPS fine arts programs, and I cannot let that happen. The plan is to start budgeting properly and completely get rid of students' music classes, arts classes, theater, and every artistic class a student can excel at. But do you see them taking away sports? No. We don't see them defunding money in my school's football or your school's basketball, and why is that? Why are you coming for fine arts? I'm 16 years old and have been playing different variations of instrumental music since I was in 4th grade. Playing the violin, my main instrument, has led me to much success so far. Also to mention, in affluent areas, I've seen so many of my friends and classmates come to rehearsal knowing 10 times the amount of techniques they did before. People like them are fortunate enough to be able to afford private and professional lessons. Are you aware that the average cost of violin lessons ranges from $55 to $75 an hour? Unfortunately, not every family is as fortunate, especially in this current economic state. But what if I tell you this? I have had the best instrumental teachers at Matsunaga, Kingsview, and now Northwest. I have learned to master different instruments, techniques, and styles because of my teachers. Because of them, I wouldn't have made the title First Chair, also known as Concertmaster, in my freshman year of high school. 3 weeks ago, my school's top ensemble, the Symphonic Orchestra, received all ones, which is a superior rating at our adjudications. Classmates of mine have high interest rates of continuing their passions beyond high school classes. Some of those classmates are friends who cannot afford private lessons. MCPS schools are blessed to be able to have fine arts programs. If you guys choose to stop our funding, many of students will lose opportunities like scholarships, music and arts and academies, theater academies, etc. Orchestra is the start of my school schedule. It is what motivates me to get up in the morning, even when sometimes I just want to lie under the covers just a little bit longer. It is what gives me the courage to go throughout my day and do great things. Thank you all for this opportunity to speak. Thank you so much.
Caden, you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Caden Unger. I'm a 12th grade student at Albert Einstein High School, and I'm an ambassador on the inaugural MCPS Student Climate Action Council. With funding and support, as an MCPS-sanctioned body, we have been working to support and hold MCPS accountable for the climate goals outlined in the Policy ECA Sustainability. As an organization, we created a task force to objectively investigate the benefits and drawbacks of artificial turf. The task force conducted intensive research and interviewed key stakeholders in MCPS. We are here today to testify on some of our findings in this upcoming report. So currently MCPS has artificial turf fields in 15 schools. This equates to over 800,000 square feet of turf. These turf fields are often installed because they are easier to maintain and have higher playability rates than natural grass fields since they are less weather dependent, which allows more field use. However, natural grass fields boast several benefits that artificial turf does not. One natural grass field will sequester almost 5,000 pounds of carbon dioxide every year. In addition, grass fields are actually more cost-effective over time than turf fields, especially due to their far easier removal and installation processes. Field managers at both Duke University and Michigan State University stated that the overall cost of grass fields is more cost-effective in the long term than artificial turf. Furthermore, natural grass fields stay cool. Turf fields, on the other hand, do not. Studies have revealed that artificial turf can be substantially hotter than grass, with surface temperatures ranging from 35 to 55 degrees Fahrenheit hotter than natural grass fields and reaching almost 200 degrees Fahrenheit on particularly hot days. This heat retention presents serious risks of overheating and can double or triple the risk of burns and exertional heat stroke for athletes. To wrap up, it's critical that the board consider these numerous benefits of grass fields in future decisions regarding MCPS athletic fields. So thank you for the opportunity to testify here today, and in a couple minutes you'll hear more from Megan again on turf fields.
Thank you. Eugene, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Eugene. I'm a proud parent of a first grader at Darnestown Elementary Autism Learning Center, and here to give testimony on behalf of the proposed budget cuts that are being proposed out there. As a student, as a father of a student, we've seen immense growth at this program. All the 60 kids at the program have measured growth, have seen immense ability to actually fit in and succeed in that environment. And cutting that proposal, cutting that budget is going to be extremely detrimental to the kids. And to the board, thank you for your acknowledgement of National Autism Month and actually giving recognition to it. And Dr. Felder, to your point, autism is being diagnosed. There is no known cure. And we need to provide equitable services, equitable care for these kids. And the decision to cut the funding goes right against that. I mean, you guys are acknowledging it. You're recognizing the points, but then you're going to say we're going to take the funding away, which makes absolutely zero sense. As you say, we don't understand it. We need to provide the care. Why cut the funding? Why take the funding away where it's needed most when even that recognition was made at the start of this meeting? So if you take the funding away, I mean, you're not just affecting the kids that can actually succeed and have the growth. You're affecting the teachers as well. You're taking educators that are trained in the purpose to help these kids, specifically autistic kids, giving them more stress and giving them less ability to do their jobs. And with the less ability to do their jobs, the students don't succeed. If the students have to get into general education and get into that environment, likelihood to succeed is even less. And again, with your point, I mean, we've all, as parents, fought to get our kids into these positions, and we're going to keep fighting to get them wherever it needs. If you cut the funding, we will find other avenues. And at this point, it may seem like a good ROI to cut the budget, say, funding. Long term, that cost could be a lot more costly to the board and to MCPS. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our speakers. Our next three speakers are Megan Stallard, Julie Su, and Jennifer Martin. And Megan, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Stallard, and I'm a freshman at Poolesville High School. I'm a member of the inaugural MCPS Student Climate Action Council, or SCAC. Over the past several months, the SCAC has researched artificial or synthetic turf and found alarming problems. First, synthetic turfs pose significant injury risks due to their hardness, especially when not properly maintained. Artificial turf has been found to cause 67% more ACL injuries than natural grass and 16% more overall injuries. In addition, in our interviews with MCPS athletes and coaches, multiple athletes and a coach explained the issue of turf burn, a painful rash caused by sliding on artificial turf fields that does not occur on natural grass. Also, the chemicals used in artificial turf, including PFAS chemicals, threaten air and water quality. Runoff from turf fields contains harmful substances such as zinc, which harms ecosystems, while plastic fibers can pollute runways. The Environmental Pollution Journal's research reveals the alarming scale of artificial turf fiber runoff, with up to 20,000 fibers entering a single river daily. In addition, the PFAS chemicals used in turf fields have been tied to severe health risks such as endocrine disruption, developmental effects, reduced vaccination efficacy, and increased cancer risk. Disposal of artificial turf presents significant environmental challenges, with many ending up in landfills or incinerated, posing pollution and water contamination risks. While recycling offers a potential solution, the process is unproven, and efforts to reuse old fields do not match the volume of fields reaching their end of life and needing to be removed. Turf fields pose significant risks not only to environmental health, but also to human health. Though natural grass fields have drawbacks, artificial turf is dangerous. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Su.
In light of Autism Acceptance Month, I hope that there is broad agreement that maximizing educational outcomes for autistic students is a necessary MCPS pursuit. Getting rid of one of the diploma paths for autistic students, however, seems to directly undermine that effort. The decision-making process for terminating the Darnestown Autism Learning Center may have impacted the due process rights of students. If the Board of Education determines that further inquiry is needed, I respectfully request the board to appoint an ombudsman. We must remember that MCPS has already determined that a general learning center is insufficient to meet the needs of Darnestown Learning Center's current set of students. These students require an expensive model, the Darnestown program, or perhaps classic autism, but both provide significant supports, meaning they are both expensive programs. There is a huge demand for Darnestown's program. The demand may be because Darnestown is a diploma-bound program and the existing elementary placement process for autistic students is problematic. At the kindergarten placement meeting, for students who need higher support, the most viable options used to be Darnestown and Classic Autism, which is not a diploma-bound program. The parents at that meeting, in contemplating the choices for their 4 or 5-year-olds, are presented with a scary-looking form that says, you agree to place your youngster in a program that does not lead to a high school diploma. In that moment, the unspoken message from MCPS seems to be, we've already given up on your child getting a high school diploma. Dispensing with the diploma track option for these kids without transparency only strengthens this impression. So parents would go into that meeting fighting tooth and nail for the Darnestown placement with everything they've got. The parents think of their 4 or 5-year-old child and say to themselves, I'm not giving up on you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Last week, I had the opportunity to visit Clarksburg High School with Board Member Rivera Oven and PTA Area Vice President Nadia Sayamalina. We walked the building to speak directly with frontline staff about the safety issues at their school. It is clear from what we heard and observed that county policies must be revised so that students are safe and learning throughout the day. We saw dozens of students walking the halls during class time, sometimes alone, but more often in small groups. Staff, including the administration, can do little to enforce this class attendance. This situation is not unique to Clarksburg. This is the norm at middle and high schools across our system. Administration and staff are doing their very best, but they need policies with consequences that encourage students to make the right choices. The current grading and attendance policies were made with the best of intentions. You knew that students returning to school buildings after experiencing the collective trauma and social isolation caused by the pandemic needed special understanding and care. But part of that care is to provide the structures and boundaries that create an orderly and safe environment for learning and motivation for students to fully engage in their education. Restore the rules that protect our students and guide them toward academic success. Staff should know there are supports in place to help them when a student elopes from class to roam the halls or leave school. We do students no favors when grades are so disconnected from academic progress and attendance is in effect optional. We need a grading policy that reflects the fact that effective effort leads to achievement. We need an attendance policy that puts students in our classrooms so that we can support them in acquiring the skills and knowledge they need. Thank you.
Thank you. If our next 3 speakers can please come forward, Valerie Davis, Sylvia Ho, and Jamie Doyle.
I was going to begin my testimony with a 3-question pop quiz for students, parents, and staff. Number 1, have you reviewed your school's bomb threat plan? 2, are your school's portable classrooms as safe as the main buildings? And 3rd, are your school's front doors made without glass? All your answers should be no. MCPS has no bomb threat plan. Portable classrooms are not equally protected, and even though over 70% of school shooters shoot their way in through the front doors, we have front doors with glass. How do I know? My name is Valerie Davis, and I have served on, for the last 3 years, the MCPS Safety and Security Community of Practice and Advisory Groups. But I decided not to say anything because no one in power listens or takes action. I was going to recommend 2 immediate actions for every person under the sound of my voice. 1, search the internet for the specific education, training, and experiences of central office staff responsible for safety and security. See if you can find anyone ready to prevent mass shootings or address the intersection of learning loss and school incidents. You won't find a single qualified individual, from the chief operating officer down to security supervisors. Number 2, ask your interim superintendent and board president to show you in the budget where we have adequate investment in safety and security. You won't find it either. But I decided not to say anything because no one in power listens or takes action. I was going to share that experts say the question is not if something like Uvalde will happen, but when. But I did decide to say that it is clear that our school system leaders know and accept that our schools are not safe and secure. I wasn't going to say anything, but I'll say this. Board members, Dr. Felder, Mr. Hull, Ms. Dubois, please don't send us your thoughts and prayers when the predictable happens. Choose not to say anything then. But MCPS families and staff and students, it's time for all of us to say something now.
Thank you, Ms. Ho.
Good afternoon. My name is Sylvia, and I'm a parent of a first grade student at Darnestown Elementary Autism Learning Center. Yes, March is Autism Awareness Month, yet in the FY 2025 budget, 60 parents are shocked that special education staff has proposed ending this entire program and already cut 7 of our paraeducators without giving parents any notice or awareness. From public budget documents submitted to Board of Education, we found zero input solicited from current Darnestown autism parents and zero transparency in this decision process. These children's IEPs placement made them eligible for Darnestown because a traditional learning center could not meet their needs. The special education staff does not realize they've created a ripple effect with around 60 IEPs now out of compliance and eliminated paraeducators specifically trained in working with vulnerable autistic students who do not have intellectual impairment, but they do have very real behaviors that must be managed throughout the day. You're going to see up to 60 families needing one-on-one aides to now meet the staffing requirements based on their child's IEP and more costly lawsuits for private placement. Ironically, the current Darnestown model is a unique cost-saving setup where you don't need the one-on-one aides for these children. Board of Education, Dr. Felder, ask those special education staff in this building, are you absolutely sure we're not going to increase costs for MCPS elsewhere? I respectfully ask that you return the paraeducators to Darnestown Elementary and do not eliminate this much-needed program which serves a huge autism need and population in our county. Thank you. Thank you guys very much, and also to the other Darnestown parents for giving us an opportunity to voice our concerns.
Thank you. You may begin.
My name is Dr. Jamie Doyle, and I wanted to express my indignation about the Autism Learning Center being phased out and converted to a traditional learning center at Darnestown Elementary School, or DES. For those children who are grandfathered into the program, the board has decided to reduce paraeducator support by 50%, which will affect almost 60 students who need significant support to access the MCPS curriculum. As you're aware, MCPS is required to place children in the least restrictive environment, and the DES Learning Center was specifically recommended for my child by the county, and demand for the program has grown. The DES Learning Center program now supports 2 kindergarten classes. The prevalence of autism is increasing each year, and currently 1 in 36 children have a diagnosis of autism, which has increased about 92% from 2012. These trends are consistent with statistics published in Montgomery County on children with autism enrolled in special education. From 2012 to 2022, the number of students with autism enrolled in MCPS increased by 61.4%. Persistent increases in the enrollment of autistic children in the county each year remain. Collectively, these data suggest an unmet need to expand autism-specific programs rather than to phase them out. If the board eliminates the DES Autism Learning Center, there will be countless children with the same educational and behavioral support needs as my son coming up behind him, with no proper placement that comports with their legal rights to FAPE. With Autism Awareness Month approaching, I respectfully request that you continue the program in its current form and consider expanding it to other sites to accommodate the deluge of autistic children that will be coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers are Cynthia Simonson, Jamie Harper, and Annie Tulkin. Please come forward. So, Jamie Harper. Did I get that wrong? Let me see. Okay, if we could get Samira Hussein to please come forward.
Amy Harper's not here. I have her speech if I can present it.
Staff, is that? We have people on the waiting list, so we have to accommodate. Go ahead, Samira. Can we begin?
Thank you for the opportunity to address the tentative action on appointments for MCPS leaders today. I'd like to be clear I'm here in my personal capacity, though my opinion is informed by my access and interactions with senior leaders of the system over the 8 years of my leadership role with MCCPTA. While this policy is under review, I'd like to urge you to simultaneously direct the acting superintendent to perform an immediate audit of the central office job descriptions for operations-focused positions in central office that list desired degrees, and remove those instances that includes or educational leadership or principal or Maryland state certification requirements. I'm not here to discuss specific personnel matters, but it only takes a few clicks through the last number of appointments to recognize a pattern of allowing principals to leave a principalship for which they hold the above-mentioned credentials to pursue a career change at central office. I've pulled appointment postings, and I've looked at those resumes against the job descriptions, and too often the job description requires degrees and or experience in a specific field, but then allows the applicant to still qualify without the reference degree or experience if they hold an advanced education degree or a principal's certification. An education degree is not necessarily a substitute for all other degrees. I'll concede an individual with a principal credential is qualified for many jobs at central office, but those jobs are in the areas directly associated with education. Many of our other senior level positions exist in other $3 billion corporations, and it's doubtful that the principal credential would be a viable substitution. Is a principalship really enough experience to be an effective senior leadership in technology, procurement, human resources, operations, finance, compliance, social work? I'd ask you to consider whether this practice reflects the professionalism expected of a $3 billion public institution, or does it give credence to the concerns around cronyism. And with my last few seconds, don't delay Woodward Auditorium, be transparent about Title I, and fund the autism program. Thank you.
Thank you. Annie Tolkien, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Annie Tolkien, and my daughter is a second grade student at New Hampshire Estates Elementary School, a Title I kindergarten through second grade community school in Long Branch. NHE has an economically disadvantaged rate of 91%, which is the highest poverty rate of any school in the county. NHE feeds directly into Oakview, where my daughter and her peers will attend 3rd through 5th grade. Somehow, Oakview has lost its Title I standing. I'm here as a parent and as a community member, but I'm not alone, and I'd like the members of my community to stand now and be seen. We are also putting together video testimonials, which we will be providing to the board and MCPS administrators, and we are also asking that MCPS and the board engage in a listening session with our community so that you can hear directly from our families on how this loss impacts them. We are here to express our concerns about the profound and harmful impact that the loss of Title I status has on our school community. This loss of approximately $400,000 is devastating. It means the loss of summer programs, paraprofessional support, literacy and math programs, and parent programs. We were informed that employees have already been given notice that they will not be able to return to their positions. MCPS has adopted a focus on equity and says that it creates a community that is welcoming to all, regardless of immigration status. In this situation, MCPS has failed to live up to those values. MCPS has different options for how to implement Title I. It made a change this year, opting to use direct certification like SNAP instead of FARMS. We believe this resulted in severely undercounting undocumented immigrants in our community, and it overrepresented students in the Oakview CES program. The 4 schools that lost Title I have a higher FARMS rate and a much higher percentage of English language learners than the 6 schools that gained Title I. The formula MCPS chose is flawed, with devastating consequences. Therefore, we are asking for replacement funding to maintain current staffing levels for the upcoming school year, funding for summer school for those who need it, and a review of the Title I formula to ensure that the data inputs MCPS uses are getting the most accurate numbers to achieve equity. Thank you.
You may begin.
Hello, Dr. Felder, Ms. Silvestri, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, peace be with you. My name is Samira Hussein, and I am a proud parent of 4 MCPS graduates, and I'm a community advocate. To the board members, administrators, and all educators who joined us during the Ramadan celebration at the Islamic Center of Maryland on March 5th, your presence was very much appreciated, and we miss the rest of you. Thank you for recognizing April as an Arab American Heritage Month. This is the time to celebrate the history and the culture of Arab Americans. As a reminder to all, this is an educational institution to equally serve thousands of children in the school system, and the focus should remain on educating and keeping all students safe regardless of who they are. Having the 3 of the teachers who were on administrative leave to return to work was a noble gesture and is the right thing to do. Silencing the voice for those who speak for the voiceless is not new to the human society. And firing educators for expressing their academic rights of political opinion, it serves no one either. Based on the information given recently, some organizations were allowed to train thousands of staff about one side only. We need to do the same for the Arab American community, especially Christian and Muslim Palestinians. Considering the circumstances nowadays with the hate crimes are arising, I think this should be taken care of. Hiring more Arabic speakers, mental health workers, outreach coordinators, it will be extremely beneficial to all the struggling students who are looking for someone similar to their backgrounds and understand their better and to keep them safe and trust. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Praneel Suvarna. Please come forward.
Testing. All right.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, members of the board and Interim Superintendent Dr. Felder. My name is Praneel Suvarna, and I am a finalist for the 47th student member of the board. There are a number of different issues I wish I had the time to speak about, but today I speak to you as a proud member of both the theater and choral programs at my school in order to urge you to vote no on implementing a Phase 3 to Woodward construction. The precedent that we would set with this decision to delay the construction of Woodward's auditorium is that MCPS does not value the fine arts program within our school system. I understand that budget shortages mean that things have to be cut, but at the same time, there has to be another way. We must ensure that students are receiving the opportunities that they deserve throughout the entirety of their high school experience. After speaking with both members and educators of the Northwood music programs, I can say without a doubt that this decision would create massive negative impacts within the programs at these schools. We are not simply just delaying the construction of an auditorium, but we are stifling student life for years to come. At Clarksburg High School, we have award-winning theater and choral programs that are the light in many students' days. The idea that the construction of an auditorium is something that can simply be delayed without major repercussions to student lives, and that these programs is not an idea that can be easily entertained. I personally am worried about what this decision would mean for all theater and choral programs around the county when we sacrifice funding for a quintessential part of our high school experience. As a school system that has just declared its support for celebrating arts, it is imperative that we put actions behind our words. Beyond just the impact that this would have on the fine arts program at Northwood, I also want the board to think about the impact that this would have on assemblies, concerts, and overall displays of student lives that exist in this creative space. I hope that throughout this testimony, I have given you a little bit of an insight on the impact that this decision will have on student lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We received 6 video testimonies. The first one comes from Adam Rosenwasser. Please play the video.
Hello, my name is Rabbi Adam Rosenwasser. I am a rabbi and parent in the community, and I am speaking out against anti-Semitism. Specifically, I want to state my shock and horror at the reinstatement of 3 out of 4 teachers who were rightly suspended for their anti-Semitic activities. Hajur El Hagan blasted, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," in her email signature. This is an explicit call for the genocide of the Jewish people via the annihilation of the only Jewish state on earth, which houses more than half of Jews around the world. Sabrina Khan Williams perpetuated the medieval blood libel that Jews use the blood of Christian children to bake matzah by claiming, with no evidence, that Israel is harvesting the organs of Palestinian children. For several years, Angela Wolf has posted anti-Semitic nonsense on her Facebook page, which has only been exacerbated since October 7th. The terrible attack by Hamas on October 7th and the ensuing war between Israel and the terrorists has been hard and painful. We should welcome a variety of beliefs and opinions, but engaging in anti-Semitism crosses a red line. These particular teachers have no place in our schools, and I urge MCPS to terminate them, along with anyone who engages in anti-Semitism, racism, Islamophobia, homophobia, transphobia, and the like immediately. Please help us keep our schools safe, protect us from anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Nikita Batts. Please play the video.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nikita, and I'm a junior at Montgomery Blair High School. I am also here today as a member of the Student Climate Action Council to testify on artificial turf. The biggest takeaway we want to convey with our testimony is the overwhelming benefits of grass fields compared to artificial turf. Almost everyone we spoke to while conducting this report has reiterated this: athletes, experts, and other stakeholders. Grass fields are safer and more environmentally friendly than artificial turfs. When implemented correctly, grass fields greatly outweigh artificial turfs in their benefits. Mr. Gregory Kellner of the MCPS Office of Facilities Management told us that in a perfect world, grass fields are the way to go. We do not live in a perfect world, but when not only Montgomery County's beautiful rivers and forests, but also the health and safety of thousands of athletes are on the line, we can do better. In fact, we, the students of MCPS, know that you can do better. Our school system is a powerful climate visionary with the power to influence dozens of other school systems throughout the country. We have seen the words you have written in sustainability policies. Now we want you to follow through and set an example. Soon, a report by the Office of Legislative Oversight will be published further analyzing the issue of artificial turf. In addition, the Student Climate Action Council's comprehensive report, which will be published soon, delves into even more detail than was heard here today. We ask that the board objectively assess the information presented in our upcoming report and thoughtfully consider our recommended course of action. As representatives of the 60,000 plus students of MCPS, we ask you to pause all further artificial turf installations until both of these reports are published. We also ask you to seriously consider natural grass for upcoming field replacements or installations. We urge you to take our student voice seriously. Thank you so much for your time.
Next, we will hear from Jason Bromer. Please play the video.
My name is Dr. Jason Bromer, and for Autism Awareness Month, I would like to comment on the unique needs of children with autism in Montgomery County. When my son began preschool in a traditional private school, it quickly became apparent that the staffing ratio was not sufficient to meet his needs. This culminated in one of the most horrifying phone calls a parent can receive. In a momentary lapse of supervision, he had quickly ducked under a chain link fence, and his teacher found herself helpless on the other side, hoping he would not run into the busy street bustling with morning traffic. It was at this point that he entered the MCPS special education program. When it was time to place him for kindergarten, the Darnestown Autism Learning Center was the only option that would allow him to remain diploma-bound. While the county determined he should be in a diploma-bound program, it has been noted year after year that only an autism-specific program has the structured supports necessary to meet his IEP goals. Like the 60 other families whose children attend this program, we have been relieved that Darnestown has been available when a traditional learning center was not appropriate. We are equally relieved that we have not had to pursue legal remedies for private placement within the county. This is why I am dismayed at MCPS's decision to eliminate the autism program at Darnestown. I was glad to learn that Darnestown will essentially remain an autism-specific program for the current students, but the decision to eliminate 7 paraeducators in the fall of 2024 suggests a profound lack of understanding of the needs and the IEP requirements for these students. Again, this unique classroom structure and staffing model has provided the only safe, free, appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment for my child. I hope that you will consider this carefully before a Learning Center student is injured and the county is inundated with media coverage and liability risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Esther Wells. Please play the video.
Good afternoon, Board President Silvestre, board members, Superintendent Felder, staff, and community members. My name is Esther Wells, and I am the proud mom of 2 MCPS students. One has autism, and so I truly appreciate the recognition of April being Autism Acceptance Month. The board has put forward a resolution to ensure that MCPS students are college, career, and community ready. An important indicator of this is financial literacy education that exposes students to the basics of building credit, borrowing money, budgeting, avoiding financial pitfalls, and other important topics. Since October 2021, the board directed MCPS to explore possibilities of identifying and offering a 0.5 credit financial literacy course that will be required for all students, beginning with students entering grade 9. Today, Superintendent Felder has concluded that it is not feasible to implement a financial literacy graduation requirement at this time. Compare this to the 8 out of 24 local school systems in Maryland that have already figured out a feasible path forward. Prince George's County, whose school demographic are the closest to MCPS schools, have implemented a plan that is feasible starting with this school year. MCPS is now falling behind other local school systems in Maryland. Today, Superintendent Felder stated additional time is required to consider budget and staffing implications, among other things. We've been talking about this for far too long. No more talking, no more analyzing, no more surveying, no more delays. I strongly urge the board to oppose the superintendent's recommendation for additional data analysis and planning time. MCPS is experiencing decision paralysis. The data provided in this packet is clear. It's time to join Prince George's County and Frederick County schools in having a financial literacy education graduation requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Evelyn Chung. Please play the video.
Members of the Board of Education, my name is Evelyn Chung, and I speak today on behalf of the MCCPTA Curriculum Committee. Today, you will consider MCPS's choice for a new elementary ELA curriculum, Amplify CKLA. You will have questions, and MCPS should answer them, but at the end of the day, we cannot afford to wait any longer to replace benchmark. Last year, 40% of our third graders and 2/3 of our students receiving farms failed the state ELA assessments. Since 2019, both families and teachers have clamored for a replacement to benchmark. It is time to take action. This is the second year of a request for proposal review process that was robust, comprehensive, and inclusive of many stakeholders. We strongly support the adoption of Amplify CKLA. It is grounded in the science of reading and provides daily foundational skills instruction and strong knowledge building. It has had demonstrated results. In New York City, CKLA students' literacy gains more than doubled those of students at demographically similar schools that were not using CKLA. In an Arizona study, CKLA significantly improved outcomes for students overall, as well as economically disadvantaged and Latino students. In a Colorado charter school study, CKLA schools scored 16 percentile points higher on end-of-year state exams than a control group after controlling for race, gender, and household income. It already is approved and used as a high-quality instructional material in many states, including New York, Louisiana, and Massachusetts. It is highly rated by independent curriculum reviewer Edwards, which is used by the Maryland State Department of Education. No curriculum is a magic bullet. It is just the first step. MCPS must implement and roll out this curriculum properly. That means it needs time to make local adjustments, and teachers and schools need time to procure materials and prepare. Please approve this curriculum so our schools can get started. Thank you for listening.
Our final testimony comes from Nicole Cushton. Please play the video.
Hi, my name is Nicole Cashton, and I am the parent of 2 MCPS students. I am also Jewish, and like all Jews, have had to endure othering, discrimination, and fear for my physical safety from nearly all sectors of society. Unfortunately, one of those sectors is MCPS. Just some recent examples. At one MCPS middle school, a 12-year-old student was told by their peers, Hitler should have finished the job, Israel does not belong to the Jews, and Jews murder kids. This occurrence demonstrates how hateful and brainwashed some of our youth have become due to social media and influences from family and friends. In addition to specific incidents, a common conversation amongst Jewish parents during this time of year is related to doing Jewish and/or Israel tables for school multicultural events. While we want to celebrate our heritage and educate others, Jewish parents and students are also fearful that coming out as Jews with a connection to Israel will result in our children and families becoming targets for exclusion and even violence. What other ethnic and cultural group needs to worry about what is supposed to be a fun and educational school event? Now, the million-dollar question. Why has MCPS continually refused to work with Jewish community organizations to implement robust and required anti-Semitism training for all staff members? This type of training has been requested thousands of times via emails, in-person meetings, op-eds, potential legislation, and at BOE meetings. Our grassroots organizations contain many Jewish educators who are ready and willing to volunteer their time to develop and implement such training. The time to help the Jewish community was yesterday, but it's still not too late. Engage with us. Let's protect Jewish kids. Thank you.
This will conclude our public comments. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comment is Thursday, April 11th, 2024. Sign-ups for public comment will open on Thursday, April 4th, 2024 at 6 p.m. In addition to the online sign-ups for public comment, we allow for in-person, same-day sign-ups when space allows. Unallocated slots may be filled on a first-come, first-served basis on the day of the meeting. In order to sign up in person, please arrive 15 to 20 minutes before the start of the open session and sign the form. In-person sign-ups will close 15 minutes before public comment begins or when all slots are filled. I will now turn to my colleagues. If you have any comments or questions, please turn on your lights. I will begin with Ms. Rivera-Aven.
Thank you, President Sylvester. I just want to say thank you to everybody who came and testified, especially our young students. We are supposed to be in school, but you're doing a great thing being here. So go right back to class. But we appreciate your comments. I especially the young women, the 10th grader at Northwest High School. I'm a proud mama of all my kids who participated in everything you can think about arts, theater, music, and so on. But I'm also that kid who could not afford piano lessons as a child and wanted to learn so badly to play the piano, but because socioeconomically it was not an option for me. And I am a huge supporter of the arts. I think the arts are such a healer, and they just help you so much with learning and focusing, and it's been proven. So I know that we have put money in there, so I don't know if it's a misunderstanding, but I think we did put the funding in to ensure that we do not cut the arts in the schools. The surf turf, the surf turf fields, I hear you. I'm not a fan of it either. I believe in the good old grass. Bermuda grass is my favorite, and we'll leave it there. But I do want us to talk about a couple of things, and we asked our wonderful Mr. Hall to see if we can be enlightened about what's happening at Darnestown. So I think we all would like to know. And also with New Hampshire states, we know that this is something that I call a lot of our communities, especially those communities who traditionally have been Title I for years, caught, and frankly, some of us who are new on this board, it caught us also by surprise how this works. And I think it is a good time for us to kind of just have an explanation, one for Darnestown and also for New Hampshire states and Oakview, and all those points that were brought by our wonderful parent from New Hampshire states, Mrs. Tolkien. Those are questions that, frankly, we all have asked. And we know this is very detrimental to many of the children who are probably the most needy of our children in our schools. So with that, I'm just gonna give it down the road.
Good afternoon, President Silvestri and Dr. Felder, board members. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak on this issue that has arisen, and for the parents and community members who came to speak today. I thank you for your advocacy for your children. I'm Diana Wiles. I'm the Associate Superintendent for the Office of Special Education, Montgomery County Public Schools. So the Darnestown Learning Center is not closing. We are continuing to provide services to students who have autism. When we looked at the needs across the district for our learning centers, we have 13 learning centers, all of which serve students with autism. Approximately 50% of our students in all of our learning centers have a diagnosis of autism. When we project staffing needs for the next year, we look at what enrollment will potentially be for the following school year. And we make decisions about how many staff members we need, how many teachers, paraeducators we need based on those projections. So in the spirit and in an effort to be equitable across the district and to not center those services at one learning center, we've decided to not send all of our students who have specific autism needs just to Darnestown, because we've seen a significant number of students that have come into the district or have been identified recently as students with autism. When we looked at the data, in fact, in 2019, when the Darnestown Learning Center was open and was classified as an autism learning center, there were 2,728 students in the district that were identified as students with autism. In 2024, we have 4,205 students who are identified as students with autism in the district. So we can't continue to have this regional approach to serving students with autism, because they are students in all of our schools. And particularly in our learning centers, teachers need the professional learning so that they can serve all students. And so we are being equitable in allocating the resources and providing the professional learning to all of our teachers and paraeducators. But the students who are currently at Darnestown will continue to get the services that they were getting before. We just don't intend or anticipate that we will be sending as many students to that location for the services that all of our students need across the district.
So I have a couple of follow-up questions, if I may. Thank you. This is, no, sorry, but I can't, and hopefully it will help. So just to be clear, so in 2019, you said there were 2,079 children involved in the learning?
2,728 enrolled in the district who were identified as students with autism.
Okay, and how many were enrolled in 2000? Because you started the program at Darnestown in 2019?
That was the 2019 number. There were 30 students enrolled at Darnestown in 2019.
Okay, and then the pandemic hit?
Correct.
Okay, so then the program was reinstated fully, what, 2021, 2022?
So there hasn't been a break in services. There's been an increase in enrollment.
It's an increase in enrollment.
Because of student need.
So they said something that this is a high school graduating bound program. What does that mean?
So the students at Darnestown and at all of our learning centers are students who are working towards a high school diploma versus a certificate of completion. So they're working towards ultimately going to high school and obtaining credits for graduation.
And we have a total of how many programs like that in the district?
We have 13 learning centers.
Okay, 13 learning centers. And because I visited Roberto Clemente recently, and they just started an autism program this year. The reason I visited is because a lot of parents had called who have their kids going there, and they felt that there was not adequate staff or whatever, and I told them to take it with the principal and so on, but I was very interested in visiting the program. What is the difference between a program like Darnestown and a program that gets implemented in a school like Roberto Clemente? What are the different support systems? They spoke about having paraeducators that are trained solely and specifically on kids who have autism versus just a regular paraeducator. So I guess my interest is knowing what are the different ingredients that a place like Darnestown has versus somewhere like that Roberto Clemente just got and is getting off the ground. Like, what are the main differences?
So the autism services at Roberto Clemente are not learning center services, and forgive me, I cannot remember specifically what specific services are there, but we have a continuum of services. We have students who are working towards a diploma, and some of which are in their neighborhood home schools inside general education through programs that provide services to students who are not working towards a diploma. And so we service all of those students based on what their needs are in their IEPs. What we've done in the past is we've regionalized certain sets of services so that transportation could get students to certain schools easier, so that we could allocate additional staff if necessary. That worked in the beginning with Darnestown when there were fewer students who had the profile of many of the students at Darnestown, where there was a partnership with different universities in order to build this system up there. The goal originally predates me by many, many years, but the goal was to increase the capacity for all of the learning centers to provide services similar to what the students receive at Darnestown at the other 12 learning centers, so that we would not have to transport. Some students are being transported an hour and 40 minutes to get to Darnestown, where we want to be able to have students be educated as close as possible to their home. We want to build the capacity of our teachers who, whether or not they're in a learning center classroom, they can support students with autism, because it is our #1 growing area of disability for our students.
Dr. Felder, could we ask your team to please reach out to the folks that came to testify here today afterwards, just to see if there's any questions that we could clarify for them?
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
Could I?
Ms. Rivera Abed, did you have anything further?
No, and then I guess we'll do part 2 with New Hampshire states and the Title I. But I think my colleague and others have more questions about this.
I wanted to piggyback off of Grace with special education.
Yeah, I have
special ed
question.
Okay.
Special. When your team reach out, Dr. Felder, when your team reach out and Mrs. Wiles, I think for parents who are in the program right now, I think I understand your explanation of switching to a county-wide model instead of a regional model. I understand that part because the increased population and access for programming. But for parents who are already in there, I think it will be very helpful for them to understand if this is going to impact the service their children have been receiving. Will the service be consistent? The support will be consistent to meet the needs of their IEP.
Absolutely, we can address that, and I would assure the parents here as well as the board that we are not only obligated, but we are required and mandated to provide the services that are in students' IEPs and intend to do so.
And I want to follow up that in this year's FY25 budget, we didn't cut the special education budget at all. For the budget that we proposed to the county, we actually have increased it by $7 million in our budget. I want to put that out there.
Ms. Evans, you had a related question?
I did. I wanted to see, because I know that one of the parents, Sylvia, mentioned the number of paraeducators that we were going to be missing. I wanted to ask you the question, are the number of paraeducators changing for special education? Has it decreased? And
Yes, at Darnestown, we have reduced the number of paraeducators by 6.125 FTEs, but that is because we're not anticipating sending as many students for FY25 to Darnestown.
Okay, so that means that we're not shortchanging our parents in terms of the paraeducator support that we're going to have when they're redistributed across.
Correct.
Right, okay, just wanted to clarify that, okay. Just
Related-
from my understanding, yes.
Yeah, it is actually related to that. So just to get like an overall understanding, so I know you said the program in 2019 had 30 students.
I'm sorry?
Did you say that program had 30 students when it started in 2019?
2019, yes.
And how many does it have as we are right now?
Currently, there's 60.
There's 60?
students.
And how many are we expecting after the movements and, you know, the expected that you guys are thinking is going to be?
I don't have the projected number with me today,
okay.
but we would subtract out the number of fifth graders who would be moving on to sixth grade, and then we would anticipate any students that may come in as kindergartners may be going to schools closer to their homes.
Okay.
So that would reduce the number.
So I'm just curious, what is there a different ratio of paraeducators that are needed for a program like Darnestown, which is, I believe, an autism-specific program? And will we still be meeting that specific ratio? Because I know the enrollment will be down, but I don't know if that school may have special needs due to its program, and are we still going to meet that ratio with the cut?
So we staff based on student need in different sets of services. So it could be our autism classes, it could be our classes for students who are working towards a certificate. And the student to teacher to paraeducator ratio would be different based on what the needs are. In addition to that, so students who are in their neighborhood school inside general education, we would not allocate as many teachers or as many paraeducators because their needs are not as great. We look at the continuum of services, and as students' needs get greater, we allocate more staff to meet student needs. In addition to that, if students have very specific needs that require more individualized support, then we may allocate an additional staff person or additional hours of services so that those needs are met.
Okay, so within those requirements, I just want to make sure that the ratio will be sustained for the requirements at Darnestown, because I'm worried.
So there's no defined ratio.
There's no ratio, so it's just.
There's no defined ratio. We look
Okay.
at what student needs are, and we allocate staff based on what students have in their IEPs and what the needs of the students are, what supports the paraeducators would be providing, and how many hours of services are in the IEPs.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Mrs. Madrowski.
Mine's a quick clarifying question, because I've heard this for years. Darnestown is not, all of our learning center programs are diploma bound?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify, because.
Ms. Harris.
Yeah, just a couple clarifying questions. Ms. Clemens, I think, left, our student from Northwest. But I do want to see what we can do to demystify the concern that we're defunding the arts at Northwest. Or anywhere. I think we're actually added funding, especially for our instrumental music programs this year. I'm looking at Mr. Rumpf way in the back.
Mr.
Not
Hall
get
has,
him on the-
Mr. Hall was about to.
Okay.
So I can start. So there is approximately $1 million of additional new money in the board's budget request to support instrumental music this year. I'm not aware of programs specifically at Northwest being cut, but I'll turn around and seeing shaking heads. So.
And again, this is our proposed budget, so we're hoping for fully funding so that we can make that happen. But it is a priority of the superintendent. Ms. Yang.
Yes, so today we hear a wide range of topics. I want to, I have some comments and I have some follow-up questions. I thank Mrs. Martin for sharing the visit at Clarksburg High School. And I think we have heard, I was in a community meeting at the Candidate High School cluster. The parents voiced the same concern about attendance policy having behavior consequences and really setting boundaries for our students so we can maintain safety and security and optimal learning environment. That was a community meeting that was also shared. The same sentiment was shared at that meeting. I want to ask two questions. One is Oakville Title I. I appreciate we have now some understanding of the process. Now, one specific questions, I understand the school system changed from, adopted the CEP measures this year in determine the Title I status for our schools. My question is, do all our schools have to use the same measure like CEP, or can individual schools, depending on the population and the circumstances, can choose a different way? For example, using farm data instead of CEP. Is that allowed under the Title I umbrella?
So I'll start here and try to address both of the questions around Title I that came up. I may need to phone a friend, but I'll get us started. So a school that is eligible for CEP has to use the direct certification. So if, and CEP, so everyone is familiar, is the community eligibility provision, which allows schools with a certain level of poverty, we use 50% here in Montgomery County Public Schools, where every student in the school would receive a free breakfast and a free lunch. But by going, which is great because it aligns with the county's stated goals of ending childhood hunger. It brings in significant additional resources to the district. It allows students, all students, to eat for free. There's not the collection of farms forms, the stigma that can sometimes come with that. There's not the concern around meal debt if students are not able to pay. And so it really is a great program. But one of the requirements, the federal requirements, is to participate in that program, you do have to use the direct certification, which would be families that qualify for SNAP or TANF or some of these other federal benefits. Other schools that are not qualifying as CEP may still choose and do choose to still collect farms forms. And so we've got some schools, all of the ones doing CEP, that are using the direct certification, and then the other schools that don't reach that level of poverty are still collecting farms forms. There is, and I know that there's some concern around, well, does the direct certification accurately capture all of, is every student who is living in poverty also registered for one of these federal programs? Well, of course not. And so what the federal law allows us to do, or allows school districts across the country to do, is use a multiplier. So we know there are students that are not being captured. So, for example, if there's 100 students in a school that are qualified through one of these federal programs, we're able to use the 1.6 multiplier, and the number that we would then use for our poverty count would be 160 students. So up from 100 to 160. The idea there is to capture some of these undocumented students or students that may, for other reasons, choose not to enroll in these programs. Is it a perfect solution? No. It overestimates at some schools, it underestimates at others, but it is what the federal government has given us as a tool. And so that's kind of how it's broken down, and then based on the calculated farms rate with this multiplier, schools are then rank ordered from the highest level of poverty to the lowest and served from the top, going down, and then there's some discretion as far as how far down does the district want to go. Our cutoff for next year is, I believe, around 67%, so schools above that. Schools above 75% of poverty, it's a tiered system, so above 75% get a higher per student allocation, between 67 and 75% get a slightly lower. The challenge is, of course, that it's a set pie. The amount that we get from the federal government is set each year. So as salaries go up, the money doesn't go as far. If we want to include more schools, then it's going to be a smaller allocation to each of the qualifying schools. And so it is a delicate dance that is kind of run out of the chief academic officer's office to make sure that we are identifying the schools, hitting them. Every year, some schools fall off the list, other schools come on. This year we had 4 schools that are currently Title I that will not be next year. There are also 6 schools that are not Title I this year that will be next year. And so there's some natural movement and attrition, and then the CEP, frankly, has made it a little bit more complicated. But as we work through this transition, it's definitely a benefit to our students and to the school system to bring in these additional resources.
Thank you for that comment. Thank you for that explanation. I think one of the things, as a system, I know that everyone is looking at solutions, right? And to help these impacted communities. I think one of the asks from the community is to have us to communicate along the way. So we don't have to have the complete solution before we can start having a conversation with the community. So that if we can communicate along the way, I think, by engaging, maybe we understand the needs better. We understand, collective solutions can be done. So thank you for that. And I have another question is.
Dr. Felder,
I just wanted to comment on that and say, yes, that is certainly an area that we can get better in with regards to communications.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
And can I just add also, the team is looking at possible solutions, so possibly providing some additional staffing as kind of a bridge. If there is an opportunity to provide summer school at those schools, I think everyone is aware that the budget number that was floated by the county executive is concerning, and so we need to see where the resources play out, but definitely an intentional focus on making sure that those schools do receive support.
Yeah, I think communities will appreciate knowing that we haven't forgotten them, so communicate along the way is helpful. I also have a follow-up question. I appreciate Mrs. Simonson's testimony on professionalized some of our operational jobs, and I know that as a school system, we want to have a robust career ladders for all our educators. But we also want to make sure that some operational jobs like investigation, IT, finance, that we have professionals with credential and experiences with the expertise doing them. Am I understanding correctly that we are currently looking at job descriptions? That's already a work that it's undergoing?
That's my understanding, yes. Mm-hmm.
We are, and we're looking at job descriptions in a number of different areas. And I frankly, I completely agree. I mean, I think that while the role of a principal prepares you for many, many things, as you're the CEO of your school and you're managing potentially hundreds of staff, it doesn't qualify you for everything. And so since, sitting in this chair, I've been very intentional with the people that we've brought in to make sure that they do have a background in human resources or a background in food service, a background in safety and security. So yeah, we continue to focus on that, and we will be looking at revising some of the job descriptions, and especially in some of these high profile areas, to make sure that it is explicit within the job description of what is required.
Thank you.
Mrs. Evans?
Sure. So one of the comments I was going to ask, Ms. Rivera-Oven mentioned it, as well as Ms. Yang, which is around the Title I. So thank you for explaining that to our community. Several board members were able to attend a Zoom meeting where the school was talking about the loss of the funding. And I did want to kind of highlight a little bit of what you said, Mr. Hall, that Title I looks at schools that are 75% and higher, but that down to the 66.78 is what MCPS did to be able to capture more schools. I know you said it, but I don't feel like it was as clear for people to know that there was intentionality, that we don't want to lose Title I funding for our schools, particularly when it provides additional supports to our students, and as well as the work the staff is doing. So I thought that there has been a concerted effort to be able to reach back out to the parents to say, here's some things that we're thinking about trying to do for your school community, and we definitely want to ensure that we can do all that we can do for our schools. And then I just wanted to I wanted to say this. I know I appreciate everybody coming to the board to give their feedback and their comments. And I know oftentimes after our meeting, several of us, probably all of us, receive emails to say you didn't respond to my testimony, right? And so some of it is a bit of, we said it at some point, right? Sometimes it bears repeating to say it again. And I wanted to let one of our speakers, I believe was on video, to know that we're going to have a discussion really shortly on the district-wide approach to educating, preventing, and addressing hate bias, right? That may not answer all of the questions, but just know that there's work that's being done in the system, and we always can do more in the area of educating our students in the curriculum too. And then the second thing, I just wanted you to, there was a testimony today that I want to make sure people know the work that we're trying to do. And if there's more work that we need to do, that we will admit there's always more work to do. And that's around safety and security, right? Some of our buildings are, as Ms. Davis mentioned, the doors might be glass, right? So we can't go back and retrofit or redo that, but we can talk about what measures we're trying to put in place and what else needs to be done. So if you could just speak a little bit about what we're trying to do to increase or ensure that there's safety and security at our schools. We're at a time right now that, throughout the country, in our county, a lot of things are happening. People are hypersensitive to a variety of things, and we just want our parents and our community to know that when they send their kids to school, because they're with us a good bit of the day, that we are trying to look out for their safety and security. And we're not perfect, right? But we want to get to a place where people can send their kids to school and have no doubt that they are safe. So you can just speak a little bit about what we're doing or trying to do. And I don't want to hold up the meeting, but I do think it's important to try to address as many of the comments of the testimony as we can, just so that we can ensure people feel comfortable with. We want everybody to come to Montgomery County Public School. We think it's a great place to be, a great place to learn, but we also just want to make sure that we're communicating as often as we can what we're doing and how we're trying to get better.
And then, just real quick, as I always say, I just want to remind the public, the board took action on safety and security all the way back in November. I don't, want to cut you off or anything, but, that is something that, we of course are addressing. And I just want to remind the community that's a great point, and I don't want people to forget about the long list of actions we did take in November, and it's not something we waited for now. So you're 100% right. I just want to remind the community that, we have taken action.
You know what, and so I hear you, and I said the same thing in the email. So I did respond to a community member in my email last month to say, we said this, but maybe sometimes it bears repeating. Yeah. So I don't know that everybody is watching our meetings. We like to believe that there are millions. I'm not quite sure, right? But where we can, it can be helpful to update people, and then when we can do better or do more, there's nothing wrong with saying that as well. Yep. Thank you.
So first I want to thank Ms. Davis for her comments and her ongoing advocacy and participation in our safety efforts. As a father of two young boys in the school system, I take this very seriously, both on a personal and professional level. If there's one thing that keeps me up at night, believe it or not, it's not the budget, it's the safety. And so we have done a tremendous amount over the years. There was actually an audit of our entire safety infrastructure and practices back in 2019, right before the pandemic. And the things that came out of there were need for increased staffing, which we have done. Still work to do there. We definitely need more staff. Cameras at all of our schools, which we have accomplished. Security vestibules at all of our schools, which we have implemented. So a lot of the things that were top of mind 5 years ago have already been addressed, but as we all know, the landscape has shifted drastically in the past 5 years since COVID. And so the needs have changed. And so we'll be coming back at the next board meeting on April 11th with planned presentation around everything that we're going to do to address the resolution that Ms. Saeed put forward and the board adopted last year. And in that will include several things as far as leveraging technology, making sure that students are wearing ID badges. I don't want to, be a spoiler and go through the whole list right now, but certainly we have made tremendous progress. There is, as Ms. Davis points out, and I think everyone knows, and Ms. Evans, still significant work to do. We have 211 schools. The violence in our community, the drug use, the crime is all up significantly after COVID, and we take it incredibly seriously, making sure that our students have a safe, welcoming environment to learn in, because we all know, in addition to the physical safety, it's the psychological safety that needs to be there for students to be able to effectively learn and feel welcome in their school. So I'll stop there. If there's any other specifics I can speak to, please let me know.
That's a start, and so we'll have people tune back in April 11th, and I'm quite certain that if we don't say enough, if there's more that we need to do, that we will do that, and we will hear from community members as well, holding us accountable. So thank you.
That will be a very important presentation, and I think that we should blast out kind of a summary to our community, not expecting that everyone will be able to watch, so that everybody has the latest information. Ms. Harris.
Yeah, and I did just want to thank, I felt like we had a lot of really constructive public comment today, really directed at action items on our agenda. So a lot of the follow-up, I think, will come when we're talking about those things from my perspective. And I did want to call out the Student Climate Action Council members and the climate ambassadors for coming forward. They have been doing a very deep dive on the issue of grass versus synthetic fields, and they will be coming back to us with a very deep report in, I think, plowing the road for what the OLO is doing on the same question later this summer. And I did just want to mention some of the testimony that we had, particularly from Ms. Cashton at the end. I do think, as we are talking about what we are doing to address hate bias of all types in our system, a lot of the training and education that we need to do needs to be very uniquely informed by the people who are on the receiving end of it. And that is not our expertise in this system. So we need to be going outside of our system when we create those trainings, when we create those modules, when we create that messaging. We need to really be partnering with the people in the community who do that for a living. And also, we need to make sure that it is being informed by the students and staff in our schools who are telling us that this has been their reality of our system. That's the way forward to really create truly schools that feel safe, welcome, and valued. So we cannot think in our MCPS egos that we know everything about all of these issues. We have got to reach outside of ourselves to those in the community who live it, who breathe it, who know it, and who experience it. So.
And are offering.
And are offering, yes, indeed.
Evan, and then Ms.
So two just follow-ups that I have, since we still have the community from Downtown here, I just want to be clear, because I wasn't clear with the presentation, whether any of the children who are currently in the program, are they all going to be able to stay? Because they were talking about that they were kids who were coming, who that was not their home school. So I wanted to because if I was a parent, I will have questions if that's going to be a changing factor in modifying the program, and if we have not had that conversation with the parents, I again would urge the system that we do that. So and then I have one follow-up question on the Title I.
Can I just say this? Mine was in reference to Ms. Wiles. I just wanted to comment on you. I always say this whenever you come down and present, that you have not been in our system for very long, and you have a good grasp and a good hold on special education and what we should be doing. And you always come up here and you're very honest and very open about what we need, what we're doing, that we, in terms of contracting out, that's not ideal, but it's what we have to do in order to continue serving our students. So I just wanted to say and acknowledge you that there is an increase in our budget for additional support, lunch hour aides, paras, as well as instructional specialists. So I was just geared to comment, not knowing what Ms. Rivera Oven was going to say, just I really appreciate you, because a lot of our families don't feel like we're doing enough, and we're trying to do as much as we can. And with you being here for a short period of time, you have done a lot, and you come up here and say what we need to do more of, and what's helpful for our students. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Evans.
Did you grasp Ms. Rodo's question?
And let me repeat the question so that I make sure that I answer the.
So we have 60 plus kids currently in the Darstown Learning Center for Autism.
Correct.
Coming this year, because you said there's kids who this is not their home school that are being served. Are those kids going to be affected with being transferred?
No, we have
to
no.
any other program?
No, we have no plans of moving students who would not already be moving. So our fifth graders obviously would need to move to their middle school program. But we have no plans. If students are at Darnstown currently receiving services at the Learning Center, they will be, that'll be their assigned school for next school year.
Okay, so any kid who's in the program currently is going to stay through fifth grade?
Correct.
Okay, so if the numbers are the same, but we're cutting paraeducators, I'm trying to understand then, how does that make sense?
Because some graduates, right?
The numbers will not be.
So you're not getting new kids in?
So there will not be the same number of students with the needs that currently exist for students with autism being referred specifically to Darnstown to receive those services.
Okay.
So it will not be the same number of students who are getting services as students with autism.
So any new kids that come in with autism and IEP, they're not going to be at the same ratio that you have now?
So it depends. Students.
I mean, we don't know.
Right. I don't know how to quite answer that question, because we may have students who live around the Darnstown area.
Okay. And I get
that would not have. I'm sorry. Just to clear that up. There are students who live around the Darnstown area that may have needed a learning center, but are being bused to another learning center because of the current enrollment. So some of those students may be at Darnstown next year, but I don't have a projection right now.
And I guess for me is to make sure we do have a good projection, so we're not in a situation where we're gonna shortchange the kids who need those paraeducators because those paraeducators are like gold. When they have the training with autism, that we're not in a situation then that we're gonna be, darn, we needed them and now we don't have them. I just wanna make sure that we are not reactive, but that we are more proactive and preventive. So, and I think that was some of the questions that the parents had, but you're gonna have the opportunity to actually have her with you and answer all your questions one of these days.
Just to respond to that, we look at staffing throughout the school year, because we get students that come in to MCPS, we get students who are newly identified for services, and we have to provide those services. So where we see a need has arisen across the district, not just at Darnstown, where we need to add additional staffing because there's a greater need, we do that. We analyze that
during the year,
throughout the school year.
Thank you. Okay, so my question for the Title I situation was, so the testimony for New Hampshire State is a lot of them that are going to be going to Oakview. I just want to be mindful that I understand the new formula we're using. I understand the fact that we want our kids to have meals, all the kids to be fed. As somebody who does that as a nonprofit every day in this county, food insecurity is vital. It's vital so kids can learn. A kid that is hungry cannot learn. I totally get that. Where I'm having a little bit of a hard time is when we put at risk academic achievement versus feeding kids. I want kids to get both. I want kids to have the academic support because they are at a disadvantage to be able to get that, and I want them to also get the meals that they need. So I know there's different formulas, and hopefully later on the system can explain, but there's a third formula that the system can use. And I totally heard Mr. Hall about that they do give us a little bit of leadway in the equation of those kids that we don't capture. But even the staff said that it's a very insignificant number to be able to capture the true need of the kids in our programs. And I know we talked about undocumented children, but there's also this other group of children who are U.S. residents. And there's a thing there's also called public charge that has been the fear of public charge has been put in the immigrant community for the last few years. And that is about kids who are U.S. residents. Parents do not want to apply for any services at all on the fear that their families are going to be disqualified from becoming U.S. citizens, right? So we have a huge immigrant population in this county that believes that. So those kids are not going to be part of this formula. So as much as I think, that the CEP is a great thing, I just don't want it to be at the expense that we're not going to be able to do the academic achievement gaps that we need to do for the most vulnerable in our system. So I just want us to be, again, preventive. And I spoke, I think, to Mr. Hall and others, and I said, if we know which schools, or we have an idea which schools are going to be rotating out of the Title I, if we have an idea who they are, if we know that it's going to, it's going to impact math, it's going to impact, the reading specialists, STEM, other services, a therapist, if we have an idea, then we need to be proactive and put a line item in our budget to be able then to have these holes, so that way academic achievement doesn't suffer for the most vulnerable kids in our system. So I would like us to look at that formula, because that affects the kids that are actually the most vulnerable. And we cannot continue having only 57% of our third graders read at a grade level. If we really are, we need to ensure that we're moving in the right direction. And if it's about formulas, let us get ahead of it and put something in the line item. And I think, their counterparts at the council and even our county executive will agree with that. That's something that literally makes sense. I don't think there will be any pushback from anybody in this county. I just don't want us to be in a position where we are missing the kids who are the most vulnerable, and we're feeding them, but now we're not going to be able to provide the academic support that they need. It should not be one versus the other. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. It's a very complex issue, and I appreciate the discussion, but we do need to move on. We are at item number 6, consent items. We're doing it a little bit differently today so that the folks that have to normally stick around for the consent items can go first for a change. So I will ask my colleagues if they have any consent items that they would like to pull. Ms. Harris.
Yes, just briefly, 619, the monthly financial report.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. I would like to pull the 617. Can I get a motion to move the rest in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Okay, let's start with 619.
Yes, I just coming attractions. So doing a deep dive on the monthly financial report. Things are going a little bit in the wrong direction as far as what we're looking at for where we're going to end the year for our monthly employee benefits trust fund. So I just wanted to let everybody know tomorrow in the greatest show on earth, the Fiscal Management Committee meeting at 10 a.m. we will be doing a very deep dive on this. So not that we need to go any further now, but yes, we are going tomorrow to take a dive.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Good afternoon, Board President Silvestre, Superintendent Felder, board members. I am Robert Riley. I am the Associate Superintendent of Finance. I am also a certified public accountant. So on the monthly financial report, this is something that we are very proud of. And it's a little bit of a misnomer to say monthly financial report, because this is something that we're looking at on a daily basis. We have financial agents within the schools and within our departments that are looking at their budget to actual numbers throughout the week. So this is kind of a snapshot in time, and the snapshot we're looking at, as Ms. Saris mentioned, was January 31st. And we're going to continue to look at this and bring this forward monthly to this board as well as the county council. One of the things, or a few of the things that are different this year than in prior years, first thing is that we are working without a fund balance. As you know, last year to balance the budget, that was one of the actions that was taken to not have the fund balance. So I like to refer to the grid on page 2, and that kind of shows you the math of, where we were last year, that fund balance going away, and our start of this year's fund balance is $8.2 million. That's our unassigned fund balance. One of the things that we've done to try to help rectify the situation in our employee health care fund is to use some of that funding towards relieving that deficit. So you'll see on this same chart, $5 million that we requested from the county for a supplemental appropriation for that $5 million. This is in addition to the spending restrictions that are in place. We do have a lot more way to go to get those savings to make that fund sustainable this year as well as in future years. I just wanted to point out another item that's new on this page that wasn't in last month is that dual settlement. So that is part of our projected revenue surplus for $3 million, as well as projected assigned fund balance. So what we're going to do is we're going to use some of that settlement, and we're going to assign it. Basically, we're going to put it in fund balance so we can use it and reappropriate that next year. But just give you some of the ideas. I know we talked about some of the additions we're doing security, but within that dual settlement, we're adding 7 security assistants as well as TPT for security costs, in addition to education towards vape prevention, and maintenance of our vape detectors. So these are some of the items that we're going to be using that funding for. So just to give everybody an update, we are having savings within the expenditure restrictions, and you can kind of see that here. If you have last month's, you'll see that we improved by the tune of about $5 or $6 million. So all the it's worth it in the end to make sure that we have enough money to pay our health care claims, but we are seeing savings from that expenditure restriction. So I don't know if there's any other questions on the. Okay. And we're going to get into more detail tomorrow.
Thank you. And related to that, I don't know who can talk about 617, the spending affordability guidelines. I don't know where you were going.
Not so fast.
I reviewed the memo, and I just wanted you to share with us and the public what's the take-home message here with that item.
Yeah, so spending affordability, and we're going to go into that in more detail too at the Fiscal Management Committee. But basically what the county does is they look at a few different options. I think there were 4 different options, and they chose one on what the county can afford, looking at a tax-supported budget. So interestingly enough, they came with an amount that the recent county executive's budget is actually higher than that. Now, since we've been higher than that as well too. Part of the spending affordability guidelines is one of the requirements is they're looking for us to come up with a list of expenditure cuts that can get us to that point. We have not been providing that in the last few years because to do that would be draconian. We'd be cutting our budget and that expenditure increase in half of what we're doing right now. So as you notice, that it's kind of an exercise that the county goes through, and we do it every year. It's similar to MOE, like there's an MOE component, but then there's that SAG component, spending affordability guideline. So that's kind of the story on spending affordability.
Thank you.
Sure.
Very good. So can I get a motion to move 617 and 619 in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Moving on to agenda item number 7. This is our English Language Arts curriculum adoption. Much anticipated and very much looking forward to this presentation. Dr. Felder.
Thank you. And so Montgomery County Public Schools remains committed to ensuring all students achieve at the highest levels and are prepared to succeed in secondary study, career, and community. We recognize that our student achievement data identifies significant gaps in performance for our Black or African American students, Hispanic Latino students, students in poverty, as well as students receiving special education and English language development services. National research suggests the use of high-quality instructional materials may improve student learning more than more well-known interventions. The need to ensure that instructional materials and curriculum are of the highest quality and aligned to standards, coupled with the sense of urgency to close achievement gaps and improve educational outcomes for all students, resulted in a request for proposal, or RFP, for elementary English language arts curricular and instructional materials. So at today's discussion, Dr. Peggy Pugh, our Chief Academic Officer, and her team will review the selection process and share their recommendations for the final English language arts product selection. So I ask Dr. Pugh to introduce her team and begin the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Felder and Board of Education members. With me today, I have Ms. Stephanie Brandt, Ms. Malika Brown, and Ms. Tamara Hewlett. And between us, we will be able to share with you our excitement in bringing you an excellent new product that we believe will serve our students well, and that will help our teachers differentiate and better meet the needs of our students. So if you would go to the next slide. Board of Education policy IFA curriculum does require that each 5 years we review the curriculum content areas. And since the adoption of the initial previous elementary English language arts curriculum, MCPS has undergone a monumental shift in how we do teaching of literacy at the early ages. Our resources that we had previously were around more guided reading approach, but we have learned, along with the rest of the nation, that structured literacy is the way to go. And so we've invested significant amount of time and money and effort in professional learning and resources to invest in foundational literacy. Teachers and leaders across the district have received that essential professional learning on the why and the how of effectively implementing a structured literacy program and how to explicitly teach children to read. During the 23-24 school year, in alignment with policy IFA curriculum, the timeline, we conducted a search to bring a curriculum to you that we believe best meets the needs of our district and of our students. Today, we actually bring to you 2 curricula because we are in tandem with our partners in the Department of English Learning and Multilingual Education. We do have immersion schools, and so today we'll be bringing you the pre-K through 5 literacy curriculum for all schools, and we'll also be bringing to you the product that we're recommending for our immersion programs that allow for effective Spanish facilitation that's also aligned to the science of reading and does provide an authentic approach to Spanish literacy instruction. And so today we will be going over what you see in the outline, the background and the context, the detailed and lengthy 2-year-long evaluation and selection process, what that committee's recommendations are, and then what our plans are for full implementation and scaling through professional development, along with the communication and partnerships. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Stephanie Brandt.
Next slide, please. So truly, I'm going to turn things over I'm going to turn things over to Malika Brown, but before I do that, I just want to make sure that we, understand this is always, the slides are gone, connected, certainly the connections to the pathway within our strategic plan, also the importance of literacy within these pathways, and again, that board policy around curriculum review. So next slide, please. Now me. Good afternoon, Dr. Felder, Ms. Silvestri, and members of the board. So I'm Malika Brown. I'm the Elementary English Language Arts Supervisor, and I have the pleasure of not only sharing the process, but the rationale and the work of implementation that we're going to, as we hope to move forward with the new English Language Arts curriculum. So just to give some background and context, MCPS, we've traditionally written our own curriculum that's been used as part of instruction. In 2018, there was a recommendation that we should no longer write curriculum and we should purchase from an external vendor. And so during the 2019-2020 school year, we, for the very first time, implemented a curriculum from an external vendor, Benchmark, which is still used in classrooms today. Over the course of the implementation, there were different things that happened. We had 2/3 of our schools that began implementation during the pandemic and virtual learning, which made it very, very difficult. We also quickly recognized that there was a elevated and heightened continued use around guided reading, which the research tells us isn't an effective approach to teaching reading. We also saw that it lacked the necessary foundational skills, particularly in our early literacy in K-2. So as a result of that, we had to make some shifts and some changes. Knowing that we were still, under contract with our current curriculum, there were some other things that we can do in support of our students. Next slide. So one of the major shifts that we began to make is to ensure that our instruction aligned with the research. So the science of reading research tells us how children learn to read and write and what it means to develop, what that looks like to develop proficient readers. And so that's the work that we began. In addition to the research, the National Reading Panel also released a report, again, that looked at the scientific research as well as different information around what it means to be a skilled reader. So we can go to the next slide. So the report identified that there are 5 components of reading that are necessary to develop skilled readers. So thinking about phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and reading comprehension. And so in addition to that, it also spoke about the instructional approach, which is structured literacy, as Dr. Pugh mentioned. Structured literacy being that the instruction is explicit, so teachers are modeling and providing opportunities for students to then learn and demonstrate the skill. It's cumulative, so it moves from those very simple to complex skills and allowing, again, that continued practice. And that the instruction also, again, students have opportunities to reinforce the skills that are learned, and new learning is then coupled and reinforced with the previous learned skills. And so this is the work that we've been doing, really grounded in the research, ensuring that, again, teachers' practices align with the shifts in again, what the research says. We can go to the next slide. So some of the shifts, again, we had to move away from some of these common practices to more research-based practices. So that being that students have access and are receiving that explicit phonics instruction and fluency. One of the things that we did last year is we introduced really great reading, a very explicit foundational skills program. We also needed to ensure that there was a use of decodable text, so really moving away from those level texts, again, that practice that we know is not effective in teaching reading, and really enhancing the use of decodable text to reinforce, again, fluency as well as the phonics instruction that students are receiving. And shifting away from those level-guided reading groups to ensuring, again, that students are engaging in targeted small group instructions, really honing in on specific skills and not instruction that's in service of a text. Next slide. Another area that we had to, again, move away from is assessment. So we wanted to ensure that we have a comprehensive approach to assessment. And so we introduced DIBELS last year so that teachers have the information around how students are developing and how their literacy skills are growing, what their strengths and their needs are, to be able to act on that. And always ensuring that students have access to really meaningful, engaging, grade-level text. So these were the shifts, again, in the teacher practice that we were able to make. If we can go to the next slide. Then, January 23rd, the Maryland State Board of Education passed a resolution that for the 24-25 school year, all Maryland public schools have to align with the science of reading, including structured literacy. So we've already been doing this for a couple of years, and now we're in full alignment with the state. So as a system, we are being really proactive around this work and not reactive around it. If we can go to the next slide. So that brings us to where we are. although teacher practiced they were making the shift, we still had that very last piece of the puzzle, and that's around curriculum and instructional materials. So in November, we released a second RFP. We released an RFP last year, but we halted for a number of reasons. One, we didn't get the proposals, the number of proposals that aligned with the research that we hoped for, that being the greater one. And so we pulled back, and this year in November, we rewrote the RFP to ensure that it was very clear, very specific around what we were looking for. And so here are some of the major components. Really wanted to ensure that the curriculum that we find, those key literary elements, again, are grounded in the science of reading research and tells us how students learn to read and write. We wanted to ensure that the materials are culturally responsive, identities are represented, students' cultures are represented, students' ethnicities, and race are also represented. So the curriculum and the materials are reflective of our MCPS community. And we also needed a curriculum that meets the needs of our diverse learners. So considering our emerging multilingual learners, our highly able learners, and our students receiving special education services. We can go to the next slide. So already there. So as a result of the RFP, Amplify Core Knowledge Language Arts was the one that was elevated. So throughout the process, they received strong recommendations and feedback. For that first step, the external reviews. So when the RFPs came in, the request for proposals came in, we spent some time just holding up again some external evaluations. Ed Reports being one of them, the Knowledge Matters campaign being another one. So looking at the proposals that were submitted, how did they line up against that? Amplified CKLA, very strong when we considered our external evaluations. The next step, we had a cross-office. So as a cross-office teams, our Department of English Learners and Multilingual Education were part of it. Office of Technology Innovations, Office of Special Education. So we brought central service folks together to also review the proposals. And from there, Amplify again came in very strong. Once we got through just looking at the proposals, next steps was around materials. And so the programs that were elevated as a result of the external evaluations and the cross-office review, we had 4 vendors, 3 programs that were elevated. So materials were sent. We requested both access to digital materials as well as access to the print materials for different grade levels. So we were able to look at text, teacher materials, either trade books or student consumables, and anything that they have that relates to supporting parents as well as formative assessments. The materials were here for a week. My team, our hours were 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Yes, that's correct. Because we wanted to ensure that there was access to it. We had teachers that were part of the review team, both classroom and non-classroom teachers. We had community members that were part of the curriculum and materials review. We had, again, another set of central office folks. We had administrators. And so we felt that it was important for the course of that week so that to be here from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. so that it allows folks to be able to come in and review the materials. As part of the review, we had 5 rubrics that we used. We pulled, we did a lot of research to really hone in on what the criteria should be for several different components. So thinking about that home connect. So what do parents get to see? And how does the curriculum support parents' understanding of what students are doing? We had a rubric for affirming identities. So is it responsive? Is it reflective of our students? So thinking about identity, again, gender, culture, race. We had a rubric for instructional design. So what are the components? How are the lessons laid out for our teachers to be able to easily provide instruction? We have one for educator support. So as teachers are engaging and teaching the program and the lessons, what's that additional supports that are in place to support them? Is there learning? Is there a learning component that's with it as well? And I'm drawing a blank on the 5th one. It'll come to me. And so after we went through the review process with the materials, again, it was a stakeholder. We had over 214 people coming in to look at the materials, filling out the rubric, giving us feedback, and making their recommendations. So once for that process, Amplify came in very strong again. From the materials review, we moved to presentations. So we invited the ones that rose to the top to do presentations. Everyone that was part of the materials review was invited to the presentation, as well as every elementary administrator and the reading specialist as well. And honestly, anyone else that reached out that said, I would like to come to the presentation, we opened it up. It was on Zoom. And we created a feedback process for them to share their thinking and their thoughts for each one of the presentations. And as a result of that, again, the feedback was very promising and very strong in support of Amplify CKLA. And then the last piece was around the interviews. So we invited those same 4 vendors to participate in interviews. The interviews were, there was a separate interview with the curriculum team, with ELD and special education to ask questions about their specific program and learn a little bit more, things that we may not have necessarily seen as part of the materials review, to get us some more, give us some more information. One of the questions being, we know and we heard that there is no perfect curriculum, so what does that look like working with us to ensure any gaps that exist? How will we partner to be able to address that? And that was one of the questions that, Amplify had a very, very strong response that kind of spoke to the willingness to really have a true partnership. Then there was a separate interview with the 4 vendors with technology, because, we're a huge district and we have to make sure that there is the accessibility around technology, how it integrates with our current platforms. And they came in very strong there as well. And so as a result of that, that's why they were elevated, Amplify CKLA were elevated for us to bring to a recommendation today. So that being the process, well, what do we get? If we can go to the next slide.
Just a quick question. Can you restate what cross-office meant?
So the cross-office, it was central office teams. So it was the elementary ELA team participated in it. It was our Department of English Learners and Multilingual,
So if it's
So there were
high rating next to it, what does that mean?
It means that the feedback from that specific round or phase of the review, the response and the feedback was very strong and in service.
Thank you.
Yes. So what we really need is high quality instructional materials. You heard Dr. Felder share the impact of having high quality instructional materials and what that means for our students. And so Amplify CKLA, it is has research-based foundational skills. Their approach to how teachers will be expected to teach those foundational skills, it aligns. They have, in K-2, they have a skills block where, again, the handwriting, where the phonics instruction is all part of that. The rich content knowledge building, it is one of the strongest knowledge building programs that are out there. And why is that important? Because students building knowledge around particular topics, it reinforces and supports reading. And so, being able to start with some of those rich topics in elementary school will carry forward for what it means for them in middle school and for what it means for them in high school. Because, again, that knowledge supports your reading, really enhances reading instruction. The materials, they're all developmentally appropriate. That's why when we're looking at in K-2, the skills and knowledge block, they're separated because that is what's developmentally appropriate. Our K-2 students really need that explicit foundational skills instruction. In 3 to 5, the block is more integrated. And again, being that appropriateness for our 3 to 5 students. The approach to instruction, the lessons, they're evidence-based practices that are built in, and there's embedded differentiation and scaffolded for, again, our students who are receiving special education services, our emerging multilingual learners, and our highly able students. If we can go to the next slide. And so here are some of the materials that teachers will get. They'll be able to have access to those teacher guides that are available, both print and digitally. And those teacher guides have the embedded supports for differentiation. So how do I support a student who is an emergent multilingual learner? What are some ways to differentiate and scaffold the lesson still at the grade level? What are some supports that I can put in place for students receiving special education services as needs, or any student who may need that additional support as part of instruction? It includes both those formal and informal assessments, so the teachers can continue to have an understanding of how their students are doing. Are they receiving the instruction that's being provided? What are their strengths, and then what are their areas of needs to be able to respond to? A teacher favorite, it has those ready-made customizable lesson slides so that they're interactive for students, and so that it supports the instruction. They're also, at each grade level, teachers will have access to trade books and novel guides as well. We know the importance of, when we're talking about our students, particularly in 3 to 5, reading full stories, reading full novels, and so teachers will have access to that as well. Another great part, because this is such a shift, and we've done a lot of professional learning with our teachers and leaders, but what it also has is access to on-demand professional learning, so teachers can continue to build their knowledge and capacity around what this shift means and how we can all really get to being effective teachers of reading and writing.
Just 2 quick clarifying questions.
Yes.
What's a trade book?
It's like storybooks.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, they're called trade books.
Wouldn't have guessed that.
Can I just ask?
And then when you say on-demand professional development, I assume...
It's videos that are on the site that the teachers will have access to.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
As much as they want?
Yeah, it's there. Videos that are there that are available to support as well. And that's what they get with the curriculum. And that's in addition to the professional learning that we'll be able to provide as well.
And that was part of my question, that we have money program for professional development the first year. So the second, after that.
As soon as you all say go, we're going.
Right. So then after the first year, the support that they have will be on demand.
They'll have the support. The on demand will be there now and will continue to be available. Yes, it isn't going anywhere.
Okay.
I was going to hold it till later, but since it's brought up already, the professional development aspect of it, are we setting aside funding for personal professional development? You know, if a teacher's struggling with something, or it's not coming together for our classroom?
So that's a great question. So this summer, all teachers will receive 2 days of professional learning around the curriculum. In addition to that, we have another day with all reading specialists. We have a spring day with the reading specialists so that we can build their capacity with understanding the curriculum as well. And we have 8 days over the course of the year that our team will work very closely with the reading specialists, because they're the ones who will provide that day-to-day support to reading specialists. And so that's why part of the work that we need to do is ensure that those reading specialists they have the opportunity to be reading specialists, and they aren't pulled in other directions, and they're not being taken away from teachers. And so, because they will be the ones who are supporting the day in, day out in the school buildings, in addition to members from my team continuing to support the reading specialists.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I know we put all of those specialists in, but our budget includes the funding for this already, including the actual materials itself and everything, and the also professional development part?
Yep, professional development, yep, it's all accounted for.
Okay.
I'm not done.
We could. Let's finish the presentation.
Yes. So the trade books are fiction and nonfiction text. Yes.
Continue.
Yes. If we can go to the next slide. And so this, the other great thing about Amplify CKLA, it's the alignment with other things that we have in place. So Amplify CKLA directly aligns with our DIBELS assessment. And so again, teachers, as we administer the DIBELS assessment, we see where students are in that early literacy, where their areas of strengths are, where their areas of needs, and what instruction needs to look like. And then the other piece is we will have access to Boost Reading. And so it is a program, it's a adaptive program that students will have access to. Every single child, K-5 will have access to it, that really provides that personalized reading instruction. So in addition to the instruction that the teachers are providing, there is a separate component where students are gonna get some additional reading instruction through the adaptive program as well. And so teacher practices in place, and so now we will have the materials to support, and we are fully able to say that our instruction will align with what the research says about how students learn to read. And so that's it for my piece, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hewlett to share around the instructional materials for our two-way and our one-way immersion programs.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Good afternoon, Dr. Felder. My name is Tamara Hewlett. I'm the director for the Department of English Learners and Multilingual Education. And today I'm here to propose the adoption of Houghton Mifflin Harcourt's Arriba la Lectura for Spanish instruction in our one-way and two-way immersion programs. Next slide, please. The two-way immersion and one-way immersion RFP portion followed exactly, we mirrored exactly the process, and Ms. Brown explained that process, so I'm going to not do that again, but we followed the exact same process, parallel process at the same time, to examine Spanish curricular resources for our one-way and two-way immersion Spanish facilitation. And so Arriba la Lectura received strong ratings through the collaborative process, as explained by Ms. Brown throughout the various stages of the program. Next slide, please. The feedback from the committee supported the need for high-quality instructional materials that supports authentic Spanish instruction that is aligned to the Common Core standards in Español. The research-based approach to Spanish literacy includes texts that are culturally responsive and includes supports for Spanish facilitators and students. Included in this resource are differentiated supports for our bilingual students, advanced learners, and students receiving special education services. Next slide, please. Arriba la Lectura will provide teachers and students with digital resources that allow for the differentiation to meet various student needs. These resources come with formal and informal assessments. And of course, we have the school-home connection pieces that support parents helping their students in the Spanish facilitation of their learning. And so that's our little Spanish proposal, and I'm going to now turn it over to Ms. Brown again.
You can go to the next slide. So ultimately, we want to have an effective implementation because, you know, it's incredibly important that now that teachers have the skills and the knowledge, that they have the resources, and now it's all lined up. And so to start, we want to be able to do a spring pre-launch. So the first, ensuring that our leaders, so our central office leaders in particular, and as well as our school-based administrators, they have an understanding and they get an overview of the program. So in partnership with the vendors to be able to do so. And the goal is to have that done in the spring. Our next phase, and we mentioned that, is around summer training. So again, all of our our pre-K teachers will have 1 day of training. Our K-5 teachers will have 2 days of training around the program. So both how to, the components of the program, as well as that continued learning around the effective instruction and what that looks like and sounds like. We will continue, administrators will also, they are invited to attend the 2 days of learning that the teachers will be attending. And then we have a half day of learning for administrators and reading specialists and staff development teachers because they're the ones that are going to support the implementation in schools. One of the things, too, that we really want to, and I mentioned it, to really hone in on is the role of the reading specialist. My team is amazing. However, we have 138 schools, and because every single school has a reading specialist, we work through them. And so we've been building the capacity of the reading specialists over the past 3 years around the research around this shift. And so ensuring that they have the space to do their work, they have the space to be the literacy leaders in their building. They are modeling lessons. They are and we're not calling it planning anymore because the way that the curriculum is designed, they're not necessarily need planning. It's just that internalizing the components, and they are there for teachers. They are able to continue to look at data, analyze that data, and support teachers with making those informed next steps. So really honing in on the role of the reading specialists. Throughout the school year, we will continue to provide that ongoing support. So more learning for teachers, more learning for leaders, and reinforcing that on-demand professional learning that's available for teachers and really pushing that so that they take advantage of it. We are also, one of the big things is getting into classrooms, right? Because we're not just going to sit back and not see what implementation looks like. So we're going to be in classrooms because we're going to use the feedback that we get from what we see in the classrooms to continue to guide our next steps. And then for the 25 school year and beyond, we're really looking at that sustained implementation. So that continued coaching to the reading specialists, the continued direct support to schools, the continued professional learning for our administrators, hoping to provide some continued professional learning for our teachers, and then doing an evaluation, working with OSA to ensure that we are evaluating it. We know that this is going to do what we want it to do, but it's also looking at the implementation. What do we need to tighten up if we're seeing something around implementation that isn't exactly what we're hoping for? If we can go to the next slide. And from there, turn over to you for discussion.
Thank you. I'll start over on this side. Ms. Yang?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. President. And I'm excited we're talking about curriculum again. I think just a short while ago, we were talking about high school or secondary English curriculum. At that time, we mentioned we're still writing our own. And this one, we are purchasing outside curriculum. I have a question. Currently, we are using benchmark and also really great reading as intervention tools. If we adopt this one, would that mean the really great reading will go away?
So currently, we're using benchmark that supports the language comprehension piece in K-2, and then for everything in 3 to 5. 2 years ago, we introduced Really Great Reading because we saw the gap around foundational skills. And so Really Great Reading is used as our core for foundational skills in K-2 and as well as intervention. So because Amplify CKLA is a comprehensive program, there is no longer a need for Really Great Reading because Amplify CKLA has those components already. So we will still continue to use Really Great Reading for reading intervention, but there isn't a need for core instruction because if we're moving forward with a comprehensive program.
So are you saying the really great reading will stay if intervention is needed?
Really Great Reading will stay as something that we use for reading intervention, and we currently do that as well now.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. So did we purchase the Really Great Reading because we noticed the foundation skill? So then my question is, well, with this RFP, right? Because in the benchmark, when we were trying it out, we realized, hey, there's something it's lacking. So, and do we have any financial recourse when we find out a curriculum is not delivering the things that it promised to deliver? For example, it says it's going to cover diverse backgrounds, identity, but when we are reading it, we say, that's not what we mean by diverse, and then we have to purchase something else to supplement that. Do we have any recourse in our RFP for that financial piece?
That was my question too.
So part of it will be the partnership with, so as we're writing the contract with the vendor, the assurance around if there are gaps in this program, the support, your support in filling those gaps. So when it comes to, because these curriculums, they sell to every single state, right? And so what we're looking for here in Montgomery County is not what necessarily Texas is, no judgment, Texas is looking for or Florida is looking for, right? And so part of it is, as we're writing the contract, is to ensure that there is a strong partnership so that if something is missing, if something doesn't align with what our hope is for what our students and our teachers need in MCPS, that we are doing that work together to be able to address it.
Does that exist for this contract?
The contract has not been written yet. That is what we will work as we are developing the contract. Those are things that we will put into the contract.
So,
yes.
Make sure that's there.
Yes.
Okay.
And that was one of the questions in the interview. That was one of our questions, right? There's no silver bullet when it comes to curriculum. And so what will be the partnership to ensure, as Montgomery County, our full self, these are the things that we need. And so what will our, not only partnering, but and some anticipation on the part of the vendor as well, knowing our district to sort of anticipate these are some areas that we will work with you to put in place. And the goal is before teachers, and that's why we have a very tight timeline before it's even in front of teachers.
I have one more follow-up, and I would like my colleagues to ask. So how many years have we had benchmark?
2018.
Two.
This is our
2019.
Yeah, so we adopted benchmark in 2018, I believe. So
For the system rolled out?
for the system, and we initially were going to phase it in, but because of the pandemic, we had to have all schools. So one year of phase in for one cohort, but then everybody else had to join
So
during the
2019
pandemic.
on. Okay, so is it typical that we change curriculum every 5 years? Is that a typical length we are looking at?
So that is the board policy, that we revisit curriculum every 5 years.
Okay.
And we had a 3-year contract with Benchmark, 1-year extension, and then another year extension, so we cannot extend anymore. We have to
Okay.
put out an RFP for new curriculum.
So then for this one, you mentioned the evaluation piece, right? How often are we evaluating it? Because I noticed our contracts year 1, year 2, year 3. How often are we evaluating this curriculum?
So if we purchase it and are approved to do so, we would fall in line with what the Office of Shared Accountability presented at the beginning of this year, where the first year is really an evaluation of implementation. So we would ask, can you help us determine whether or not we're seeing implementation? And then subsequent years on, what is, if we have good implementation, what might be some outcomes? So that would be work that we would have to build into that evaluation schedule.
Okay. So it has a yearly but different focus, evaluation ongoing. Thank you.
Mr. Veraven.
Thank you. I am super excited about this. You know how our reading scores are, so this is wonderful news, I think, for all of us. So just with I just want a little bit of clarification with. You talked about the dual language, the two immersion, and then ESOL, right? Huge, yes, for you. So huge differences between those curriculums, and specifically for the ELD, ESOL students, I'm really interested in, because the reading benchmarks are not great right now. And we have not really seen any great gains. I'm looking forward to this curriculum. If you can just speak a little bit of the difference that this will make. And like my colleague, Ms. Yang, said, how important it is to ensure that it captures, as we are writing, right, this contract, to make sure that it captures the populations that we know we have in our district.
So I just, for clarity purposes, the HMH Arriba la Lectura will be for two-way immersion and one-way immersion Spanish facilitation. So in our one-way immersion programs, the students are only learning in Spanish, so they will use that that resource. In 2A immersion, students are learning in English and in Spanish. And so we will adopt, hopefully, Arriba la Lectura for the Spanish facilitation part of the program. The students on the English side will use CKLA along with the remaining 132 schools, that's my math, will use CKLA, and that involves all of our elementary emergent multilingual learners will be, for the most part, will be using the CKLA curricular resource. And then the students who are in those 6 2A immersion schools and Spanish immersion schools will use Arriba la Lectura for Spanish. So for our emergent multilingual learners, the benefit of a curriculum of CKLA is around the need for strong oral language development. With a knowledge-based curriculum, there's a lot of language that's involved. And oral language is kind of the basis, the foundation, the anchor. With great content comes great conversation. With great implementation comes great oral language development. And so we know that we are going to have students who are going to be building in their skills, but they're also going to be building that background knowledge, which is pivotal. Because CKLA has a strong alignment to science and social studies, which builds a lot of the background and builds a lot of opportunities for oral language development.
CKLA is amplify.
Amplify.
Yes, I was like,
Core knowledge, CKLA, sorry. Amplify the curricular resource that is going to be in our schools
Call it
once
Amplify,
approved.
so we
Yes,
don't
amplify.
Amplify.
And then you talk about parent participation. Could you just tell us a little bit about that? You said that there was a parent participation component, which is very exciting for me.
So for in both products, there's a parent component where there's information that can be sent home for our parents so that they are aware of the skills and resources that are available. We hear often in our 2A immersion programs, especially for our English-speaking families who have to support their students on the Spanish side, that they don't know how to do that and how to support. So we'll have Spanish resources for those families, but we'll also have Spanish resources for our Spanish-speaking families so that they can help to continue to build and solidify that first language, which we know once you're strong in your first language, it's really just transferring the other language. And in our case, for many of our students, it's the transfer of Spanish to English. So just, raising all the boats in the water with the resources for parents so that we can really meet the needs. Ms. Brown could talk more about the parent resources for CKLA if you would like.
So they are parent resources that are available so that the families can get a look into what the materials and the learning that students are engaging in the classroom. So everything from letters that will come home for each grade level that speaks to what the learning is. Some of the materials that students are using in the classroom, they can also, take home. Boost reading, which is that the adaptive piece, students will be able to access that from home as well. And then I just really quickly wanted to speak to the additional ELD component. So within CKLA, they are, again, those scaffolds and the differentiation and the guidance for teachers on how to meet the needs of our emerging multilingual learners. And there is also a separate component, the designated language studio, which is targeted instruction for students who are EMLs who may need that additional support as well.
Great.
Those embedded and designated.
I just want to say thank you for all your hard work, because we know that this was a lot of hard work. Just the hours you said, we thought we had tough hours. But the last thing I wanted to say was about the reading specialist, how key this position is to the success of this program. And because we are facing such a shortage of staff and so on, I think it is so important that it comes from the top to really say the reading specialist is the reading specialist. It's not the person you go to if you need some, a class to be covered, or the reading specialist has to stay true to what that person is supposed to do, because it's really upon that person to kind of push forward this. Similar to the math coaches that I saw the other day, and how important those coaches are to really push for these great numbers that we're getting in our middle schools, right? But that's because they stay true to their position. And since a lot of them are full-time, I think there is that tendency sometimes, and rightly so, because you're like, scrambling that. But I really think that we need to emphasize that to the leadership and to our schools, that those reading specialists are just to do that. Because that in itself is already a big, heavy lifting, especially in some of the schools that have more challenges with meeting benchmarks with our children. So I just kind of want to, Dr. Lawrence, just emphasize that, throw that your way a little bit. That's all. But thank you for everything.
Mrs. Evans?
Yes, real quick, piggybacking off of Ms. Rivera-Oven about the reading specialist. You said this earlier, but my brain has left the building for a second. But restate, so the reading specialists, when will they get their training? Because they will be providing the heavy lift. I didn't hear you say it was going to be through the on-demand. Will it be at the same, will it only be through on-demand? No. Right, okay. So just say it again, one more time.
So the first piece is we actually have professional learning on April 25th with our reading specialists and May 1st. And so they're going to be their first taste. Really, again, the rationale behind a knowledge building curriculum, because that's very different than what we're currently doing. And so we're going to share the research and the rationale behind what that means. We're also going to, part of that learning is going to be the coaching and support of teachers, because again, this is going to be new for teachers. And from there, we will have launch learning. And so for reading specialists, this is where we now get into the actual program. So for our reading specialists, our central office leaders, as well as our school-based administrators, throughout the spring, they're going to have the opportunity to see the curriculum and get to know it. This summer, reading specialists they are coming to the 2 days of teacher training, and they'll get a day with us as well. So they'll have a full day of training, and they're going to have a half day with their core team, so administrators, style development teachers, and reading specialists. Next year, we have 8 days, 2 days per quarter, for continued learning with our reading specialists, both, again, the coaching and the support for teachers, as well as digging into the program.
Okay, so I heard the last part. I missed the first part as far as April 25th and May 1st. And I will say that I think maybe every person that came to review the curriculum emailed us to let us know that it was fabulous. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. No, it's okay. Yeah. And then one more thing. And so you mentioned that we will have hard materials, right? And I just wanted to say that out loud because, there are concerns with our kids being on the computers for a long or extended period of time. I just wanted to, say that out loud again. But no, thank you. And it'll be exciting to see what that work looks like. So please remember to once again invite us to school so that we can see it in action once everyone has gotten comfortable and familiar with it. Because it helps us. It helps us to be able to say, yes, this is why we need to continue doing this program, and just really grateful that my colleagues and I decided that program evaluation was really important, right? And we did start that, and so we need to continue doing that so that everyone else can see how well the work is going. Thank you.
Mrs. Nadrowski?
Yes, thank you. A lot of what, my thoughts have been touched on already, but I appreciate Ms. Hazel coming up to the table. I've been thinking since we started reviewing these materials a couple tables ago, or whatever. It's been a lot of years of a lot of changes, 2.0 and benchmark, and just trying to figure out how is this different from all the others in the last 15 years, and do we get money back if it's not working out, and making sure that we've got the funds put ahead for professional development, as you all were talking about, and then making sure that maybe I missed it, but the rollout aspect of it, is this going to be like a grade by grade thing again, where 5 years from now everybody will be doing it? Okay, so every school is going to be doing it, every grade level. Does it include pre-K? And will the Spanish materials come at the same time as the English ones?
So there were several questions there.
I was gonna say, right, well, Ms. Hazel, I think, was,
Well, I do want to say, because we had written in our resolution that it would start in fall of '25, so we do want to make that correction. It is fall of '24.
oh, okay,
So it is to begin for all students in the fall.
great.
Do you want to answer the question about when the Spanish materials?
Yes, I mean, the intent is to start in the fall of '24. So we are planning for some, again, parallel summer training, summer professional learning. We would work with the vendor to get the resources in the district in time for the school year.
And we're approving the contract after this presentation.
Right.
And it's already in this year's budget,
Right.
including training.
We had, I don't know, what was it, 3 years ago, toured one of the dual language programs, and they hadn't gotten the Spanish materials at the same time that they'd gotten the English, so it was really causing quite a bit of an issue there for them.
And I can go back a little bit to your, changing curriculum. When you find a good one and it is yielding results, it is smart to give it the time and continue to work. We hope this is what we found. I also felt the same thing when I came in and teachers were saying, well, but we don't have the Spanish version. And you really don't want to create the Spanish version of a text that was modeled for English learners. I mean, you know what I mean? People learning in English. So I think the really smart, tight work that was done here together, same process, knowing what they're looking for in both products. Now, can I guarantee 2 different vendors are going to deliver on the same days? No, but we can write them in the contract as this is when we want them so that we have early spring access to the materials. And then finally, to your first point, really about the differences in what resources you're using. There is some intentionality because since the Common Core state standards were adopted in 2015, they have not changed. Assessments have come and gone, approaches to teaching have come and gone, new pedagogy has come and gone, but what has not changed are the standards. So as long as our teachers are very clear and understand what those standards are asking of our children, the resources are what they use to get there now have finally evolved to the point to be at the level of demand of those standards. Because when the standards were first adopted, there wasn't much out there that was aligned to the standards, right? They were new.
Well, that's why we made our own.
It's taken a very long time. And now you have a very sophisticated product that includes the ability to do differentiation. And again, we will build into the contract, if it is not representative of our community, that they will work with us to do that. That's what happened as a result of a finding in the benchmark, and you really did get some good, fine materials that we still have. So there are some good materials in the classrooms that are representative of students that are not part of benchmark, but that are ours. So I think we'll be able to continue to build that.
And does this roll up into upper school or secondary schools, or no, at some point? No? Okay. My last thing, I just want to associate myself with some of the comments of Ms. Evans and saying thank you all very much for the work that you've done on this. And I loved getting those emails from the people who participated in it, who felt so strongly, very clearly felt strongly about the impact that hopefully that this is going to have. And I look forward to seeing what the parent materials, I guess, too often we hear people say, we can't find that, or I needed to print that ditto at home or whatever, and they can't get a hold of it. So just making sure that it's really makes it easy.
Ms. Harris.
Yes, thank you. I too, we've heard from a lot of the people that participated in the process. So first of all, thank you for a robust process that was very inclusive. And I think one of the many people that I talked to about this said, as in contrast to the last time we went through this exercise, this time as a member of the group, felt like our choices were between good, better, and best. And so that was reassuring to me to hear. And I do want to thank you for being really attentive to the need for digital balance. It's so important. And also the how we can ensure the diversity and inclusion that we absolutely must have in the system. And it sounds like there is flexibility there. So if we are looking at this book and we're saying, well, every once in a while, there's somebody here that isn't, kind of, straight and white and Eurocentric, but we're really, really seeing robust diversity of ethnicities and cultures and gender, sexual orientations. Really, just generally, we're seeing that diversity is, I think, what we're hoping for. So it sounds like we have that level of input in what we're going to receive. So I very much appreciate that. And so I think my questions really go to the fiscal side. And so looking at the memo, what's proposed writ large for both of these two curricula, Amplify and Arriba la Lectura, over the next FY25, $10.5 million, FY26, $10.1 million, FY27, $7 million and change. But the cost for Arriba la Lectura is flat in all the years. And there's some fluctuation in the cost for the first 3 years for Amplify. And so what exactly, and somebody mentioned to me that a part of the pricing, at least for Amplify, is based on a student count, which is important to know, because one of the things I wonder about is, so which of our students will not be participating in this curriculum? Because it sounds like, and it gets to as well, so, altogether we have 136 elementary schools. 123 of them are elementary schools. Then we have 9 that are either partial or full or two-way Spanish immersion. We have 2 partial Chinese immersion, 2 partial French immersion. So the Chinese and French immersion, are they just participating in Amplify?
I'm happy to speak to that question. So they are not. Through this RFP, we did not find a product for them, so we will be working very closely. Francois is the supervisor for the one-way immersion, and then, of course, tomorrow for two-way. But the one-way immersion that's the French and the Chinese. Unfortunately, we don't often find a curricular product for those language programs, and so we'll be working really closely to design something that meets the needs of those students.
Okay.
But just to add, so the French immersion side, no. Chinese immersion, because the instruction for ELA is in English, they're a yes, they will use Amplify. For the Chinese immersion, it's math and Francois science, yes, that are in Chinese, and so their ELA and social studies, that's English, and so they will use CKLA Amplify.
Okay. And so it sounds like our ELD students will be using the Amplify curriculum that will be also augmented with, or no, it is one that is language fluent in Spanish as well, so we're not relying on the Arriba la Lectura for our ELD students. Okay. And our CES students, are they going to be using Amplify?
CES stands for?
Center for
Enriched Studies students will not be using Amplify.
Okay, and how many of those are those?
That is an excellent question.
So I believe we have 9. So I believe we have 8 or 9 center schools, Center for Enriched Studies, and then we also have the students who are in the enriched literacy curriculum.
Right.
We recognize that we need to provide enriched literacy for students based on COMAR, that we need to have a designed program for those students. We believe that this curriculum is rigorous. However, we need the time to provide the guidance language for schools. So our Office of Accelerated and Enriched Instruction, once we get the curriculum, really we need to go through it so that we can provide guidance. So enriched literacy curriculum will stay for next school year, and then we will look to see whether or not we continue it after that. But we need to do some study, looking at data. We need to really get into the curriculum to determine whether or not it's appropriate for our students who need ongoing regular enrichment. So for next school year, it will stay enriched literacy curriculum.
And CES?
And CES will continue with their curriculum.
Okay, so there's actually a lot of our schools that aren't going to be getting this. I mean, not a lot, but we've got, or a lot of students.
A lot of students. We have
they're in ELC.
So we have students in 4th and 5th grade who may not be getting this next school year, and the students in the enriched literacy curriculum, or in Center for Enriched Studies, will not get it.
Okay. And so the pricing here is approximate. Okay, so when we look at these, we've got FY '25, '26, '27. What are we projecting for the out years?
So that initial FY '25 includes all of the teacher materials, and then moving forward, it's student materials for FY '26 and '27. They really just gave us a bulk cost, and we broke it down over the 3 years.
Okay.
Or they broke it down for us, but it was really that, initial 28.
But there will be ongoing costs beyond the first 3 years?
There will be ongoing costs, yes.
And do we, approximately?
Well, and that's when we'll come back in that evaluation process again. Just like we did with Benchmark, we had an initial 3-year contract, and then we extended it for 1 year and then extended it for another year.
All right.
Beyond the 3 years, the bulk of the cost will be around license and consumables.
And is that the same with Arriba La Lectura?
Yes.
And why is it flat when the others are student count based?
So we got a bulk price in the same way and portioned it out over 3 years.
Okay, okay. And then just to clarify, it sounds like, please correct me if I get any of this wrong, that the professional development to be ready for a full rollout of Amplify, the first day of school in the fall, is that we will be doing really intense professional development with the reading focused teachers and those instructional people, and then they will go and train their grade level teams? No.
So the rollout will be all K-5 teachers will receive professional learning this summer.
Okay.
So classroom teachers, ELD teachers, academic intervention teachers. And we're actually, because we have to consider our ISD school as well, so we're not even looking fall, we're looking July 8th so that they can have the materials, they can get their learning. We already have their, the dates for their 2 days of learning in place because, they start school, and so we have to make sure that they have what they need as well. Yeah.
And from the two-way immersion side of the house and one-way immersion, of course, the training is going to have to be customized, especially for our two-way immersion schools, because our two-way immersion schools, the way they're going to use CKLA is not the way that our monolingual schools are going to use CKLA. So even within that, there's going to be some customization to apply to the program, program-specific needs, and on the Spanish side as well.
Got it.
And they help you do that, right? Ms. Harris, I just wanted to add, the resolution today is that we're asking that the superintendent be authorized to negotiate the best contract for us.
Yep.
There is ongoing cost each year. What we're trying to be very intentional about is to have a 5- and 10-year plan so that we're not renewing the same curriculum in each year and having to go through huge changes as a district. So trying to be really thoughtful about giving the best product, but then also not lining it up so that we need to renew everybody on the same year. So work to be done.
My last question goes to, you mentioned adaptable. The curriculum is adaptable. And so we had a lot of testimony today from families from Darnestown Elementary and their autism program, which is for students who are diploma bound. But I spent part of my day yesterday with Sarah Fink, who is a teacher at Westover Elementary in the self-contained classroom for autism students who are not diploma bound. They're in the ALO track. And one of the things she mentioned to me is we do not currently provide any adaptive resources for for our ELA for those students, and the teachers there have to make their own. And they have to make their own. They have, I think she called it a board maker kind of software that was available to them, but they had to, buy their materials and make their own books. And does this curriculum provide adaptive resources for those students?
So those students they have an alternative learning standards. So they're associated with the standards, but they are not at the standards. That wouldn't be appropriate level-wise for them, for some of them. Some of them could, some of them couldn't. So the customization of the materials that they have comes based upon what their specific needs are within the ALO curriculum. And I'm asking Diana Wiles to come down because I don't want to misspeak. But the way I understand it to work is that because there are alternative learning standards, there are alternative learning materials that are aligned with those standards.
So nothing in Amplify is going to address those Okay.
Go ahead.
I don't, excuse me, I don't know the answer to the question about Amplify and the alignment for students on alternative learning outcomes, but I will certainly look into that. But Dr. Pugh is correct. This materials used for students who are working towards a certificate are highly specialized given their individual needs. So much of the preparation for instruction will require teachers, paraeducators to create things that other teachers may not have to create.
And I would just add that whatever software assistance we're providing to them, one of the things that Sarah noted to me yesterday was in the prompting that they add to these books when they make them for their students to help with the language, the symbols are not diverse at all. Everybody here is white. And she's like, none of my students are. So there's no representation in that resource for those students. And, all means all, diversity means diversity. So if we could, we are crushing these educators, these special educators in these really intense programs like bugs. We are just wearing them out. And if we could look into how we can better support them, so this isn't what they're having to create with their own money and their own resources on their own time to support their students' learning.
So I appreciate that. We certainly don't want our teachers to have to go to the extremes, but Boardmaker has been around since 1995. It is a product and a program that has been used in alternative learning programs forever, simply because the pictures were universal. So are there better products out now? Yes, probably there are. And are there easier programs to use to create each student's piece? Part of what you see, and I'm happy to talk to the teacher, but part of what you see is that you're not going to make the same book for every student. Each student is going to have their own. They're going to have their own level of prompting because that's what they have to be able to do to align to their individual IEP. So it does and has always taken time to customize for individual students, but we can certainly look into easier ways and more representation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Couple questions from me. Dr. Felder, did I hear correctly that you have experience with Amplify from your previous work as superintendent?
Yes, I have experience with Amplify, not from my previous work as a superintendent, but as a chief academic officer in Nashville. And I, too, emailed the board to share my excitement that this was the curriculum that was selected. And I just applaud the team for all of their work in bringing this to fruition. And so, like we're finding here, Nashville, we had long-standing, always present history of achievement gap in the area of literacy in particular, and realizing how critically important that instructional core is, where you have your teacher and your students and the content. It's so important that we put high-quality curricula in our teachers' hands, and so this curricula certainly meets that bar. And I'm just very excited to know that our children and our teachers will have access to it. Yep. So.
Very happy to hear that you have experience with it. You've seen good results.
Right.
We can do all the reference checks in the world, but it's nothing like having had experience with it and seeing results, which is what this board wants to see.
And speaking of results, if I could just add, for the first time, we outperformed the state in the history of that school district in a matter of 2 years, implementing this curriculum. So it is about implementation. Yes, you have it, but what you heard with regards to the professional development and all the layers, it's the teachers, the principals, and the reading specialists. All of that is important as part of the implementation. Yeah. And lastly, I will say it's a great curriculum in that it serves as, not only is it rigorous, but serves as a mirror and a window, which is what we want children to see themselves and the world. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And one last thing from me, I heard you say something about no more planning. And my question is,
So it's not.
Let me ask my question, please.
Oh, sorry.
My question is, Will this make it easier for teachers in terms of lesson planning? Will they have to spend less time on Sunday night preparing for the week?
Go ahead.
So the lessons are there. What teachers will do, it's sort of studying and internalizing the lessons so they are ready to provide instruction. So the collaborative space, that's not going away. The individual learning that they have to do, the preparation that they have to do, that's not going away. But they're not writing lessons. They're studying to understand the lessons to then move it to instruction. And so that's why it's not a planning, because it's already there. It's more of internalizing the lessons, the focus to be able to go teach.
And I would only add on to that what she shared, in that you will have the matched up data of the DIBELS, so you'll know which strands of reading that students are either excelling or that they need enrichment in, and you will have the resources right there that helps you plan that small group instruction or that individualized instruction. So the shift is less about knowing as much about the content and more about knowing who your students are, so that you can implement the planning.
If I could also comment now that you've unleashed the chief academic officer in me. So in Nashville, we surveyed our teachers, and we found that they were spending, to your point, anywhere from 12, 11, 15, 14 hours planning every week. And while their professional judgment is still needed and will always be needed because there isn't a perfect curriculum, this made a huge difference in their ability to plan more efficiently, and certainly not in needing 14 hours a week in order to do that. So it made a huge difference in that regard as well.
Thank you for sharing that. It's very good news, and I'm feeling hopeful for the future. So I'm very excited to conclude this presentation. At this time, if I could get a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Any?
I was going to say, I feel like I should. Not the whole thing.
Someone who has it?
I'm happy to read the resolve there.
Can you make sure you correct the year?
So the year is in the whereases. Two phrases above the resolved, we wanted to say, a comprehensive rollout of the new curricular and instructional materials has been designed so that each school has an introduction to the materials in spring 2024, intensive professional learning in summer 2024, and full implementation beginning in fall 2024 is the correction that we'd like to make. The four resolved, and do you want me to stop after each one or resolve all of them? Because it's both curricula. Okay, combined. The resolved that the Board of Education approve the purchase of core knowledge language arts by Amplify Education for pre-kindergarten through grade 5 English language arts, and Arriba Lectura by Houghton Mifflin Harcourt Publishing Company for kindergarten through grade 5 Spanish immersion, curricular and instructional materials, and professional development based on estimated student accounts not to exceed the amounts set forth below. Read all the amounts?
Go ahead.
Do you want me to read all of it's a chart.
Just keep going here.
Okay. Be it resolved that the President of the Board of Education and the Interim Superintendent of Schools be authorized to negotiate and execute an agreement with Amplify Education Incorporated for the purchase of core knowledge language arts for pre-kindergarten through grade 5 English language arts, and be it further resolved that the President of the Board of Education and the Interim Superintendent of Schools be authorized to negotiate and execute an agreement with Houghton Mifflin Harcourt Publishing Company for the Arriba Lectura kindergarten through grade 5 curricular and instructional materials and professional development, and be it further resolved that the interim superintendent of schools be authorized to execute all other documents and grant any approvals necessary for these transactions.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Thank you. Now we have 7.2, which is the contract approval of our RFP for our English language arts curriculum and instructional materials for elementary schools. How do we proceed with this? Is there?
We're not asked to.
So it's agenda item 7.2 for consent item. I don't know what the consent item was, but it's RFP 4970.2. Any, can I get a motion to approve? This is the contract to pay for the curriculum.
Oh, I thought that was what we just moved in.
That was the curriculum.
So originally, this was in the consent items, but it didn't make sense, because the consent items were going up earlier, so we moved this one consent item to after the presentation. So now.
Okay. And does it need to be read, or is it good? I'm just moving the contract?
Yep, it's come.
All right, I will recommend moving the contract.
Second.
Any other questions or discussion? I do have one question.
I
What
have
is
one
the
too.
total amount of the contract? Because you stated 3 years, broken out into 3 years, so I left confused about what we're paying for this year.
For this coming school year,
Turn your mic on, please.
For this coming school year, it's a little over 10 million. The following school year, it's 10 million. The following school year, it's just over 7. It's a $20 million contract.
Nothing in this FY24. It will be in FY25.
It will be in FY25. Okay.
Thank you. Mrs. Mandrowski, you good? Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Thank you. Very good. Moving on to agenda item number 8. We will be discussing the district-wide approach to educating, preventing, and addressing hate bias. Dr. Felder.
Thank you. So, as we all know, school districts, colleges, and communities across the country have struggled with an increase in hate bias incidents, and our school district is no different. Throughout the past 2 years, Montgomery County Public Schools has improved structures for preventing, reporting, investigating, and responding to hate bias. Staff, students, families, and community partners continue to express concerns that Montgomery County Public Schools lack sufficient coherence, professional learning, and accountability to effectively address this challenge. A new cross-office committee was formed in November 2023 to ensure a more coordinated and long-term response. The committee worked with stakeholders to better understand the problems and develop an action plan that addresses short-term technical fixes as well as long-term adaptive challenges. I ask that Ms. Stephanie Sharon, Chief of Strategic Initiatives, introduce her team and begins the presentation. Mrs. Sharon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are well. I'm Stephanie Sharon, the Chief of Strategic Initiatives. And I do want to just take a moment to introduce those of us that are at the table right now, because this effort for the district-wide approach to educating, preventing, and addressing hate bias has truly been a district-wide and cross-office effort to address this very challenging but necessary work in our district. So today I am joined with I can't speak today. Today I am joined by Damon Monteleone, who's the Associate Superintendent of Wellbeing, Learning, and Achievement in the Office of School Support and Wellbeing, Dr. Anthony Austin, Director of the Equity Initiatives Unit in the Strategic Initiatives Office, Greg Edmondson, Director of Student Welfare and Compliance in the Office of District-Wide Operations, and Ms. Frances Frost, who is our Executive Assistant in the Office of Wellbeing, Learning, and Achievement in the Office of School Support and Wellbeing. So I just want to thank everybody for being here today. The other person I do want to introduce to you, who is in our audience today, but I do think it's a very, very important person to introduce, is we're taking this work so seriously that we have recently hired, through our Stronger Connections grant, a hate bias coordinator whose sole work is going to be on monitoring and making sure that this plan gets implemented with fidelity. And her name is Ms. Janita Love. So she's in our audience today. Ms. Janita Love started with us, I would say, roughly around March 1st. So it hasn't been that long, but she has hit the ground running and has already made a lot of great moves and contributed to the work. So often while we sit at the table and we talk about issues such as hate bias or racism, we frequently talk about our families in the third person. But like some of you at this table, many of us on this committee, we have children who attend MCPS, and we have children that have experienced issues around bias within MCPS. And during one of our work sessions that Dr. Felder shared that we started a cross-office team, we were speaking and several of our colleagues shared some personal experiences of hate bias that their children had experienced within MCPS. And they shared their anger, their fear, their frustration, the things that we typically hear from our community when they talk about the impact of this. We really want to start today's presentation with one of those stories. And then we're going to use this story, an example of a boy named Sam, throughout our presentation to show you how this action plan is going to be able to address this one child's experience. So if we go to the next slide, please. So this is Sam. Sam's a 5th grader. He's a 5th grade African-American boy, and he came home one day, and again, this is a true story by one of our staff members, and told his parents that a 2nd grader walked up to him and his friends and yelled the N-word at them, and then ran away. So typically when something like that happens, a parent's first reaction is, well, what did you do? Who did you tell? Did you tell an adult? And he said he didn't say anything. He was too shocked by the incident, and he wasn't really sure what to do. And when his parents said, well, who in the school did you tell? Did you tell a trusted adult about the situation? He responded, I didn't tell anybody. None of them would have cared. So when we think about the story of Sam mirrors the messages that we have heard from other stakeholders within our community. And as we begin to work on our action plan, we had to keep these stories of our members of our community and our own children at the forefront. So today we're going to take with you on a journey to uncover the needs, the goals, and the actions that MCPS is going to take to address experiences just like Sam and other members of our community. So if we go to the next slide. As we said, the experience that Sam had is just one of many students and families from many different backgrounds within our beautifully diverse community. And as educators, we oftentimes think that we just have all the answers, right? But of course, that isn't the case with any of the work that we do, particularly when we're dealing with this type of work. And it certainly hasn't been the case over the past few years as we have tried to address racism, hate bias, and challenging national and international events that our community has faced. But hearing stories like the one just shared has been an important reminder about the responsibilities that we have and that parents expect of us to ensure that we're protecting their children. And that the sheer number of complex issues that get in the way of us truly making sure that MCPS is a district where all students, staff, and families feel safe, valued, seen, and heard. And our commitment to that work is going to be ongoing until we can 100% say that. Our diversity requires us to act with intention and through a culturally responsive and anti-racist lens. For example, you all have experienced this as board members a lot through our presentations of framing our discussions around our equity impact questions. When we don't, we make mistakes. And that impacts our students, our staff, and our families, and at times, unintentionally so, can cause more harm. So our families expect us to keep their children safe, and we expect that of ourselves as well. As we have been working to develop and implement this plan, we will share with you today, we have continued to ask this question, and we will continue to do so. What would MCPS look like and sound like if all of our students, families, and staff felt safe, valued, seen, and heard? And throughout this work that we have been engaging in, we have constantly been engaging our community members and stakeholders in that question. This is a conversation we will continue to have, and it is the only way that we will be able to have a shared vision and understand if we are living up to that vision that we have. Next slide. So today, what are we going to do today for our presentation? Today's agenda grounds us in the work that we are doing to redress the issues of hate bias in our schools. So we can't talk about what the issues of hate bias in our action plan if we don't clearly define what hate bias means. We're going to review the previous steps that we have taken to address hate bias. This is not brand new work, but when you're typically dealing with complex and adaptive work, you are constantly having to evolve and make improvements and reflect along the way. So we're going to talk a little bit about what has been done and where we need to go. We're going to share some data, high-level data, about reports in MCPS that we have received around hate bias this school year. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the root causes that we have uncovered as we have engaged with our community. And then lastly, we're going to give an overview of the district-wide approach to educating, preventing, and addressing hate bias that we're going to be implementing moving forward. Next slide, please. So as we said, a critical first step in addressing anything is to be able to name it. So therefore, it is vital that we all in this room and in our schools and in our communities have a common definition of a hate bias incident. So using the story, I'm bringing Sam back, the story that we shared at the very beginning, we can see the definition of hate bias come to life. So we state that hate bias is defined as any form of bullying and or harassment that includes discriminatory behavior based on personal characteristics. These personal characteristics can include ancestry, color, ethnicity, national origin, religion, immigration status, sex, gender, gender identity, gender expression, and all of the others that you can come up with, all right? It's discriminatory behavior based on personal characteristics. In Sam's instance, the discriminatory behavior was about race. That was the personal characteristic for Sam. The conduct can be any form of communication, including but not limited to visual, verbal, physical, written, or electronic communication. In the case of Sam, it was a verbal communication. And then lastly, this conduct that Sam experienced happened at school. Right, so that's the location. And for MCPS, it is an act that occurs on school property, at a school event, on a school bus, or substantially disrupts the orderly operation of a school. We know in today's society with social media, oftentimes things might start generating outside of the school, but then they get brought into the schoolhouse and have a significant impact there. Next slide, please. So, although Sam's story is an example that demonstrates the need for continued action, it's important that we recognize and acknowledge that we didn't just start addressing hate bias with this particular action plan. And over the past 2 years, we have worked diligently to improve our structures. So these are some of the highlights of what has been done. Communication expectations were reestablished to include transparency around the reported incident and resources available for support. We've trained all school-based administrators on expectations around reporting, investigating, and then responding and supporting their communities when these incidences occur. We revised how hate bias is considered in the student code of conduct. What that means is that we revised the student code of conduct to ensure specific hate bias incidences are included in the disciplinary continuum. We created an online reporting system in 8 languages for students and families, and we also implemented a revised culture of respect student training module that was deployed to all of our schools. And then lastly, we also revised all of the district-wide mandatory employee compliance training that are required to be done on a yearly basis. Next slide. So although we have made improvements, we also recognize that there is still work to do. And as we approach this work, we continually refer back to this data that you see right here regularly to reflect on our progress and think about our next steps. So the data shared here is an important marker for work that we know is before us. And the power of data is that it allows us to start asking questions. And when we shared this data with our community, a lot of questions began to come up. So as you can see here, and based on this data, you can see that as of March 6th, because we were preparing to share for this board presentation, we had 337 incidences. On average, we are receiving 3 reports per day. We see that reports are 60% racially based, reports are 30% religious based, and 10% based in our LGBTQ community. There are a range of incidences and severity of incidences within each of those areas, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. While important, though, this data only tells us part of the story. In fact, when we shared all of this data with our community stakeholders and the steering committee, many more questions were raised. If you go to the next slide, these were some of the questions that the steering committee and our stakeholders began asking. Do the increases in reports represent more incidences or reflect the reporting changes from 2022 and the improved communication structures that we created? What does the data say about unintended consequences of changing practice? Should all incidences be treated in the same manner? Because as I said, there was a range of incidences reported. What is a realistic goal for a large and diverse school system to reduce hate bias incidences? And what is the role of caregivers and our community partners in supporting the reduction of these reports that we receive? Because as we know, this is not just involving the school system, but involves our broader community. These are important questions that are not easily answered in one quick meeting or action. And as Dr. Felder said at the beginning of this presentation, the action plan that we're now going to go over includes some of those quick wins, those technical fixes that can be implemented right away. But it also includes longer-term actions that are needed to address a lot of the adaptive challenges that these questions bring up. I am now going to turn it over to Mr. Monteleone, who's going to explain some of our root causes and the initial part of our action plan.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As was already mentioned, a new cross-office team, steering team, was put together in November of 2023. Next slide. And the initial goal of the committee was to develop a concrete action plan that would create coherence, professional learning, and accountability structures necessary to reduce these incidents, these reported incidents of hate bias in MCPS. The committee used stakeholder input to develop an initial action plan in January of 2024, and this plan is called the District-Wide Approach to Educating, Preventing, and Addressing Hate Bias. This plan is organized into 3 main pillars, which you can see on your screen. Each pillar represents an aspect of a need that was elevated as we unearthed our root causes. After developing the initial draft, the committee actively sought feedback from the county's anti-hate task force, community partners, all of our staff associations, student groups, and caregivers who represent the diversity of MCPS. And the plan was also distributed to all of our staff through our Equity Matters newsletter, where they were provided an opportunity to give us feedback. And then we made revisions on the plan after this month-long tour, if you will, of receiving impact from a variety of groups. Next slide, please. In our discussions with stakeholders, we sought to better understand the beliefs, practices, and policies that have served as barriers to allowing us to effectively reduce the reporting of hate bias incidents. And only by addressing these root causes can we truly be effective. And it's important, before we just dive into a plan head first, that we truly spend a minute and acknowledge some of these root causes and the perceptions that are out there amongst our community. First, while some groups have found the new reporting structures much easier, others have told us that they still do not report. And they don't report for 3 common reasons. The process remains confusing. Some don't report out of fear. This fear is based on experiences they have perceived inside of MCPS and with society at large. Some simply do not believe anything is going to change if they do make that report. Many students report that they don't see themselves or their identities represented in the curriculum, in the school environment, or at all. The anti-racist audit found that central office practices often lack coherence, and we know that when you lack coherence, this leads to a lack of clarity for some schools in how to address and receive the proper support. The audit also indicated that accountability has consistently been an issue in MCPS, and a lack of consistent accountability across 211 schools, as we know, leads to an increase of variability. Some changes in our practice over the last year have led to some unintended consequences. For example, some schools have been told to report some experiences that may have been able to have been handled at the school level. And due to the size and complexity of the school system, there have been some issues around ensuring consistency of a universal approach while also simultaneously differentiating based on the individual needs of our schools and our school communities. Other community partners have felt that MCPS leaders do not understand the complexity of the issues that they are facing, their students are facing, or their communities are facing. Some have indicated that they perceive inconsistencies in how MCPS responds to varying communities. So before we again move directly into the plan, there's a couple other ideas that are worth noting that aren't necessarily root causes. You're not going to see a specific action step in the full plan for every root cause listed. This is because some of the root causes identified are already being worked through in other workflows or in other offices. For example, we also have seen root causes in here where our community, where we need to engage further with our community to get to an answer. So we're not going to rush to an answer that we think is the right answer until we continue to flesh this out with our community. Some community members are skeptical as to whether or not we will truly implement a plan or implement it with fidelity and for it to be effective. It's very important. I think it's very prudent to share all of these as they informed our work. Okay, it wasn't just data to a technical fix. This is adaptive. This is human work. This is real, right? So we really wanted to look at it from all perspectives. There are two important steps that I'd like to call out. First, we acknowledge, right, that we do need a dedicated staff member to handle all of this, as opposed to the work residing in a variety of offices of which are represented here. And we've already introduced Ms. Love, so we are happy to have her sitting in that seat to coordinate the work across the district. Second, we are in the process of forming a hate bias steering committee with internal and external stakeholders that will not serve in a one-time capacity to offer input or feedback. That will be a continuous sounding board where we are able to bring data, to bring current thinking, to share information, to get feedback in an ongoing iterative plan, do, study, act process to keep this work fresh and to keep moving. Next slide, please. We knew we had to build goals that would lead to success, and without clear and tangible actions that support those goals, goals are merely hopes or aspirations. And so tangible actions lead to milestones or accountability measures. This makes our progress transparent. These are essential. So these action steps have been developed in two phases, both a short-term phase and a long-term phase. Each action step is designed to specifically address an element within the three pillars. And all of these actions are driven by the following themes: prevention, education, reporting, communication, responding, and restoring. Now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Anthony Austin, Mr. Greg Edmondson, and Ms. Frances Frost, so we can take a deeper dive into the plan.
Thank you and good afternoon. We know that, I'm sorry, next slide. Okay. We know that setting strong goals within an action plan are akin to charting a course. So the goals in our district-wide response are intended to provide clarity, direction, and purpose for our endeavors. They serve for us as a guide to our actions, ensuring that every single step that we take is purposeful and aligned to our ultimate objectives. By defining clear and achievable goals, we are not only increasing our chances of success, but also empowering ourselves with the motivation and focus needed to overcome our obstacles. Let's begin with Pillar 1. So for Pillar 1, we are focusing on prevention through education. Here, we know that providing essential learning on the cultural, ethnic, racial, religious, gender expression, and sexual orientation of our school communities is critical. It's critical to creating and sustaining an environment where all MCPS environments are safe and are inclusive. In addition, we know that through educating our leaders on the use of effective, adaptive strategies that not only mitigate, but repair the harm that results in the reports of hate bias, we are able to sustain an inclusive environment at schools and at the system level. Next slide, please.
The first pillar focuses on education. We understand that while there are many needs, we're not able to develop and implement solutions immediately. Therefore, we have developed short and long-term actions. Short-term actions will occur before the start of the 2024-25 school year, and long-term actions will occur throughout the 24-25 school year. However, we know that the work will need to continue far beyond next year. There are so many terms that are related to equity work that address target addressing hate and bias. Additionally, many terms are defined or understood differently amongst our students, our staff, our families, and our community members. One of the immediate actions is that our equity team has been working on with our community stakeholders and other offices is the Equity Glossary of Terms. The purpose of the glossary is to norm the definitions and terms that are commonly used within our system. The glossary will also be used by content areas to ensure consistency in how terms are used to increase variance in definitions. Also, the Equity Initiatives team is building out learning opportunities for staff to develop a common language around key terms related to race, religion, and culture. Several of the root causes that were previously mentioned have educational impacts. One is the lack of understanding about complex issues among our students and staff. And so to address this, MCPS is in the process of increasing student, staff, and community participation in the learning opportunities on topics that address diversity and inclusion, pertaining to not just race, but religion, culture, as well as the impact of using stereotypes and hate language. The sessions have been created in direct response to students, family, and community advocacy and experience. This school year thus far, we have provided professional learning to staff focused on LGBTQ+ history in Montgomery County, Islamophobia, and honoring humanity to halt hate bias and how to address it. Students have had the opportunity to earn service learning hours for attending evening webinars to focus on understanding and addressing Hispanic, Latinx discrimination, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-LGBTQ+, and anti-Black racism. During each of these sessions, students have been taught how to report hate bias. Additional sessions for different groups are being planned for the remaining of the school year. However, we know that we need to do other relevant ways of teaching students and staff about what hate bias is and its effects on its victims, socially and emotionally, psychologically, as well as physically. To that end, right now we're developing comprehensive communication and social media hate bias campaign for our staff, students, and community members. Our goal is to extend the fight against hate within our community because we realize that it takes all of us to address hate and bias. The learning opportunities for staff that I have just described are optional, and we know that learning about hate bias and how to address it is needed by all staff members. As a result, we are in the process of currently creating and developing. We will begin implementing mandatory hate bias professional learning for all employees during the summer, and will continue to provide learning throughout the school year to ensure that all staff members are able to receive it. We also understand that deeper learning opportunities are needed to help our staff understand the culture and the needs of our diverse student body. During the 24-25 school year, MCPS will expand its development and offerings of continuing professional development courses approved by the Maryland State Department of Education on student groups who are the targets of many of our reports of hate bias. We currently have and have been running for the past 6 semesters a course entitled Understanding the Muslim Student. But we are currently in the process of developing additional courses that focus on understanding the Arab, Asian, Black male, Black and brown girls, Hispanic, Jewish, and LGBTQ+ students. We know that adults in our school system will not only be able to address hate bias issues on their own. We must empower our students to combat hate and bias as well. To do this, during the 24-25 school year, we will implement student leadership opportunities for all levels that utilize the Culture of Respect modules, curricular resources, and other learning opportunities. Students often will listen more to each other than they will to the adults. We're parents, we know that, right? Okay. We will equip our students with the tools and knowledge to be positive influences to our peers. Another root cause that was described in our inconsistency of practice. So we understand that we need to coordinate our efforts and resources that address hate and bias that different offices coordinate. Next year, MCPS will implement standardized levels of support for students throughout the school year. Additionally, we'll develop a monthly calendar that will outline topics, including mental health, wellness, restorative practices, and equity resources. Earlier, Mr. Montiloni mentioned that one of the root causes related to the community messages that were sent by the district that led to unintentional divisiveness within our school communities. Currently, we are creating and will implement professional learning before the upcoming school year, focus on effective communication strategies and best practices that aim to eliminate potential divisive language in community letters. Community partners representing multiple groups who are the target of hate bias acts and speech are eager to help us support in the learning of staff members and students of hate bias topics and target their specific groups. We are grateful for their offer of support. Right now, we are in the process of establishing a protocol to collaborate with external groups that provide learning to any stakeholder groups, ensuring that there's an alignment to the hate bias policies, as well as professional practices of MCPS. I will now turn this over to Mr. Greg Edmondson to go over Pillar 2.
Good afternoon. Pillar 2.
Turn your light on.
Oh, thank you.
Next slide.
And next slide. Great. Good afternoon. Pillar 2, we focus on reporting and communication. In our commitment to fostering a safe and inclusive environment, it's crucial that we effectively communicate our reporting structures, processes, and protocols to ensure that everyone feels empowered to utilize them. Our goals are twofold. First, to guarantee that every student, family, staff member, and community member comprehends, fully understands the reporting structures and processes in order to cultivate an atmosphere where individuals feel safe and supported when coming forward with a concern or reported incident. By transparently outlining these steps, we aim to demystify the process, eradicate any barriers, as well as eradicate any barriers to seeking help to reporting incidents. Additionally, we pledge to establish and uphold clear, consistent guidelines for addressing reports of hate bias, holding ourselves accountable for maintaining the dignity of our students throughout the integrity of this entire process. Through proactive communication and unwavering accountability, we strive to create a community where everyone feels valued, respected, and protected. We recognize that not all reported incidents, as was mentioned earlier, are the same. Currently, they are reported in the same manner, and we need to do something differently in order to handle each in the unique and specific circumstance that they lie in. Some cases involve more of a district level approach. Other cases should be handled, as mentioned earlier, at the school level. So re-examining our reports and our response will allow for such distinctions to be made. Next slide, please. So the first part of Pillar 2 involves our reporting process. We're proposing that we develop a tiered reporting system to more accurately reflect the situations and more effectively respond to these reported incidents. A 3-level tiered reporting system will include specific steps to take regarding the incident with a better understanding of the context behind the incident through investigation and response. The first level, Level 1, will involve the most severe cases of hate bias and most closely align with the current system that we have in place. We presented earlier on a linear fashion, a flow chart we would call it, of how to respond to hate bias. And these level 1 incidents will be following that process. Those steps include reporting it as a serious incident per our regulation COBRA, which is reporting a serious incident, calling it into the Office of School Support and Wellbeing to be broadcast. Submitting the form that we established last spring, the 226-5 Hate Bias Incident Reporting Form, and documenting the incident. Contacting our MCPD police partners using our Emergency Communication Center, requesting assistance with investigation, and ensuring that our data is aligned. Conducting the investigation with or without police, depending on the circumstance, and providing those supportive measures in place that we have for our victims specifically or our affected groups. Assessing the level of potential threat through our behavioral threat assessment process with our security and our school community, and beginning the process of healing and working to restore those directly involved and impacted, as well as the community at large. An example of a level 1 incident would maybe vandalizing, spray painting the school's marquee sign that includes discriminatory or derogatory language towards a specific group. These incidents have a large impact on our community. They involve people who, whether or not they have students in the building or not, and they're likely criminal by definitions per MCPD. And as we've mentioned in previous, we don't determine whether there's criminality with any of our reported incidents, but we do work with police for their reporting structures to make those determinations. Level 2 of our 3-tiered may include an incident that may not rise to the larger scale of a community impact. It may have taken place in a classroom or on a playground or found in the bathroom stall, but still defined as a hate bias incident and handled accordingly. Steps for a level 2 would include reporting the incident as a serious incident, as with level 1 per regulation COBRA, submitting the hate bias 226-5 form, contacting our MCPD partners. However, this contact might be for consult and to make sure that our data is aligned, but may not necessarily require them coming out to be part of the investigation. Conducting the investigation, supportive measures for our victims and our affected groups, and discussing next steps with regards to any disciplinary action or code of conduct with parents involved, of course. An example of level 2 incident may be a school disruption, a student fight, or a verbal altercation. However, this altercation might involve 2 students where there's elements of hate bias involved. Maybe there's derogatory slurs being mentioned during the school fight. A level 2 incident may also include, for example, a derogatory symbol found underneath a wooden stool in the shop class without the ability to determine who the offender is or how long that might have even been there. It could have been there for 3 or 4 years. Very serious, of course, a process to be followed, but may not rise to that level 1 scale. A level 3 event may include circumstances where on the surface may be offensive and hurtful, but it may not rise to the level of a serious incident, again, per COBRA. The context behind the incident is taken into consideration. These are isolated incidents with minimal disruption to the learning environment, and they're not on a large-scale community event like described in level 1 or even potentially in level 2. These steps will be a school-based investigation with consultation from district leaders where appropriate, an inquiry approach to determine the context behind the behavior in order to best approach the students involved, to seek input from parents about the context and what is going on and some background, and to determine the level of education and awareness needed, including an understanding of the impact of such behaviors and words and actions. An example of level 3 may be an elementary student who's self-proclaimed history buff, who just watched a documentary of World War II on the History Channel. And then when he went into art class, he drew a scene from the war. One of the scene had an airplane on it, and the airplane had a swastika drawn on it. The intent was not hurtful or not harmful per his illustration, but certainly could cause concern and could cause a report. we need to dig into those a little bit more to find out what the intent was and what the context was behind these. In the current system, without the proposal, we would follow the process for that circumstance with the student drawing the airplane in the picture, the same as we would somebody painting derogatory statements on the marquee of a school. We don't think that's right. We don't think that upholds the dignity or the integrity of our students or the process for which it was designed initially to be followed. Students may not even understand the complexities of the impact of their behaviors, whether they're using words that they don't understand. And it's not just an elementary example, but we might have students at the older grade levels who may not understand what they're saying either. So it's not confined level 3 to an elementary example. Going back to our earlier story of Sam, his feelings of not being reported because he didn't feel anyone at the school would care. So this incident likely falls into a level 2 category. It's not level 1. It certainly was hurtful. By definition of hate bias, it certainly falls into that category, and we do have intent by the offenders to be hurtful towards Sam. This may not, however, be considered a community event on a larger scale, but one that would be reported as a serious incident and investigated. This likely would involve police investigation at this school level, especially based on the age of Sam in our scenario, but would be documented by MCPD without students' names so that their data is aligned. Consultation with district leaders would be involved to determine the level of communication needed. So as I mentioned, this three-level tiered approach to handling reported incidents provides an opportunity for the schools and the district to use better judgment, seeking specifics, and to respect the specifics and inclusiveness of each reported case. It includes revising the flow chart that we've shared with this board previously to be sure that we're being more subjective and less linear in our approach. It permits time and space, especially with the level 2s and 3s, to really address the context of what's going on to make good decisions. And it does provide transparency by encouraging a safer reporting structure where when somebody, and we have received reports and feedback from our stakeholders that if I share with you this, I know it's going to be followed to the full tilt and police are going to be involved and letters are going to be home, but I'm just trying to figure out whether or not this is an incident of hate bias. And so it gives us some of that flexibility and that judgment to be able to handle something appropriately without following that linear process. The second part of Pillar 2 and the communications on the right side is our proposal to re-examine our practices around communication, as mentioned earlier. We want to ensure that we're concise in our process, and we want to make sure that we're clear to our communities through this communication process. We plan to reevaluate the decision-making process around when to send home letters to our community, including the timeline for sending them. The tiered reporting system will also be helpful for this in determining the timing of such communications. Once a determination is made to send written communication, the reevaluation will include the drafting of written communication that is clear and concise, providing our communities with the essential information, but also providing meaningful resources to best support the situation being addressed. We've shared our commitments to communication in the past with the presentation when we shared the flow chart. These commitments include transparency and timing, identification of the incident and the targeted group, a declaration of our district stance through either our policy or our board language, resources for our families, and context around the nature of the incident. These commitments that I just listed are not being altered, but the manner in which we articulate these, they'll have flexibility to address the specific school community involved. All of our school communities are different and they're unique, and we want to be accommodating to the schools which are experiencing these harmful events. I will now turn this over to Ms. Frances Frost, who will share Pillar 3 with us.
Good afternoon.
Pillar 3 focuses on our commitment to responding and restoring in the face of challenges, is rooted in the development and adherence to clear and transparent guidelines. These guidelines are designed to ensure culturally responsive, anti-racist, and anti-bias responses across our diverse school communities. We recognize the importance of understanding and addressing specific cultural needs. What one person or group needs may be very different from another person or a group. And our goal is to embed this awareness into every facet of our response strategies. By prioritizing cultural responsiveness, we aim to foster an environment where every individual feels seen, heard, and reported. Through our actions, we strive to not only address incidents effectively, but also to restore trust, promote understanding, and strengthen our community bonds. Next slide, please. In the report, we listed a number of root causes that get in the way of responding effectively. Some of these barriers are addressed in other pillars. Some of the actions start right away. We're already in the process of compiling the different options for support and response to schools after the impact of a hate bias incident. Once all compiled, we will develop a communication plan to ensure everyone understands what the support looks like and how they can access it. We're also working on revising our guidelines for social media usage, walkouts, and protests so that they are clear. We received feedback that these guidelines are confusing and complaints that they were implemented inconsistently last November and December in the aftermath of the October 7th attack in Israel. We will also work collaboratively to develop a culturally responsive communication plan to ensure everyone knows and understands these guidelines. Another action is that we need to strengthen our response or incident command structures when there is an event that impacts students, staff, and families across the district. Our new structure would be clear to all about who is in the room when a decision needs to be made, who needs to be consulted to ensure the decision makers have the best information, and what are the communication structures to ensure everyone gets the appropriate messages. One last action that we wanted to highlight is how to engage elementary students in these conversations about race, culture, and hate bias. The Equity Unit has a program called Study Circles that has had a great deal of success engaging diverse students, staff, and families in dialogue to build relationships across differences, better understand the challenges that participants face, and collaboratively address structural racism and bias in schools. Right before the pandemic, the Equity Unit and Learning Achievement Specialists collaborated to develop a version of this dialogue for 4th and 5th graders. They piloted it at several schools with great success. Students were eager to learn about each other's cultures. They learned the difference between dialogue and debate. They developed the language to discuss their challenges that they were facing and the skills to interrupt bias when they see it happening in their schools. These sessions are also designed to provide teachers a better understanding of their students' cultures, along with skills to better engage their students in these kinds of conversations. As part of this plan, the Equity Unit is expanding training to ensure more elementary schools have the skills and support to engage in these dialogues over the next year. So now I will turn it back to Stephanie Sharon.
So if we go to the last slide, I'm just going to wrap it up. I know we've given you a lot of information and you all have been sitting for quite a while. So just to wrap it up, our goal here, we tried to be very comprehensive with where we were at in the process and the struggles that we were engaging in, because our fundamental goal is to create the coherence, the professional learning, and the accountability structures necessary to reduce these incidences that we are seeing in the reports that we're seeing within MCPS, because fundamentally we want to ensure that all of our students feel safe, valued, seen, and heard. That is our priority. This is ongoing and iterative work. So you heard a lot about the proposal around the tiers. That is not a final draft. We're taking that to our steering committee. We're taking that, once that starts, we're going to be taking it to the groups to make sure that we're capturing and getting that investment from our community along the way as well. So our goal is to have an inclusive environment. We want everyone's identities to be respected, and we look forward to continuing to engage in this work with both the Board of Education, our staff, and our community. And I'll turn it over now to the board for questions and discussion.
Mr. Said.
Yeah, so that was a fantastic presentation. I think you guys, I really like how, you didn't just take the issue and then try to address it. You broke it down, you looked at every single piece, you split into pillars. I think that's extremely effective. And, seeing the response strategies, the communication strategies, the prevention strategies, I think they're really relevant to what I do see as issues, in my time as a student. So I think that was really solid. All I really have is, a couple quick recommendations. One of them was, I think it may have been Pillar 1 where we were talking about this campaign of outreach we're doing. I think one thing that'd be really impactful is maybe student assemblies in schools that are specifically addressing hate bias. I know that when you do an assembly, when you tell the kids like, okay, we're going to come here during the school day, kids know that it's serious and they know it's something big. And if we can have an effective assembly with all the students that are in middle and high schools, I think that could be really an impactful way to educate students. And then just generally get as much student input on, these plans as possible. Make sure that students are at least giving feedback or at least giving some general input on, okay, here's our response plan. And students can say, oh, I remember an incident where the response was like this. Maybe it could have been more like that, and, kind of give you guys that input. So I think that would be really helpful. And yeah, those are my main suggestions. The only last one I have is more of just kind of like, a general caution. I really do like the tiered system. My only worry is I don't want an issue that may be really, really big for some stakeholders or big to some people, not others, to then be moved to a lower tier, and then people are saying this is a severe incident. My thought was I think we should have a severe tier and a moderate tier, and all of the level 2 that you guys have should just go directly to level 1. And then if it's a criminal case, you just get the police involved and they'll deal with the criminal aspect. But it feels like when you have severe, moderate, and kind of not, I think all the moderate cases should be considered severe, because when you're dealing with hate bias, in and of itself, it's a severe incident. It's a severe problem, and we know that it's really bad. We've had a giant jump, as we know, in the incidents, as the data showed. So my suggestion would just be, say severe, or if it's something where it's like maybe accidental, you find out, or, something just generally like, oh, they didn't actually mean to do it, that could be a different level. But I would say elevate everything that is a hate bias incident as a severe incident, just so we don't cross into that dangerous territory. So those would be my recommendations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sammy. You always provide us great, especially on how we're engaging the kids. I do just want to make a comment that, because I don't want anyone to leave the table thinking this, that whether it's 1 or 2 or 3, we are taking all of the incidences that get reported very seriously. And the biggest difference that we're exploring between 1 and 2 is not that we don't treat it with the same severity. Some of it is around how we're communicating the incident to the broader community, the difference between 1 and 2 based on the impact that it has had, versus like, did this impact the entire school? Did this impact 2 students, right? Yeah. What would the difference look like in the communication there? So it's something that we're grappling with right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry, real quick. And I definitely appreciate that. I think that that's an important piece. Yeah, the only thing I was thinking is just how the community will see it if you say, oh, this is a level 1 or this is a level 2, but I did see the responses are generally the same in terms of procedures, so I appreciated that. So just a consideration. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Evans?
Yes, so this is a great start. Really important that we do this work. I think back to the story or scenario that Mr. Edmondson shared about the student seeing a movie and then going back and drawing, and then us having the conversation about where this all came from, or just kind of getting more information. I think is really important. I see Ms. Oliver Gary in the audience, that the work that she's going to be doing or is doing in the system to help embed information in our curriculum so that our students could be more informed, because watching that movie or show, he would know that from being educated in our system. And then I think strongly about, I'm thinking about what the comments that Ms. Frost made in her area. I think it's really important that as we try to respect people's freedom, our students' freedom of speech, and we allow them to peacefully protest, I do think it's really important that we put parameters in place so students can know where we draw the line in terms of them, using their voices, because oftentimes our thoughts might in turn impact or affect other students, and or staff. And I think it's also important that we share that with our families, right? So that way that they're informed, they know what's going on, so they can have the conversation in advance with their students and or afterwards, right? So this is real good work that we're doing. For some, it may sound like it's late, right? But better late than never. And then I just will, I think it'll be important that we continue to connect with our community partners that can, in fact, inform us, right, in the areas where we may not be up to speed, because that was something that we had committed to be able to do. And then I heard us talk about the groups that we're going to have, right? And so the feedback that the board gets a lot is that people are coming to the groups and they feel like decisions are already made or decided. So if there's any way that we could in advance, share the framework and the thinking, not saying that we don't do that, but if people are better prepared to come knowing what the conversation is going to look like, what the topics are going to be discussed, they can add value and or have an idea of what we're thinking about doing. But we do hear that a lot. I know that oftentimes that may not be the intent, but that's how it comes across. So however we can let our community know that if we're asking them to devote their time and talents, that we're actually going to utilize it in the way that they're expecting, and that will be helpful to the system. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Mrs. Modrowski.
Yes, thank you for taking time to present this to us and the work that you're doing on it. I guess kind of my question is, we talk about accountability. I feel like we're talking about accountability as us as a school system, and how our directors are holding our principals accountable and our principals are holding our teachers accountable, and that kind of, but I don't see any indication of student accountability in here. And so to use your young man's as an example, he goes and he does tell somebody. What happens to the kid who did that?
Oh, too many.
Oh, I was like, wow, that never happened before. Very good question. And it really depends on how that thought or desire to impart hate was manifested. And what I mean by that is it really has to do with the code of conduct, right? So it was referenced, right, that there were some modifications made to the code of conduct. And I just went back and did a control F on hate. And so specifically, I want to address like that. So we now identify where hate falls in taking a traditional incident from, say, a level 1 to a level 5, right? So what I mean by this is if you have, it depends on what the child actually did, to answer your question. So if, for example, you had something that was disruption, which in many cases is a level 1. It does not rise to a suspension or recommendation for extended suspension, right, 45 days. But if it is motivated by hate and it is largely disruptive, then that puts it up the scale to a level 5. So in the Code of Conduct, for example, on page 13, 17, and 19, with disruption, destruction of property, and bullying, you can see that on the continuum, hate will bring it to a level 5, potentially. So it really depends on what the student did, right? Is it a student who just drew that symbol of hate because he watched Raiders Lost Ark or something the night before?
I think intent is important.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's intent, but it's also the impact, right? The scale of that impact, so on and so forth. So it really has to do, we really do ask folks to apply the code of conduct and to go through that collaborative decision-making process with staff when it is applied.
So what was the young man's name? Max? Sam. So again, what happens to the kid who was reported of having done that? Sure. And how does Sam know about it?
Sure. So
Sam feel better?
So, good question. All right. So, good question here. So, if Sam were to have reported this, right, whether it doesn't matter if Sam or his parents, and I know if Greg wants to assist because he's a specialist in this, but if Sam or his mother don't want to report it, right, or say a teacher or a staff member heard what is described in this, they need to report it. So, it will be reported. Once it is reported, right, then we go through the process, and the administration is going to receive that report, and they're going to follow the flow chart that we don't have before us, but we've shared previously. And so there's going to be, some initial query. I think some of the tiered things that Mr. Edmondson was speaking about is, in the case of right now, here's what happens right now. For that 5-year-old or 6-year-old who may have said that to the student, say it was a first grade or something in elementary school, that is going to automatically be reported to Montgomery County Police, and they very well likely may send out an officer to an elementary school to see if that was a hate crime, right? And I am not excusing any of this behavior, right? None of it is acceptable. But it may be, according to child development psychologists, developmentally appropriate, right? Little kids are going to say things they may not fully understand, conceptualize, or understand their impact. So under the current system, Ms. Mondrowski, that's going to be checked out. Is it a crime? Is it not a crime? It is going to be logged into the Montgomery County database without the student who potentially committed the offense's name, right? And then if the police clear it, then we will follow our code of conduct and issue a disciplinary disposition to the student who was identified if, in fact, that investigation proved to bear fruit and the allegations were correct. So what would the consequence be? Without looking at the code of conduct in this specific case, it could be restorative. Ultimately, we want kids to be able to learn. What we don't want to do is suspend a kid who is 7, 8, 9, 10 years old who said that without learning, right, from that mistake and not doing it again. We are a learning institution. So even when children do things that are wrong, we want to hold them with care. We want to teach them. We want to explain to them why it's not okay. We may educate them. There may be like a little mini research project on the history of that word. There could be any number of things. Could be a letter. It could be more of a traditional disciplinary response, right?
After school detention.
Could be after school detention.
Do we have that?
Could be sure.
Because I think that's a powerful tool.
We have lunch detention. We have lunch detention. We have lunch detention. You know, you can do certain things with privileges at the younger ages and things of that nature. So yes, it can be. It's not an either or.
Can I just jump in?
Can't skip lunch.
I just want to emphasize is, I mean, you can look at any document, right? And you can look at gradations, like, that's very technical, right? When you're looking at a document, you're looking at a code of conduct. And one of the things that actually we talk about in our meetings, because I just heard both Ms. Mondrowski and Damon talk about, a lot of times there's not intent, right? There might not be intent, but one of the ground rules that we exhibit in a lot of our meetings, just when we're talking about race, when we're talking about hate bias, one of the ground rules, norms that we use as adults is to say, intent versus impact. So I might not intend to offend you, but there's still an impact there. The nuance and the complexity behind engaging in this work is that regardless if Sam, right, and the other little boy, maybe the little boy didn't know what the word meant, maybe, whatever, there's a gradation of consequences there. There still was harm done to the child, right? Regardless if the other child, they didn't know. And a lot of times, sometimes when you're engaging in these conversations with parents, well, they didn't know that. So they should, it is so important for us as a community to really wrap our heads and hearts around the fact that this is not just technical work. This is not just like, well, if you did this, you get an after-school detention. If you get this, you're going to get suspended. Because at the end of the day, we know that a lot of times those consequences, that's not actually fixing the problem. And that's why we have designed that whole third pillar to really be around when an incident happens, because we hear this from the community, right? They don't necessarily know what the consequences, right? They don't know what the consequences that happened to that child, right? and then they feel left, they are left feeling with a lack of resolution, right? And a lack of,
like, we don't care.
Closure.
Of closure and healing from that. And I think we have to be really cognizant that sometimes we have to move past just, we gave the consequence, or we sent the letter, or we did this, but how are we really thinking about how we're repairing the harm that might have happened to an entire community or even just one child? But that's complex, because what might heal your harm might look very different than what's gonna heal his harm. So that's the ongoing and the struggle behind the work that we have to constantly be grappling with. Sorry, Greg, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I hadn't said anything, so there's no interruption.
He's like, I hadn't started yet.
I will say that, and maybe we didn't articulate this, but all three of the level tiers, and whether they go to 2 or 3, will always have the supportive measures part. They will have the code of conduct if appropriate, and they're going to have the restorative pieces to possibly, and sometimes it's not appropriate to bring in the restorative pieces, but sometimes it is. I think what we can do better, and I think what I'm hearing is we can add more to Pillar 3 with regards to responding to flush that part out a little bit more within, as we're sharing out with externals. I do know, and the feedback that I personally receive when I'm on the phone with schools and with parents sometimes is we have to provide more victim assistance, whether it's short-term, and then we say we come to closure and we come to good, but what's the follow-up down the line? What's the 2-week check-in, the 4-week check-in with a victim or a group? If there was an incident with our GSA group at the school, what's the follow-up to make sure that it's not just closed, but that people are okay and they're moving forward in a healthy manner? So I think we can flesh it out more with
Well, it's just, I want to offer that you all work with the Policy Management Committee if that is something that needs to be done, because we review these policies supposedly every 3 years, but obviously we can't because we have so many of them. But these things are fluid and they're ongoing, and maybe we do need some stronger enforcement so that our principals can have consistency in what the actions that they take, because we've spelled it out for them. So just want to offer that as a suggestion. I'd love for us to look at some of these policies that you all listed here and really decide, are we getting the impact or the effect that we intended when we put the policy together? So thank you.
Ms. Harris, I'm going around this way.
Yeah, thank you for this. And one of the things I do want to build on what Ms. Menendowski was saying was I think we have to be really, really clear to be very developmentally appropriate in all of this work. And never presume or assume, but actually take the time to ask the questions and involve the families. And please tell me that in the situation here where a second grader called another kid the N-word, in your examples here, that would be reported to, please tell me nobody's going to let a police officer come in and talk to that kid without their parents being there.
That's why we're proposing the tiers, is because we have this linear approach, and we have had incidents where elementary school has been calling our ACC. The original construct was that our data was so misaligned last year between the police and the schools, and so we included the Emergency Communication Center in order to have our data more aligned. But an unintentional consequence, as we mentioned, was that they're sending out an officer to kind of figure out, is this, do you need me or not, type of thing, and we do not want that situation, and so that's why these tiers are being developed.
No. Hard no.
Guys, turn off the lights so Mr.
I do want to be clear, right, that the officers are coming out, anything to see here, right? They're kind of doing a general assessment if this is a crime or not. They're not going to interrogate a 5, 6, 7, no, but not, even at the high school level, there needs to be a call to the parent with the administrator in the room, and if the parent agrees for the police to speak to their child, even if the child is not a potential offender, but maybe a witness to something, then the administrator must stay in the room while that occurs, okay? I think what Mr. Edmondson is speaking to, and I just want to go back to the tiered thinking here, is that whether you have one of the most hateful images or symbols spray painted on a school's marquee, right? Or you have a student who's 5 say a word that they don't understand on the playground, we are treating both of those the exact same way right now, right? So this is what we're talking about in terms of making that approach. One of the things that we've heard from our elementary principals who are wrestling with this in ways that they did not wrestle with this prior to the pandemic, whereas the high school and secondary principals may be more used to this, is former high school principal, walk the high school hall and hear the N-word used by 2 African-American students. It's a term of endearment or perfectly accepted, right? If I were to follow what we have in writing, that's all you see what I'm saying here? Like, we would be reporting that as a potential hate crime or an incident that the police would then, under the current system, potentially investigate. So this is the distinction between this tiered or this continuum that we're trying to articulate based on some of the changes that we made as a district in partnership with our police partners a couple of years ago.
I mean, this is not easy work, but, you know, you've said it's not work we're doing in a bureaucratic way. We're doing it because we want to create the kind of environments and spaces that people feel safe and welcome in. And so, but I do want to emphasize too. We keep hearing about kids in their schools feeling like they're experiencing hate bias incidents regularly, coming home from school crying. Their parents saying that the kids tell their teachers, and the teachers say that's no big deal, or internalizing we need to close the circle for every one of these kids. And that means, people have to be willing to say, I am really sorry that happened to you. Even if, if they weren't the one, or, they can't effectively, really do it as an investigation, we need to close the circle for everybody and make kind of this non-negotiable understanding among all of our staff, because we are all mandatory reporters. And when kids say, well, I told somebody and they told me that's just the way they talk, or don't take it personally, or whatever, that's not it. And that is not closing the circle for that kid. And so we need to get a far better grasp on all of that, which is, again, I'm not suggesting that's easy in any stretch. But one of my So, first of all, appreciate Mr. Saeed saying, when we're talking about the students and, the idea for an assembly, I firmly believe that the way to get around the student side eye around any of this is that they need to be co-creating a lot of this. And especially when they're talking about their own experience. So you want your trans student to be hip to shoulder co-creating this kind of hate bias information, and this is what the experience is, and this is what it means when you say that. Same thing with our Jewish students. They need to be co-creating this work, both for themselves and others, because when we say what have we done before, revised all district-wide mandatory employee compliance training, but was that done in conjunction with the communities that are experiencing some of these issues? Were they part of the revision of that? Did they help beta test it? And did we have employees kind of beta test it and say, well, this is not engaging, this is box checking, or wow, that was really powerful, because we want them to say that was really powerful. But you're not going to get there if, unless we are really co-creating all of this work with the communities that are impacted and with kind of the intended audience sort of beta testing it before it goes live to the masses. I think that's critical. And also, we have talked about earlier today, a lot of the impacted communities have been coming forward generously for months saying, let us help you do this, because this is not your area of expertise, but it is ours.
Right.
And we want to help you. And that has to also be embraced. We cannot be creating all of this ourselves, because we don't have that expertise, and we have to embrace what the communities who experience it are bringing to the table to help us do better. There's that. I do think, too, we want to get around the perception among some that if an incident is handled at the school, it means we're not taking it seriously. And what we need to get around is what's really appropriate to handle this incident. And I don't know how you get people to say, well, flip it around. If that was your kid, who's somebody, how would you want them to be, approached, whether if they were the one, the receiving end or the delivering end? How would you want them to be engaged? How would you want them to be treated before people are saying, and you're never going to make everybody happy, but I do think we need to message very carefully that if we're handling something in the school, it's because that's the appropriate way and the developmentally appropriate way to handle some things. Acknowledging that sometimes people aren't going to be happy unless it's on the front page of the news. But, and then a question to, you mentioned hate bias steering committee, internal and external. Is that getting ready to be created, or?
Yes, I'm going to, Dr. Alston's team is leading that, and we're about to send invitations out. But before I turn it over to you, I did just want to respond to two things that you said. I think that just resonated with me when you were speaking. And one, you were just talking about, when you use terms like handled at the school, that sends a message to people that you're not really doing anything about it. Sammy brought up a really good point when he was talking to say, well, if you have these 3 levels, people think if they're level 3, you're not taking it seriously. It's all in how we communicate it. And so this is a prime example of saying what our intent is versus what the impact of what people are hearing might be very different. So we have to be really cognizant, and I think that's why it is so critically important that we are working with our stakeholders so that we're not unintentionally creating harm based on some of the things that we're saying. And then, go ahead.
Thank you.
Absolutely. In regards to the groups, and so it's important to recognize that hate bias came directly out of the anti-racist action plan as well as the audit. So as we look at reestablishing those groups, there would be 2 groups for each. One would be a core group and one would be a feedback group. We recognize that not every member is able to devote the time of a monthly meeting to participate in a group. And so maybe they're interested, but would like to be a part of a feedback group where we say, here are something that we're thinking about, we need your feedback on this, we email that out, and you're able to give us feedback, right? Contrary, there may be some individuals that say, yes, I do have the availability to meet on a monthly basis. And so I'm interested in being a part of that core team that meets on a more regular basis, face-to-face to engage. So we're offering those opportunities and those options to community groups. We wanted to wait until after this meeting to make sure we were okay before we sent it out.
So certainly, I just wanted to say that this is the right work, and I appreciate all of the work that has been poured into this. It is iterative, and we'll have to adjust as we go along, and I appreciate that we don't just rush into it, but we take the feedback, we look at the situations, and we make revisions to the plan as needed. So thank you for all of your work with regards to that. I also just wanted to, I have a question, but also I didn't want anyone to walk away from this meeting thinking that when you hear to perhaps Black students using the N-word, that is always a term of endearment, because that is not the case. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then I just wondered about communicating. And so how will we take the next iteration of this and communicate it ensure that in a way that ensures that our families understand this work?
Thank you. Mr. Varavan.
Yeah, no, thank you. I know it's getting late, but I just wanted to say a few words. When you gave us the 337 incidents, that was a period of 2 weeks?
No, year.
That was a year. That's
okay.
this school year.
Okay,
337.
because it says as of March 6th.
Because that's when we pulled the data every week.
I just wanted to be clear, because somebody texted me and who's watching, and they were like having palpitations. So
that was this school year.
Okay, so this school year. And out of those 337, the breakdown is 60% race and so on and so forth. So we obviously have an issue with race. Okay. What I wanted to say is, so, I was at Clarksburg High School. They've been having a lot of fights incidents, a lot of it. And there was a sticky note on one of the young persons that I shared actually with Dr. Felder. Is that what you allowed is what will continue. And I think young people are feeling to the point that we're not holding kids accountable for their actions. And I'm hearing that from principals, I'm hearing that from students, and I'm hearing that from teachers. And teachers, one of the number one thing they're saying is, I don't feel safe. So as much as I welcome this plan, even though it's 2 years after our Roy, it's like you say, better late than never. I cannot help to think, though, how this parallel works with our staff. Because one of the things that staff keeps saying is, we are broken, we are exhausted. And how, because you cannot help young kids if you are not whole. Like, you cannot do the work and give your all if you don't feel safe. If you were the victim of sexual bias, or if you were, like we had issues, right, in our system with all the issues we have had, that I'm not going to go into, but everybody knows what I'm talking about. But how can we ask the adults in our system, right, to do this work without us doing the work with them first? And I want to see a plan like this for our 25, almost 1,000 employees who are just as diverse, right? Who might be the recipients of hate bias as well. Because they need to feel good and safe and welcome and part of the community and invested before they can actually give 100% to our kids to be able to do this kind of work. So for me, it's a twofold. It's doing the work with our staff, and then and healing them in a sense, and it's doing the work with our young people. So then I'm looking at the code of conduct, right? And the only place I really found is under the bullying and harassment on page 19, that it says maybe consider bullying or harassment. And that is, something we might want to look at it, because may is so vague, right? It's not really specific. So I'm thinking about the example you gave, but I'm thinking about what happened to Richard Montgomery last week with the swastika, and that they identify whoever did it and so on. So for me, that example is, what level is that, right? And the other component is, MCPS cannot do this by themselves. This is not, unique to a solution that MCPS has to come up with. So we have the Department of Juvenile Justice, we have the state's attorneys, we have the police, because they're the ones who actually do the actual charges. The judges are the ones who do the judging. They're the ones who impose, whatever repercussions is going to happen to this young person. It's not us. But yet, we're the ones that are always under the magnifying glass saying, what did you guys do? So for me, this is like, how are we going to connect all those dots so that all the stakeholders who are supposed to be part of this, right? Because this is not just unique, or it should be the lifting of Montgomery County Public Schools, right? It's the parents, it's everybody else that plays a role into how we're then going to work with all these agencies to make this happen. Because the last thing I want is for a kindergarten to get a knock at his door with a police officer, right? Saying that, that's, because people are going to be like, is that what's going to happen? That's not what's going to happen. I think this is a great way for us to address the elephant in the room that we've been dealing with for so many years, that we do have biases and we do have issues of discrimination. I was the recipient of it in MCPS schools. And it was kind of, as my colleague Ms. Harris said, it was like, oh, did he mean it? They're just fooling around. That's not really what they meant. I mean, wetback is really not that bad, right? So for me, it has to have teeth. It has to have, there has to be repercussions. We have to hold, accountability. And what does that look like in a fair way? Because we are such a diverse community. And I just want us to take everybody who plays a role into account, from the cafeteria worker who has an accent where kids make fun of her, to the bus driver who also might have an accent or slur speech, or, or has somebody who's handicapped, somebody who does sign language. I mean, it has to be a component of all the ingredients. But again, our staff needs to be at a very healthy space to be able to do that. So I just want to know what the plan is for that as well. But thank you for doing the work.
So you said a lot of really wonderful and awesome stuff that probably don't have an answer to everything that you said today. And I'm going to add that to the great feedback that you gave the other day. But I do want to reflect on the fact that we know, outside of just this plan, right, that we're presenting today, that we heard that loud and clear from the adults in our community through our anti-racist audit. We have heard that repeatedly, and that is part of the ongoing work that we need to do, and that is work that we all must be invested in. I mean, I will say, just for example, I mean, the equity unit put together an Honoring Humanity professional learning opportunity. It was kind of, it's on hate bias. It was for adults. The adults were all sitting around, they loved it, but they're crying and like exposing their own trauma experiences that they've just had throughout their life. I mean, and not even outside of MCPS, that shapes how we interact with the children, just like you said. That all factors in, and sometimes the beauty of all of the diversity that we have in this district with both the staff and the students, also, although it's amazing and a huge benefit, it creates complexity, right? And how we interact and how sometimes those interactions can go awry. And I don't have an answer to everything that you said, but I think that that is exactly what we need to be asking ourselves as we are continuing on this work.
Ms. Yang?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And I am glad today to hear that you talk about intention, analyze each case separately to see the intention, then come up with plan. I have, there are 3 pillars, so I have some follow-up questions. So pillar 1 is prevention, right? So I want you talk about you are going to come up with the glossary and mandatory hate and bias learning within in the summer for all the staff. And I think that is important, but I also want to know how we are doing it, what exactly we are addressing it. Because let me give you an example, right? I am I'm not a member anymore, but I was the original founder of the Asian American Student Achievement Action Group, right? A mouthful. But when that idea was proposed, our MCPS staff said, why? Why do you need a group? And the message behind it, I felt that was a microaggression that perpetuate the invisible minority notion that we already have. In education, we so often use achievement as the sole indicator in assessing students, that we at times discounted their cultural, language, and other barriers they experience. But if we are honest, looking at the data as we are at the board table, if only 50% of that group is achieving 4th and 5th grade reading and math benchmark, and you are discounting the whole group, then that is very troublesome. So what kind of training can we do? Can we get everyone on the page that truly be an inclusive community that we're supposed to be?
So as we look at the training is designed not to be that of a module or computer-based. So we currently have our compliance modules, which are computer-based, and that's not what we're speaking of for this. This is face-to-face, engaged communications, conversations, small group dialogues that are being held. And so the professional learning is not just on the glossary that you mentioned. The intent is that we're talking about hate bias, the impact that it has, how it impacts not just staff, but students, emotionally, physically, psychologically. And so that is intended for a couple of sessions. The first looking at for our administrators, that mandatory piece being immediately during the summer, and then for all staff after that once we return back to school.
So it's a one-time thing? Or?
No, not a one-time thing. It's an ongoing. One-time PDs don't work.
Okay.
Right? And so the intent is this is an ongoing, but the start is over the summer and the beginning of the school year. But by no means is it a one-time thing. And also, we're also in the process of developing additional professional learnings that are optional as a follow-up, because you may be sparked by something that you've heard and you want to learn more about because you didn't know. Right? And so incorporating those pieces as well. But the intent is not a one and done. The intent is that it's ongoing throughout the year and continuous from years to come.
So I just got to add on to one more thing, Ms. Yang, because you bring up such a good point, right, of how systemic some of this is. And Dr. Alston said, you know, a one and done training, I mean, even if you do a one and done training on curriculum, I mean, the research shows that that's not going to be where you get the most bang for your buck. This is really about working on the systemic structures within our district, which is hard. So this is going to have to be work that we carry on in all of our spaces. It needs to be embedded in the school improvement plan. We have a culture and climate goals that are required in the school improvement plan. How are we supporting our principals to have dialogues and conversations with their staff when these incidences come up? How are we supporting staff and being able to engage with the kids? It has to be ongoing. It can't just be one and done. But it has to be embedded into our culture as a system, and that's hard. But what I will say, if I'm going to bring you back in your mind to the beginning of the presentation where I said you're going to see some technical fixes that we're going to be putting in right away, and then that adaptive just challenges, and you all here, which is awesome, are really digging into those deep challenges that we have to face, that we are going to have to continue to struggle and grapple with as an organization, because it's something we all have to own.
So I think partially is in our view of the world that the importance of making all our students and family feel seen. And I think that if we can have the mindset of that and listening, that will be very helpful. Now, for your pillow 2, I'm wondering for reporting, because I want to talk about the student and the teacher piece, or the staff piece. So for a student like Sam, he already doesn't want to report. So if I don't want to report, I don't want to spend time to find a trusted adult to say it. Are there any other ways that this can be captured? Because he only went home, told his parents or guardians. He didn't tell anyone at school. So what is the use to have forms and links or tiers if he doesn't even share that with anyone? So are there any measures, good practice that can say these kind of things will be captured?
So I'll just respond. I mean, the simple answer is we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah.
So how do we remove that barrier?
Yeah.
And I think if a child experiences something and never shares it with anybody, or we don't capture it on a video, or we don't hear it as a bystander, how do we find out? Hopefully they share it with their parents. Their parents can come and support or report it to the school. But we also have anonymous reporting protocols that we do have in place, and we are sharing with students, where they can report an incident through the Lighthouse or through Maryland Safe Schools, so that we can get that. But it's and those, again, the technical, but how do we have a culture within our school, would be my response, that it's not just Sam who experiences it, but a friend of his sees how he's upset about this and can get involved.
Can I make a suggestion?
Of course.
But I don't know whether it's workable. If you ask a bystander student or a student to go to a safe school, website or link or whatever, then these are kids. They're walking from one classroom to another classroom. They hear this. They have 5 minutes, right? And they were like, oh my God, I have to fill out this form. I don't know whether they would do it, right? But if you say, at my school, there is a two-line Google phone, I say, I overheard this at this hallway, and this is what I heard. Maybe they're more likely to do it anonymously to someone at this.
You're holding up the,
Yeah.
we do have an app that we're
Yeah.
trying to get out to as many people.
Yeah,
the Safe
because
Student app.
it's, yeah. Right, so I just feel.
Montgomery County Safe Student, yes, Safe Student app.
Right here on your
Say it
phone.
again.
It's right there on your phone, the Safer Student app, the Stronger Student app that we can download for free on all of our phones.
Yeah, so I promoted that, but I still see that very few of our students actually subscribe to it. So it has to be, students are more likely to do things that are local, less likely to do things that's system-wide, right? I'm in Miss K's class, I'm more likely to say, Miss K, I heard this, it was terrible, right? So, that is, I think we need to think about that. Yeah.
I agree with you, Ms. Yang, and I think one of the other things we have to think about is the bigger picture. So when I heard the story about Sam, one of the first things that came to my mind is Sam's 10 years old, I believe, that we shared that Sam was 10 in elementary school, and I thought, wow, he's a fifth grader. I consider those babies still. At 5th grade, he already has the perception that adults are not going to help take care of him. So I think bigger than having a reporting mechanism is what are the structures and processes that we're putting in place to make sure that the students feel that we care and that we're actually going to follow through with what we say we're going to do for them, right? And some of it might be miscommunication, right? But and there's complexities around that as well. But how are we ensuring that students' environment that they come to every day is one where they feel safe and supported? I think beyond doing a technical, and that's the deeper work, right? That's the harder work, because at the end of the day, Sam probably had some experiences where maybe he reported something and then nothing was done, right? Or he did not close the loop. I think we were talking about. He didn't get no one was checking up on him. No one was making sure that he was feeling safe, right? So how do we create those structures to ensure that's happening? Because at 10 years old to already feel that way, that to me is profound.
Yeah, you said it, yeah. So then let's talk about the staff piece, right? You say, let's close the loop, let staff do it. Now, I'm a staff member in the building. If in elementary school, I'm with this group of kids every single minute, right, during their school day, right? My day is going. If I'm in the secondary schools, transition between classes is 5 minutes. Yes. Okay, so if I hear something that's not outright outrageous, but that certainly maybe is microaggression, right? What incentive do I have to fill out a form, using my 5 minutes to fill out a form, and what do I have to do after I report this? Do I have the bandwidth to do it? Now, do I just add an additional thing for myself to do? Right, if the student who is receiving this microaggression, like, just lower their head and move on, and the other student just like not even aware of it, so do I add another thing on my plate to do? So I want to know what's incentive for staff to do other than I'm doing the right thing, and what time and space are we creating for them to do such a thing?
Are you referring to the staff or the students?
A staff. So I'm a teacher overhearing a microaggression comment. Okay, so should I report it? Should I address it with the students? Okay, if I report it, then am I adding things on my plate to do? What's expected of me to how to handle this situation? What incentive do I have to, other than doing the
microaggression or a hate bias incident?
It can be both. It can be either, right? A hate and bias, maybe, yes. I have, right? So what incentive do I have to?
So I'll be honest with you, Ms. Yang, and I'm just coming at this from my perspective, right? So I'm going to say this from Stephanie Sharon's perspective.
Yeah.
Your incentive is that your job as the educator is to make sure that every single one of your kids in that classroom feels safe, valued, seen, and heard.
Yeah.
So my incentive is that if I see harming happening in my classroom, then that's going to impact the wellness and the ability of my children to be able to engage in teaching and learning. So the ultimate incentive is that that's my job.
And if I could just add to that, you are an employee of Montgomery County Public Schools. It is an expectation. You don't get extra brownie points for doing it. It is an expectation.
Then
And they can handle it right away, because, I mean, student safety is our ultimate goal. And if the child is hurting,
Right.
I mean, somehow you deal with it right away to make sure the child has the supports that they need.
Then
Call for
how?
backup.
Then how do we get our staff to that place? Because we know that's not,
And that's part of our training, right? We have to make
Right.
sure our staff understand that they're mandated reporters.
Right.
This is
So
part of being a
maybe-
mandated reporter.
so maybe for outright hate and bias, staff are more inclined to do it or should be doing it. I'm not insinuating that this is not an expectation of our system, but I'm thinking about practicality in the school buildings. But if something minor, like during COVID, the students share with me, people say, ooh, okay, and then walk backward, right? And things like that. And those are microaggression behaviors, right? So a staff member look at it, and it was reported, it wasn't addressed. But maybe the staff member is not equipped to address. Maybe the staff member say, I need to get ready for the next period, guys, and you need to move out. My next class is coming. So I just think that we have an expectation for professionalism, but we also have to figure out ways that it's doable for our teachers and equip them. And they also know that if they deal with this, they have backup support in dealing with this. Right?
No, I agree, Ms. Yang. And then, one thing I'm going to emphasize, though, is that we are providing that professional learning to teachers to give them those experiences, because we did hear through the anti-racist audit that we actually heard from our community and from teaching staff that some teaching staff don't feel equipped to address those issues when they happen in the classroom. And we actually heard a lot from our community that the community is concerned that there's adults in the classrooms that aren't equipped to be able to have those conversations. So as part of our ongoing professional learning and as part of the mandatory component of our professional learning, we are going to be engaging in some scenario-based activities with them to help them practice.
For your Pillar 3, I have one clarifying question. You say study circles for students in grade 4 and 5th and training the teachers. Why grade 4 and 5th?
Yeah.
What happened to the
So-
secondary?
Yep, and so for our secondary students, we have the Culture of Respect modules. That's a secondary lesson. That starts in 6th grade. So we're looking at what are the things that we would in place in the elementary level to support. And so that's why that particular piece spoke on 4th and 5th grade for our student dialogues. However, we do use study circles in all levels, but specifically the student dialogue was for 4th and 5th grade.
Culture of respect modules, how often, how long, are they different content for different grade levels?
It's the same content, 6 through 12. It's a 30-minute module on the computer that they take asynchronously.
So they do this every year, like a refresher?
Yeah, every year we rebuild it, yes. With-
Oh, every year
With
it's a-
updated content.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you for that clarification. Thank you. I know this is difficult work, and it's a system of 25,000 employee, 160,000 students. So, but I think I'm proud that we are engaging in this work. So I want you to know that you are supported and appreciated for doing this work.
If I may, in the interest of time, I'm just going to make some comments rather than questions. Like my colleagues have said, we need to, this is a good start. Really need to continue to support, to train and give our staff, teachers and principals and everyone in the building the tools so that they know how to react appropriately. And the principals as well, when they do have an incident that affects the whole school, how to address it, how to talk to the parents, how to restore how to restore the school is not easy, not easy. So support for everybody, principals and educators as well. I'm glad to hear about the culture of respect. I don't know about study circles. That's very intensive. I don't know how much we can replicate it across the whole system, but you do. So if you say you're going to do that, there must be a good reason for it. But I guess my point is, there's a lot going on in our society, right? If a child is bringing a hateful word to school, they're hearing it either in the community or at home. We can only do what we can control in the school. So setting expectations in the culture of respect, I think we're setting the expectation. When you come to school, these are the expectations for respecting your peers, your teachers, and so forth. So just being clear from the youngest grades, you might be hearing stuff at home, but when you're in this building, you will respect your peers, you will respect your elders. And so encourage us to have those mandatory conversations at all levels with our students, with however you deem appropriate for the grade levels. And that just in this presentation, would like to have heard more on the response. So just some feedback for future. Still, maybe we can follow up with Ms. Sharon for me to better understand what the response looks like in different scenarios. You gave the elementary school. I want to hear when it was egregious and what the response was in that case. So thank you. Ms. Harris, real quickly, and we need to wrap up. We're going to take a break after this section.
Yeah, what I'd like to ask for in follow-up, not for answering right now, is how we need to get from a sense of this is one more thing to do to a place where this is the way we do things. And, I'd like to hear more about what sort of external expertise we're bringing to bear on the training. I'd like to know about how we're going to roll out this training, how we're going to ensure it is really engaging and effective and is co-created with the community that experiences these hate by incidents. But also, so we got 25,000 employees who are from all around the world. They embody everything that they bring with them from their culture, their religions, their ethnicities and their experiences, but that also means they also bring every single variant of hate bias you can imagine with them. And when you have an employee who has deeply ingrained biases and bigotries, and you're providing this training, I want to hear later how we are really digging down to make sure we have the expertise we need to make whatever kind of influencing we need to make on those employees, because I don't want to see employees with these biases and bigotries harming others, whether it's fellow employees, whether it's kids, and that's the work, right? That's the work, because we know it's out there, because we're all human. And so how we are going to do the best that we can with the resources we have, so.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the presentation. Very important work, and I appreciate the update. As I stated, we are going to take a 15-minute break. Sorry, folks, but we've been going since 9 a.m. So it is 6:10 right now. So let's come back at 6:25. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to resume with our meeting, moving on with agenda item number 9, items of legislation. We'll ask Ms. Patty Armstrong to come to the table.
I think I can officially say good evening now. We're at that point. President Silvestre, Dr. Felder, members of the board. I'm here to present a couple legislative positions. Just want to give you a quick update of where we are. So we're about a little more than 2/3 of the way through our legislative session. Yesterday was crossover day. So that is the day by which bills have to cross from one chamber to the other to guarantee a hearing in the other chamber. It doesn't mean that bills can't come forward after that. There's just another step in the process. They have to go through the Rules Committee, so it just makes their path a little more difficult. I have a couple bills to present to you today. We'll start with House Bill 500, Institutions of Higher Education Dually Enrolled Students. This bill alters the definition of a dually enrolled student to include non-public school students and homeschooled students in the county. So currently, this MCPS pays the tuition, a portion of the tuition for students, public school students who are dually enrolled at an institution of higher education. This would extend MCPS's responsibility to also pay the portion of tuition for a private school student or a homeschooled student in the county. The original recommendation from administration was to support with an amendment to clarify that the school system was only responsible for paying for public school students, but the purpose of the bill is to extend it. The bill sponsor was very clear in his testimony that that was what he was trying to do. So the recommended position is to oppose because there would be quite a financial impact on the school system.
I move opposition.
Second.
We have a motion for opposition and a second. All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous.
So the next two bills are both AI bills. The first one, it has various directives, but as it impacts MCPS mostly, it's requiring the Department of Information Technology to develop policies around the use of AI that MCPS would have to implement. And it requires inventorying, assessments, just a lot of reporting requirements to the state that are, I guess, duplicative of what we already do, but would increase burden on staff because they have to go to different areas now. Staff also believes that the definition of AI is too broad, so it would encompass lots of programs that we currently use. Google, like almost everything it seems that the school system uses could be brought under the definition of AI. So the recommended position is to support this bill because we support the goal of trying to put some guidelines and guardrails around the use of AI, but they would like to see an amendment to the definition of AI to focus it on generative AI as opposed to just being AI as a general tool.
I just want to say, I think that makes sense. I agree with the idea that we want to make sure that, that it's reported, but generative AI means AI that creates new like ChatGPT, where you give it a request, it'll create something new.
Correct.
I just want to specify, what would that not include?
The generative AI.
Yeah, like what would that cause us not to then have to? I don't know if anyone would answer that. Oh, okay, I don't know.
I don't know. Okay. That is definitely not my area of expertise.
Okay, yeah.
I know that is the example that they used for generative AI.
Oh, it is. Okay.
And the issue that they had with the definition of AI as it currently stands is that, like some of our testing that we do uses AI because it will take the student's answer and determine what an appropriate next question is based on the current, knowledge level and all of that. So that would come under it. I know that, so Google, when you're typing out and it suggests what your word might be, that's AI. So it would come under that. So they want to make sure that that type of, those types of programs are not captured under this definition because it's so broad.
Okay.
So the recommended position is support with amendment.
Okay. I'll move support with amendments.
I'll second that.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous with those present.
So the second AI bill, it's similar, except it is education-specific. So it requires MSDE to conduct a study of the use of AI in schools in the education setting, and then adopt regulations based off of the results of that study. So again, the position is to support, it's the same definition of AI in this bill as the last one. So again, they would like to narrow the definition of AI to be generative AI specific. And then kind of as an aside, for this one, they note that there will be staff training that would have to occur. So if there were funds allocated, that would be a bonus to ensure that the training can be done in a meaningful way. So those would be the two amendments, to adjust to a generative AI definition and to allocate funds to LEAs to be able to accomplish training that would be necessary as a result of the the regulations that.
So I'll move to support with the amendments, plural.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
So the next three bills, I believe, are all blueprint and pre-K bills. The general idea of all three of them is to expand pre-K availability in the county. So the first one would alter the definition of pre-K enrollment for private pre-K providers and expand the type of facilities where pre-K programs can be located. Like I said, it would expand pre-K options in the county, which would help MCPS comply with the private, public 50-50 split for pre-K education. So this one, they want support with amendment, the amendment being that including Tier 2 students in our pre-K program, they would like to have it pushed back a year because the funds are not available yet. So if the counting Tier 2 students happens in the time frame on this bill, we would have to foot more of the cost. So they would like to see the expansion of Tier 2 students be delayed a year.
Okay. So they are recommending support with an amendment?
Support with the amendment to delay including Tier 2 students in counts for 1 year.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
And then the next bill, again, is looking to increase pre-K availability. It alters the qualifications for staff in eligible pre-K programs. So it makes it a little easier for the private providers in particular to qualify as a pre-K provider under the blueprint. Again, this would increase the availability in the system in this county, which would allow us to better meet our goal under the blueprint. So this one, the recommended position is to support it.
Okay, move support.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
And I'm sorry, that one was House Bill 1441. I realized I didn't say that. So the next one is House Bill 1455. Again, this one is looking to expand pre-K availability. So this one would allow schools to apply for a waiver of meeting that 50-50 private and public goal if they showed a need for why they couldn't reach that goal. And they need to have, the school system needs to have a plan for how they will comply with it once the waiver is done. So it gives a little more flexibility, a little leeway for the school systems to be able to meet that 50-50 split, which is a challenge for most, if not all, school systems. And then in conjunction with giving that little bit of flexibility, there's a child care hub that's created through this bill, which will help private providers kind of navigate the system, fill out whatever grant applications they need, get their curriculum up to date. So it allows the public schools to get a little bit of breathing room for hitting that 50-50 split, and increases private provider availability because it's helping private providers who maybe don't know how to navigate that system better navigate the system. So this bill was also recommended support.
Move support.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous.
And then the final bill is House Bill 903. This one has a goal of increasing access to attorneys, advocates, and consultants for special education students who find themselves at odds with the school system's recommendations. As it was introduced, it had some items that were challenging for the school system. There's a lot of reporting requirements. The definitions weren't so strong. So it's been amended since it was first introduced. A lot of the reporting requirements have been eliminated. There's now a definition for who can be an advocate. There's training required for the individuals who can actually provide the services to families under this bill. I think that obviously it's good for families to have support, but they need support from people who are qualified to support them through that process. I guess those were the two main ones, that it alleviated some of the data collection and the the added definitions and the training, which were the main amendments that MABE was requesting when the bill was first introduced. So the current recommendation is to support the bill in its amended form.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous.
So those were the only bills that I had on the docket today. Another bill just that I kind of had brought as an informational piece was the Transparency in Education Spending Act. That has been amended since it was introduced, and in its current form would by and large just codify what MCPS is currently doing in terms of their reporting. The board is welcome to take a position. The administration is supportive of taking a position of support as the bill is currently amended. So I leave that to your discretion if you want to take a position on that bill or just continue to watch it.
I think what's the title of the bill?
It's House Bill 1115. It's the Transparency in Education Spending Act.
Yeah, I think we're all for transparency in education spending, so I would be in favor of supporting.
I mean, I think it's a bill that it makes sense to support. When it was first introduced, it would have been quite onerous on the school system, and it has since been amended to be a little friendlier to the schools and easier to comply with. There would have been quite a large operational impact as it was originally introduced, and that has been pared back quite a bit. So I think that it is a bill that now is in a form that the school system can and should support.
Can I get a motion?
What's that?
Is there a motion?
Oh, do you want it? I didn't know if you wanted to keep it. Okay, then I'll move support.
Yeah, I'll second that. Looks fair.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous.
Real quick, there is one that I know said covered under the platform that I actually wanted to discuss, just generally. So it's House Bill 1418, which was middle and high school start time for instruction. So that was the one that said requiring beginning in the 2026 to 2027 school year, a public middle school to begin instruction not before 8 a.m. and a public high school to begin instruction not earlier than 8:30. So I don't actually support that force that it has, but the issue is I support the message that it has, which is I think what they're trying to do is to ensure that later start times for schools, which I 100% support, which science supports, which I think our students need, and I definitely need too, because waking up at 6:30 every day is not easy. I fully support that, and so when I see just opposed, I want to make it clear that I hope the board agrees that we're not opposed to the idea later start times in general in terms of helping our students, but we're opposed to it forcing, because the resources needed for that, the transportation, all that is very difficult to just put together. So is there a way that we could say, I don't know if the board agrees, that we support the idea of trying to figure out if we can get later start times, but we oppose the forcible requirement of the bill itself? I don't know if that's in the interest of the board as well, but that's my interest.
So the basis of the oppose under the platform is the intrusion on local control. So it doesn't go to the, really what the bill is trying to accomplish. It goes to the fact that the board in its platform has opposed mandates on school systems, and this would be quite an extensive mandate. When I provide the report with the board's positions, I give the portion of the platform that informs that position. So it would say that it was because of an intrusion on local control, as opposed to in any way indicating that it was because the thought is that the bill itself is a bad idea.
Okay. I don't know if it'd be possible to, within that language, say we oppose it for that reason, but say, I don't know if, and it would be if the board agrees that we support the general idea of trying to find ways to ensure later start times. Because I am very passionate about that. And, I just don't want to, when it says Montgomery County Board of Education opposes a bill for later start times, I want to make it very clear. No, I don't oppose later start times. We impose mandates on local school systems to do things that really are extremely difficult. So I don't know if it's in the board's interest as well, but I just want to make it very clear that I don't oppose the idea of later start times as in and of itself, but we oppose mandates on local Board of Educations and local districts. I don't know if the board agrees with that.
I just think we've never had a discussion about it, so I wouldn't want to put people on the spot. Do you agree?
Okay.
I haven't really had a chance to think through.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. It was, of course, if the will of the board was in the same place. So I guess we should, if we need to have a further discussion, never mind then.
Yeah, and I mean, the purpose and the reason that it would be unopposed, and truly I think most school systems will be in the same position because of the nature of the mandate, is to not have it be something that the state tells you have to do, but to allow it as something that you, as a board, can have that discussion and determine what you think is in the best for your kids in your school system and operational, considerations, all that stuff. But we wanted to make sure that it remains something that the local board is able to determine and not something that the state is requiring that everyone do uniformly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move on to agenda item number 11, spring facilities and boundaries decisions. So I will turn it over to Dr. Felder to begin the presentation.
So I will turn it over to Mr. Adams, who is going to lead this discussion. So, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, President Silvestri and Dr. Felder and members of the board. So we have 3 resolutions here for you tonight. 2 of them are for the boundary study scopes of work. Again, just remind everyone, the boundary study scope of work is really just identifying the schools, identifying the breadth of the study from middle schools to high schools, as well as the timeline that's associated with it. It's not obviously dictating the boundary, but it is identifying those schools that are involved in that. So we have 2 of those boundary study scopes for you tonight. The first one is for the Crown High School, as well as the Damascus Clarksburg, for that larger encompassing area that we've identified during our work sessions and even had some discussions during the public hearing. So I guess before we dive into reading the resolution and going into a vote, we certainly open the floor for any discussion purposes.
Yes, I'll start over with Mrs. Evans.
Sure. So you know what? We've had a couple of work sessions, and you've gone through everything in great detail. But I think this warrants just a quick discussion on why we are delaying the auditorium. Delay, not
Not cancel.
Yes, yes.
Not eliminated.
Yeah, not eliminating the auditorium. Can you just briefly touch on that, Mr. Adams?
Sure.
In addition to what we are going to do in the meantime with not having an auditorium for the students that will be going there.
Sure, and that actually is the third resolution
Okay.
of the night. The third resolution is basically amending the preliminary plan approval that we went through on the previous project. So for both the Crown High School as well as the Woodward High School projects, we obviously have had some budgetary shortfalls. One of the things that we've talked about is this idea of if you don't start a project, you can't finish it on time. So as we've started to think about these projects, we've broken them into a few different pieces along the way, trying to figure out what we can afford with the current budget and what we possibly can't. And with these two projects, we are able to start the projects where we are today with the funds that we have, with the exclusion of the auditoriums at both schools. Each is a little bit nuanced, so I'll walk through the nuances associated with one. Crown High School obviously is a new high school that's going to impact, as we talked about the boundary study, many schools that are tied to that one. Certainly starting that project is really important for a variety of reasons, right? Because if you don't start, you're not going to finish that project in that 2027 timeline that we've outlined as part of the boundary. The other piece to that is that we are making this decision to start, but we have 3 years to ultimately figure out how to raise the funds for the auditoriums. So I know that's one of the challenges, right? We're saying allow us to start these projects without an auditorium, but the idea is not to not build these schools without auditoriums. It's to start the project so that we can finish the projects and then at some point be able to start these auditoriums. If it aligns with the completion date, perfect. If it possibly goes over the completion date and there's a gap between when students populate the school and when the auditorium is ultimately finished, we will certainly navigate as those challenges as we get there. The one nuance to this, so when we go over to the Woodward School, obviously that is a very unique project unto itself, right? I'll remind everyone, Woodward is going to be the holding facility for Northwood, and that is intended to start this summer. And I will also go back in time on this particular project. The reason we selected Woodward as the holding facility for Northwood is because Northwood is going to require a full, complete tear down because we're going to build additional capacity there. Again, this is all part of the capacity. It's a part of the aging infrastructure. So even from day one, when Northwood was going into the Woodward holding facility, they were going in without an auditorium. And so the Woodward School, as it stands now, that will be completed this summer, does have performing arts spaces that will be able to accommodate Northwood while they're there. The timeline piece is what I'll certainly touch on and go through that. But I just want to be very clear that from day one with this planning, there was not going to be an auditorium when Northwood came to the Woodward facility on day one. As these projects have evolved, obviously, there's been challenges with timelines. I'll also remind everyone, Northwood was intended to be a 2-year project. Last fall, it was stretched out to a 3-year project because there was low confidence that we would actually finish the project within the 2-year window. So that's another nuance to this as well. So where we are today in terms of the Woodward project is we have sort of two issues. We have the issue of when will the auditorium ultimately be built as part of the full Woodward opening, and then ultimately what is the change associated with Northwood from going from anywhere from a year without an auditorium to possibly longer, possibly the full 3 years. We don't know. Again, we will have to navigate that as we get further into the funding discussions and understand what the differences are. So I know we're going to have the need for robust conversations and community dialogue with both the Northwood, school community for that holding school experience. We're going to also have to have a robust conversation with the Woodward community, which we don't know, which will be part of a boundary study, but to identify what that could look like in terms of what if students go into this school prior to an auditorium fully being completed, and how do we navigate that? And then certainly from the Crown perspective. So there's three sort of distinct communications and dialogues that we will have to go through, and it will be an evolution. It will be an evolving process because we don't know exactly when the timing of those fundings for the auditorium will come online. We have some plans that we will ultimately come to you and present in the future to figure out how we can start those sooner rather than later. But we just don't know, so it's really hard tonight to say, okay, on this day you will have your auditorium. But we will obviously be navigating this, and there are provisions in place to make sure the experience of students is the same as if they did have auditoriums. Yes, there will be slight inconveniences, but we are working with all the teams. We're working with everyone from transportation to understand what activity buses look like. We will be working with families to understand where the best location, let's say if it's a theater performance, does that make sense for Northwood while they're at Woodward to be closer to home, or do we do that something closer to Woodward? So we're navigating this and talking with a lot of the stakeholders, and we will continue to talk to stakeholders to make sure we make the best decisions possible moving forward. But this approach allows us to start. If we don't start, we're not going to finish. So that's just the one piece to this that is very important to keep in mind.
I understand that and appreciate that, and I just want our community to know, if I had to think back to when I first got on the board, the number of students in this school system was not 160,000 students. So as our enrollment in continues to grow and increase, we have to, be considerate of how we're going to have our students in school buildings. And what we don't want is we don't want overcrowding, right? And I think about COVID. It's slowed down some of our work. It's increased the cost of supplies. So it's just different for us right now. And what I do appreciate is that we are looking at how we can still continue to do the work. And I want to say, like, prior to me even being on the board, I just don't know if the approach was exactly the way we're looking at doing our projects now, just for a variety of reasons. And that's not even being negative. It's just saying that right now we want to ensure that we're able to do what we need to do, and that we don't intend to build a school without an auditorium, but we do want to get the project started. And I just wanted our community just to hear that. Thank you.
Mr. Said.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Evans. I fully agree with everything you said, and, just want to reiterate that. And just want to reiterate, two quick things. One of them you said, which is, we just need to communicate with our stakeholders about this. And of course you said, we don't know exactly who's going to go to Woodward, but just, all those communities we know have been so vocal, whether it be, Walter Johnson families, whether it be anyone else who may be in that scope, just ensuring that, we are communicating, what do you guys, what do you want to see? How could we mediate this in ways that, won't affect the actual timeline? And I think what Ms. Evans touched upon, which is so crucial, is, if we don't do this, we're going to delay the whole project. And overcrowding at the schools in which this tends to serve is it's a gigantic issue. And we're not saying we're going to build them, again, without an auditorium. We're just starting the construction now. And in that time, we're going to try and figure out how we can get an auditorium. I think that's the misconception. We're not saying, we don't really care for the auditorium. We're just going to move with that. No, it's not that at all. And that's not the mindset, at least, that I have. And I just want to emphasize it's so important that we get these started, because overcrowding is a huge issue. And I say that as a student at a school with overcrowding. And so I just want to ask you a couple quick general questions, just I think the community would be interested. So I know you kind of touched upon this, but what are some alternatives that, students, whether it be holding at what I think they're calling North Woodward, so the Northwood students are going to be holding, or actual Woodward students could use if they don't have that auditorium? What are some alternatives that they could utilize?
Sure. So at the school itself, we obviously took into account the robust dance program at Northwood. Mm-hmm. That was one of the driving forces around how we designed even the temporary holding facility. So, we have black box theater. We've designed the cafeteria space is more of a performance space. We have other performance spaces. And I would just say, and I'll remind those that maybe were not on the board at the time, we talked about a black box theater for Loiterman at one time. And you probably heard, hey, this isn't going to work. And we've designed spaces that are spectacular and meet the needs of our students. And that's what we're doing at Woodward for Northwood. And the same thing at Crown, right? We will have similar types of spaces so that if the auditorium is not complete when they occupy, that we will still have these types of performance spaces at the school. Beyond that, yes, we're starting to look at adjacent schools. You know, what is the scheduling around if we need an auditorium to take advantage of a larger performance? We're going to start reaching out to the private side. You know, again, that's a little trickier in terms of, you know, securing space at private entities. Not impossible, but certainly something we will explore. So I think there's a variety of options, not only at the schools, at our adjacent schools, but also from a private perspective that we will certainly be able to take advantage of if needed in those. Yes.
Yeah, and I appreciate that because there are, you know, solutions we're looking at. There are going to be, you know, spaces, and I know some rhetoric that, you know, I'm kind of hearing, you know, is we don't really care for fine arts. That's why we chose the auditorium. So I want you to kind of, you know, clear that up. Why the auditorium? Why was that the decision?
Yeah. So the auditorium unto itself. So both auditoriums. We need an additional $45 million, probably, you know, 42 to 45 million. I would say 45 to be safe. So that is just one piece of the project that you're able to, you know, as we bid this, that you're able to break apart from the rest and understand again what the costs are. $45 million is not, you know, that's an elementary school, and so it's not a small. Each? Or both? That's it, both. So combine both. So, you know, the Woodward one is about 22 million, 22.5 million. The Crown is 20 million. So they were able to break those pieces out. And again, as I talked about before, we looked at these chunks of the building, of the site. What can we afford? What can we not afford? What can we move forward with a contract? And these were the two pieces that really, from a affordability standpoint, you could pull out and move forward with a project. Again, not weighing is one piece more important than the other. Really, it's just from the cost and the dollar value. And these are high dollar spaces, right? Mm-hmm. These aren't just gymnasium. These aren't just, you know, standard classrooms. These have a lot of tech in them. They're very expensive, from orchestra pits, those types of things. So, you know, it's from a dollar perspective and being able to differentiate that through the bidding process.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that clarification. I think that's very important. And just that kind of made me wonder, are the gymnasiums cheaper to build because they don't have all that tech and lighting and all that stuff?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Well, do you have a ballpark of how much the gymnasiums cost at those schools?
So, I mean, we go back to the Poolsville conversation. Mm-hmm. We built a new gymnasium for Poolsville, and that one was in the neighborhood of, I think we came back with an additional 12 million, so about half the cost of an auditorium.
Yeah, and that's extremely important to note. We didn't choose it because of what happens in that. We chose it. And also, you know, in gymnasiums, it is an open space. You can use multi-purpose. Like that could be a place, you know, that I'm, you know, just guessing, like a dance team could practice in the gym if they need to. And then the final thing was, I know you kind of touched on this, I think, in the work sessions, but has a process like this of delaying certain parts of constructions for a school been done before? And can you kind of touch upon that?
Sure. I would say before the pandemic, no. After the pandemic, we've had to do a lot of different things to keep projects moving. So Poolsville is the perfect example where, you know, the phase one, the academic piece, which opens next week, which we're really excited about, was phase one. And the rest of the building, which was a pretty significant part of the building, was held off for phase two until we were able to secure the funding. So again, another scenario of where if we didn't start that project, we were not ever going to finish. The decision was made to break it into two pieces. We've done it at a smaller scale, but, you know, I would say some of our neighboring jurisdictions, they still are moving in the direction of all or nothing, and you're seeing a lot of delays in projects waiting for the all. And so this certainly is an approach that we feel is better for our students to at least start and get classroom space so that we don't have the 20 plus portables at these schools, these high schools, you know, managing the overcrowding and the impacts there.
And I do know that Poolsville students have, you know, recently, I think that there was like a tour or something, and they're showing these pictures, and I mean, it looks incredible. I just wanted to say that. But I appreciate you Mr. Adams for clearing this stuff up, because I think this is one of those situations where communication is just key. I mean, it's just one of those situations where I think, the community didn't fully, understand what's happening, kind of felt blindsided. So I just think communicating all these points and addressing that is important, which is why, again, I just want to emphasize bringing these things that you tell the board now, because of course, we like to believe we have millions of viewers, but we don't, directly to the community and saying, we're going to go to you and we're going to give you this crucial information and allow you guys to tell us what you want to see as well. That is so key, because I think with effective communication, a lot of the problems can be mediated without actually changing the decision itself. And so I just want to thank you so much for reiterating all those things. I just want to make sure that that was very clear before we make this final vote. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Andrusky?
Yep. So I don't want to be repetitive, just additive. You mentioned something about plans. If you are holding community meetings, if you could take with you the future plans as well as what you were talking about in terms of finding spaces and the black box, because most people don't, maybe most people, I didn't know what it was before that whole Loiterman thing.
Sure, we actually, I had a conversation with a couple community members, community leaders this week, and that idea of let's see something, right?
Yeah.
Let's stop just talking about it. Let's see something. So, we're going to bring in actual photos, and if it's not necessarily complete, some renderings, just so individuals and students and families know what we're talking about. Because I think if you hear black box, you're like, that's not going to work. But I think when they see it, they're going to have a very different perspective of how this will fit within their curriculum.
Plus, they can imagine it completed, whereas as opposed to just thinking of this is all we're going to get. So I appreciate that very much. And then my only other question is, do you have a response for emails that we're getting? Can somebody put something together for us to?
Sure, and that's going to be important. I think again, the communication piece is going to be really important moving forward. We often get. I would just say from a capital improvements program, we've struggled with this for a period of time, right? As things are happening, we struggle with going out to the community and saying, okay, we're thinking this, and then the community coming to you without your knowledge or background of it. So it's sort of that catch-22 of where do we bring it to the board? This one did make sense just from timing to bring it through the CIP process. Again, it was a change that needed to happen. But moving forward, yes, we 100% agree with you that we need to find a happy medium. We have to find a path where we're not just making decisions in the community without coming to the Board of Education first, and vice versa, not coming to the Board of Education and the community not knowing about it. So as we move forward with this, we are going to have a lot of conversations just around, what are the opportunities to navigate this for each nuanced situation that we have. But
Any help we can get in putting together a response from us would be helpful as well. Thank you.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
And I think following tonight and understanding where we are, we can develop a really succinct response that can go out to all communities, that can outline what our response will be from a community engagement, where they can fit in from an advocacy standpoint, because that's, again, we're, as a Board of Education, not a funding body, how do they fit in with advocacy, and really putting together something that people can use as a sort of a roadmap as we move forward. Yes.
Ms. Harris?
I think Julie was first.
Just going around.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to ask that we really kind of approach this conversation with a lot of humility, because the Northwood community, there's not been any communication with them really substantively since October 23rd, when there was a meeting to tell them about we're going to have to program in this as a 3-year project, not a 2-year project. And at that point, they did understand there would not be an auditorium for the 24-25 school year, but they believed, they were led to believe, they think they were led to believe that there would be one for the 25-26 and 26-27 school years. And so we haven't taken a high school to a holding school in decades, and we've never taken one to a holding school for 3 years. And a lot of this community, I don't know how many people in this room have spent much time at Sims in the last 5 years, but this is also a community that their entire middle school experience was basically a construction zone / combat zone. And the 8th graders that are going to Northwood next year, I just invite anybody in this room that has not been to Sims in the past 3 months to go there and see. There's a giant hole right there where the old auditorium, which was contiguous with the main building, used to be. And that is their reality every day, along with all of the purple line construction along Wayne Avenue. So can we please just acknowledge that this community has shouldered a lot for the community writ large. And yes, they're going to get a beautiful new high school. Everybody's so grateful for that. And yes, Northwood, when you move into that new beautiful school in 27, it was gonna have an auditorium. Yes. But for now, they are looking at moving into North Woodward as a holding school in 5 months. They don't know how they're gonna get there. The whole school has got to be moved. John Garrick, the principal, has been working to try to get a communication around, a transportation plan and solid communication. He's been working on that for almost a year. There's still nothing out to the community. They don't know what's going to happen around after-school activities and athletics. How are students, where will they be able, they're not going to have amenities either. So they just don't have any, they are at a time when they should have some, not all, but some answers. They don't have any. And I think part of the angst that I'm hearing from the community is that when they learned that, no, you're not going to have an auditorium ever in your 3-year tenure there that's moving to a phase 3 because of the fiscal state, which I totally get. There wasn't nothing was proposed. Nothing was said in that communication. We know this is going to be really an unprecedented hardship. Yes, Poolsville has not had an auditorium this year during the construction, but they will, very, very soon, 3 years. And we haven't sort of acknowledged that and also said, so we know how hard this is going to be for you. You're a vibrant school. We've got great performing arts. You're over capacity. We've got a great community. So given that we don't think we can give you an auditorium, this is what we're going to do instead. These are the things that we're proposing. These are the things we're investigating. We're going to make sure that, but we haven't done any of that. And so I think it's falling on it's sounding very tone deaf to the Northwood community to say we've had all this engagement, because in the past 3 months, we really haven't. And they deserve to have a much better, more comprehensive, kind of 360 understanding of what they're getting into in a very, very soon. And again, with some humility, because they've been shouldering a lot of burden for a long time.
So can I just make one comment on that? And I agree with you. I think that community certainly has experienced quite a bit of construction impacts, starting with the Purple Line, which is completely out of the control of the Board of Education. But I also would say from this process, when we go back to the first work session too, we came into this process understanding there was limitations from a county funding perspective, but still, not necessarily assuming that the Board of Education would not just request additional funds for these two projects. Again, I don't believe that there's county money to be able to afford this, but to go in and make an assumption for the board as staff is a really challenging thing for us to do. So I agree with you. I think having those conversations with the Northwood community is going to be important, but it's really challenging for us to go in and assume that this is going to be the decision of the board and make plans around, how are we going to navigate from a 1-year to a 3-year without having this level of conversation. So I do completely understand the impacts to Northwood, but I would also say this is a process that we also have to go through in order to make sure that each and every one of you are in an agreement with the approach before we get too far into making those plans. I would say from a transportation, I have checked with our transportation team, and they know the bus stops, they know the pickup times, they know the number of buses. So there's a clear missing communication piece out to families. But I want to assure everyone that they do know how this is going to happen. They understand where the sweeper buses are going to be, where the pickup spots are going to be, the start times. They're working through, again, activity buses. And I think we absolutely, from what you're hearing in these emails, is there's definitely a huge lack of communication around what this looks like. But I just wanted to say tonight that there is an assurance that this is well thought through. Again, it is a high school, so it's very different than our elementaries, and I know our teams have taken this very seriously and putting through the logistics and understanding all the dynamics. It's just now we need to communicate this to every single individual that's a part of this. It's going to be impacted as part of this plan.
And I would just add, thank you, Mr. Adams, that the teams have been working on this for many months now, and we actually already have a meeting on the books right after spring break to just bring everybody around the same table and develop a communication, a holistic communication that we can address all of these different issues, because there's a lot of them, and the communities need to know and understand what's coming and what they can expect. And so that will be coming out after spring break.
It would be helpful if you could include the dates and locations of those meetings in the information we get in terms of how we want to respond to our constituents, if that makes sense.
I'm sorry, of which meetings?
The meetings you just said that you've got community meetings set up.
No, I'm sorry. I meant internal meetings with all of the different departments to make sure that we're all on the same page, and then we can develop a communication going out.
Okay.
We were hoping.
Yeah.
Oh, I misunderstood.
Turn it, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I was hoping that you were talking about community engagement meetings, and you have stuff in Spanish and English, so we can get the communities involved. Because I've been hearing from a lot of parents in that area as well, who are pretty much, some of them only go to the PTA either by walking to the school or by taking the local public transportation. So for me, I'm really concerned about parent engagement, or the lack of when this happens, and how is the district going to tackle that area as well. So if you do have community engagement, please let us know. I think that's the message.
We will. I think for this, we want to make sure all of the departments, the communications team, the operations, the school, you name it, the athletics, that we're all saying the same thing to develop that communication. And that communication is going to go out, obviously, and that's going to be part of what Ms. Mondrowski talked about. But we are going to have the community meetings from now until this summer, and then obviously through summer as needed to make sure families know exactly what to expect, particularly with Northwood, but the other schools as well.
Okay. Mr. Veravan, did you have anything else? No.
That was it. Thank you.
Ms. Yang.
Yes, thank you. So I think we all understand the restrictions we face in terms of funding. That's why there is these proposals of delaying the auditorium. I think you made that very clear. And that's very helpful for the community out there, that this was not always our practice. This is out of necessity, and we want to complete these projects. I have, as you mentioned, that we are going to do community engagement, show pictures to community to tell them what can actually happen in the spaces we provide. I want to suggest that engaging some of our staff members, that like our theater teacher, our orchestra teacher, our music teacher, our, you name it. So they get to see the space. Maybe they have very valuable input. Well, I know we have architects, we have consultants. You talk about community member, but I think our professionals in the buildings, they might have even more creative ideas, or they can help us really see all the possibility and actually be able to imagine how they can conduct their business in those buildings, and they can be helpful to the community members. It goes both ways, providing us with feedback and also helping community members understand how they can conduct their regular instructions and activities.
And so we actually have a process built in. We call it the quarter scales, where we bring key staff in walk them through the spaces, tailor them to how they would like to see the space configured, to meet their needs. I think what we definitely need to do now is to bring them back as we're getting closer to the finished product. Lay out on the table what the constraints are at the moment, whether it be timing or whether it be space. And then obviously, yes, revisit those conversations to make sure that today we have the right space, the right amenities and the right configurations in those spaces.
Yeah, because I thank you for that, because I think they are very passionate about their work. I know our theater teachers, and they're all passionate. So for them to be able to contribute to the conversation and actually visualize how they can do their work, it will be very important.
Can you clarify something unrelated? The Woodward, the school, has been called a performing arts school, but it is not a performing arts school. Could you talk about that?
So, and again, this one goes back in history as well. So this one started out in terms of we needed to open Woodward to resolve capacity. That was the number one. That was the primary reason we opened Woodward. As we got further into that project, the phase 2 portion, which we're talking about, we were looking at it from a perspective of an arts infusion school. And, thinking about the spaces very differently. We brought in individuals from Strathmore to help guide, the design of that space to say, what will this look like? Could this look different than traditional high schools to meet the needs of the performing arts? So I think I've heard that a couple times. This is going to be a performing arts high school. No, it's a high school. It's a comprehensive high school, but it's going to have a very different, unique performing arts space to see what the possibilities are around a new vision around performing arts. I know Mr. Rump has been at the table talking about what this could look like and how we could implement it. We certainly have many opportunities to continue to have those conversations, but I think the idea that it would be solely a performing arts high school is not correct, right? It's a high school, and it has a performing arts component to it that's going to look different than what we see in traditional high schools. So that will be part of the conversations of the boundary study as we go through, and I know that's all part of it tonight, but as we go through that boundary study process, identifying the program, really walking through what those program opportunities are for students in service areas or possibly even outside service areas, that's going to be a big part of it. And I think we'll have the opportunity for the curriculum team to really identify what those possibilities will be in those performing arts spaces as that comes online in the future.
And related to that, have we decided whether we are reserving any seats within that school for a countywide or even regional program?
So yes, we looked at it in terms of how many seats you could possibly reserve. We've gone from anywhere from 400 to 500 seats possibly. But again, I think that's going to be part of our boundary study process as we look at, what are the opportunities for students to participate. I think if you remember, even in that conversation, we heard a lot of feedback from, the performing arts programs at Einstein. We heard from Northwood around, we just don't want to see something that's competing against our programs. So that is going to be a big part of that boundary study process, and really understanding the nuances of these programs as we move forward. So right now, yes, it could be about 400 to 500 students, but that's certainly something that as we get further into the boundary study process, we will be able to clarify.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Since we've been talking about 11.3, should we do that one first?
Sure. So again, the reason for this resolution is because the board did vote on the preliminary plans. That is the scope of work for those projects. So we are asking for the permission to move forward with bid and award at this time without the auditorium, and then certainly come back with an approach to construct these at a later date. So if there's no other discussion, I can certainly walk through the resolves and certainly go into that. So I'll start. Resolved that the interim superintendent of schools recommends that the revised scope for Charles Woodward High School include a Phase 3 construction of the auditorium. And be it further resolved that the interim superintendent of schools recommends that the revised scope for the new Crown High School include a Phase 2 construction of the auditorium. And be it further resolved that funding to construct the auditoriums for the reopening of Charles W. Woodward High School and the new Crown High School be considered in the next capital improvements program budget cycle.
Move approval.
Second.
Question?
Just a comment. I just want to be very clear. My interest in, I know we're doing what we need to do right now because of the fiscal landscape that we're in, and we're hopeful that we will be able to make some adjustments to these plans going forward. And I just, my very deep interest that if we are able to move forward and reprogram some of these projects, my very deep interest in the North Woodward Auditorium being our highest priority.
I agree.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
With Lynn's amendment. Not really unofficial.
Thank you. We have two others.
Sure. So, Ms. Karameas, if you would walk us through the boundary study scopes.
Okay. So I'll go back to sorry. I will go back to the first one that was on the agenda, which is the boundary study scope recommendation to determine the service area for the new Crown High School and the expansion of Damascus High School. So I don't know if we want to open it to any questions or just read the resolves.
Are we ready for the resolves?
Okay. So resolved, let's see, go back to here. Resolved that one boundary study be conducted for the new Crown High School and the expansion of Damascus High School, and the boundary study scope include the following high schools: Winston Churchill, Clarksburg, Damascus, Gaithersburg, Richard Montgomery, Northwest, Poolsville, Quince Orchard, Seneca Valley, Watkins Mill, and Thomas S. Wooten. And be it further resolved that the boundary study scope for the combined new Crown High School and the expansion of Damascus High School include the following middle schools: John T. Baker, Cabin John, Roberto W. Clemente, Forest Oak, Robert Frost, Gaithersburg, Herbert Hoover, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Kingsview, Lakelands Park, Montgomery Village, Neelsville, John Pool, Ridgeview, Rocky Hill, Hallie Wells, and Julius West. And be it further resolved that no elementary school be included in the boundary study. And be it further resolved that due to the extent of the boundary study, a request for proposal will be issued to hire a consultant to support Montgomery County Public Schools staff with the boundary study process, including but not limited to facilitation and community engagement. And be it further resolved that the following is an anticipated timeline for the combined boundary study process to determine the service area for the new Crown High School and the expansion of Damascus High School. Spring 2024, request for proposal is released. Summer 2024, Board of Education approved consultant. Fall 2024, Montgomery County Public Schools staff and consultant prepare for community engagement process and provide stakeholders with meeting information. Early 2025, fall of 2025 boundary study process, which includes community meetings, option development, and feedback. Early 2026, boundary study report is released. Winter 2026, which is around February, superintendent of schools recommendation on the boundary study scope is released. Winter 2026, between February and March, Board of Education work sessions, public hearings, and action on the superintendent of schools recommendation of the boundary study. And be it further resolved that the boundary study be conducted in accordance with Board of Education policy FAA, Educational Facilities Planning, and Montgomery County Public Schools Regulation FAA RA, Long Range Educational Facilities Planning.
So I will move approval, but I do have a question for you.
I'll second.
Question?
Yeah, this might seem really, really late in the game to be asking you this, but if this is boundary scope is for Crown High School and Damascus, but we are planning on taking some of the overflow from Woodward potentially, or whatever, that community, and don't we have to take those boundaries into consideration, like Northwood and Woodward's also into consideration?
So
we know how many kids are going?
So this scope only includes those high schools clusters. The other boundary study, the Woodward one, includes the other schools, which were the Down County Consortium, WJ, Bethesda Chevy Chase, and Walt Whitman.
I guess I thought Churchill was part of the Woodward one as well, so.
Bethesda Chevy Chase and Whitman.
That's where I got confused. Thanks.
We have a motion and a second.
I have a.
Yes.
Since this includes the expansion of Damascus High School, I just want to be on the record, on behalf of the community and myself, how disappointed I am that we're not including the automotive program as part of this. So I just wanted to be on the record saying that. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
Okay, so the final resolution is a revised boundary study timeline for the boundary study scope to determine the service area for the reopening of Charles W. Woodward High School. And if there are no questions, I will read the resolves. Okay, so resolve that the revised timeline for the boundary study process to determine the service area for the reopening of Charles W. Woodward High School is provided below. Spring 2024 request for proposals released. Summer 2024 Board of Education approves consultant. Fall of 2024 Montgomery County Public Schools staff and consultant prepare for community engagement process and provide stakeholders with meeting information. Early 2025 through fall of 2025 boundary study process, community meetings, option development feedback. Early 2026 boundary study report is released. Winter 2026 February, superintendent of schools recommendation on the boundary study is released. And winter 2026 February through March Board of Education work sessions, public hearings and action on the superintendent of schools recommendation on the boundary study. And be it further resolved that the high schools and middle schools identified in the Board of Education adopted boundary study scope resolution number 144-23 are unchanged. And be it further resolved as stated in the Board of Education adopted boundary study scope resolution number 144-23, no elementary schools are included in the boundary study. And be it further resolved that the boundary study be conducted in accordance with the Board of Education policy FAA, Educational Facilities Planning, and Montgomery County Public Schools Regulation FAA RA, Long Range Educational Facilities Planning.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Okay, moving on to our next agenda item, action item on board policies. I will ask Mrs. Majoski to lead the discussion.
All right, so thank you very much. I was going to say good evening. It's not afternoon anymore, but just to get started off on behalf of the Policy Management Committee, we're going to begin with the policy that literally everyone has an opinion about. Homework, whether you're a parent or a student, everybody seems to have something to say about it. So the Policy Committee reviewed and had a lively discussion on February 27th. The committee is recommending that this policy be approved for tentative action because it speaks to the role homework plays in a student's instructional program. So, and at this point, I will turn it over to staff.
I will begin. Good evening. My name is Leslie Turner Percival, Legal Director in the Office of General Counsel. Joining us at the table are members of the writing team redeveloping policy IKB, homework. When we first talked to you about this policy last spring, we set out a framework of key questions to research and discuss with stakeholders. And in moving forward with this work, the Policy Management Committee reviewed draft amendments to policy IKB on February 27, 2024. Our presenters today will talk about their research, and then we'll walk you through the new draft. I'll invite each of them to introduce themselves as they begin, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Brandt.
Good evening, President Silvestri, Dr. Felder, and members of the Board of Education. I'm Stephanie Brandt, and I serve as the Director, Pre-K-12 Curriculum, Operations, and Support in the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs. Nico, do you want to introduce yourself before I keep going?
Absolutely. Good evening. I'm Nico Durazio. I'm a senior at Woon High School, but I also serve as an education policy apprentice in the MCPS Department of College and Career Readiness and District-wide Programs.
So I think it's important to know that Nico really has been the first apprentice in central office and has been invaluable to this work because of his connection to our students. So today we're going to give you an overview of the process of revising policy IKB, as well as what has changed within the policy. But first, we want you to better understand the process. Next slide, please. The questions you see on this slide were introduced from the beginning of this process and used as our compass to keep us grounded in the results of those findings and applied to all stakeholder input, as well as research and benchmarking. What is the purpose of homework in elementary, middle, and high school? What homework practices are most impactful on student outcomes? How does homework impact historically marginalized communities? And what are the responsibilities of the district and schools in determining homework practices? I now turn it over to Nico to share the most important part of this revision, the extensive outreach to our students. Next slide, please.
So as you can assume, student feedback was very important in the process of reviewing the homework policy. And now when receiving student feedback, we wanted to ensure that it was both an equitable and inclusive process. And knowing that students across the county experience homework differently, we conducted a geographical analysis on where we wanted to hold focus groups. In fact, we actually took out a map of MCPS and pinpointed schools based on demographics and location. In doing this, we reached the DCC, the NEC, the Mid-County, the Up-County, and other parts of Down County, and we ended up holding focus groups with 13 classes, as south as Pinecrest Elementary and as north as John Poole Middle, to ensure that we truly hit every part of the county. And in holding focus groups, we made sure that we held them in a variety of summer school classes to ensure that feedback reflected the learning needs of students throughout the school year. And focus groups for elementary school students were structured differently with simplified content compared to secondary school focus groups. And I'd like to set the stage for you on how we did that. One of the classes that comes closest to mind is the 4th grade ELA and math class at Germantown Elementary. And we started off with a game of this or that. We watched as the students moved enthusiastically from one side of the room to the other, saying whether or not they preferred math or reading, practice their new learning, and creating something or writing about something. And then we asked them to explain why they chose one side of the room over another. We then sat down in table groups and asked questions about how homework can help and what kind of homework the students liked and didn't like. And something that really struck me was the conversation I had with some students about reading homework. Some of the students didn't like it quite as much as they had in previous grades because there were tricky words that they didn't know and their parents couldn't quite help them because their parents didn't speak English. And that really stuck with me because those students didn't like that learning anymore. They weren't as interested in the reading. They weren't interested in the class, and they fell behind because of that. And because there wasn't much time in the class, the students kept getting confused, and that's why they fell behind. And that really stuck with me because it reinforced the need of homework feedback and ensuring that homework can be completed at home independently. And on the other hand, our focus groups for secondary school students were much more in depth. I remember one of the first ones that we held, which was a Wigan High School Tech Ed class full of students from 10th grade to 12th grade. And first we took all the students and we split them up into table groups and explained what a policy is versus a regulation and the 4 key questions that we're considering in our review of the homework policy. Then we jumped into questions. We talked about current homework practices, best practices, those to avoid, and what students would change about homework to help them best learn. And although many of the students spoke Spanish, our materials were translated, and I can also speak Spanish, allowing me to hear what they had to say. And the students were adamant that homework should be for practice and be based off of what has been learned in class, saying that it helps them study for their tests and raise their grade. And by the time the bell rang, it was hard to believe that the group had lasted almost an hour. Next slide, please. As you can tell, the conversations we had and the feedback we received from students was powerful. And you might assume that students would just say they don't want any homework, but that wasn't the case. I really want you to notice how the students' comments were much more substantive. We've included the following 3 quotes to best reflect student feedback and the feedback that we received throughout the process in both surveys and conversations. Regarding best practices for homework, a 7th grader from Briggs Cheney Middle School outlined that allowing homework completion or helpful advice during class was beneficial to her. Not only did it allow for her to learn from her mistakes, but she was able to receive feedback and understand the content more in depth. And then she was able to go home and redo the homework, now knowing the right way to do it. When asked about practices to avoid, a 10th grader from Seneca Valley High School suggested that having homework on material they haven't yet learned served as a barrier. And this connects to not only our focus group in Germantown Elementary, but all of the focus groups that we held. In fact, in every focus group we held, we learned that when homework covers material not yet learned, students go home and they're left confused. And we can conclude that that is a root cause of homework incompletion. We heard that the student felt better if the homework reinforced what was learned in class, and we also saw that this was one of the root causes of learning disparities that we uncovered, because the students are left confused and they're not prepared for the next day's lesson, and they continue to fall behind. And finally, our third quote reflects the sentiments of many students. When asked for homework suggestions for teachers, a 10th grade EML student from Wheeling High School suggested that teachers take the homework they assign seriously. And now, I know this might be a little bit funny, but we do see that when students don't have their homework reviewed, and when they don't talk about it in class, they feel like it's not important. And that homework review is essential because that teaches students what they did wrong. It teaches students how to do that course objective and how to achieve it. And it shows that students still consider homework as a powerful tool to their learning, and as a powerful tool to their review and raising their grade, rather than something they just have to do when they go home or for the weekends. And finally, we've outlined 3 general trends that we found through our student feedback. Primarily, homework for practice held much more value for students, particularly when it aligned with course objectives and was assigned in appropriate amounts. It allows students to prepare for their tests, and it reinforces materials learned in class, helping students to prepare for the next day's lesson. Students can also use past course material to support their completion of homework when that homework aligns with course objectives and relates to what has been learned in class. Further, when assigned in appropriate amounts, homework can still support learning objectives without taking away precious time from home and family. Secondly, elementary students were placed at a substantial disadvantage when they couldn't complete their homework independently. Across the board, many 4th and 5th graders described falling behind when their parents and guardians couldn't help them out with their homework, and when the homework was not aligned with their ability to complete it independently. And therefore, as a result of prior learning not being reinforced at home or in class the next day, we can conclude that students would not achieve the course objectives necessary for them to succeed in that class. And further, students reported that just simple supports that guide them to the answer drastically improve their comprehension and retention of the topic, allowing them to learn throughout the week. And this leads me to the third and final trend. When teachers reviewed homework in class, students could gain better understanding on topics that they still didn't understand. It allowed students without homework supports to reflect on content they couldn't complete, and it reinforced understanding on topics' key learning objectives, allowing students to reflect on their mistakes. Students could also see the purpose in their prior learning because that homework feedback could segue into that day's lesson. And students as teachers could use that homework review to gauge learning objective achievement and modify their lesson plans accordingly based on what they talked about in class. I now turn it back to Ms. Brandt to discuss further stakeholder feedback and research. Next slide, please.
Man, you talk fast.
During the revision process, we presented to and gathered input from a variety of different stakeholder groups. We structured them in a way to elicit authentic conversations to identify trends and patterns within those groups. We analyzed peer-reviewed research journals for latest findings on homework efficacy and best practices. Our research findings supported that student assignments completed at home require a personal level of maturity for students to work independently. We also found that research indicates that homework for elementary school-age students is of lower priority than other developmental tasks that occur outside of the school settings. The board's policy IAE, Framework and Structure of Early Childhood and Elementary Education, affirms the developmental value of spontaneous play, gross motor physical development, hands-on experiences, and family time. We saw this in the research as well. The priority was placed on play, family time, and life experiences for elementary school-age students. For secondary school-age students, we found that working independently at home has been shown to have value when purposefully designed to reinforce skills. We also benchmark comparable school districts. As you review the 3 charts, you'll notice the alignment and thinking that contributed to this revision. The findings have informed what we've brought today. Next slide, please. On this slide, you'll notice the trends and patterns that emerge from our conversations. Those include feedback on homework is important. It impacts students' engagement and motivation. Assignments requiring parental support impact the disparity we see, especially with elementary school-age students. And it's less important for a policy to set the number of assignments and more important for homework to have value. I now turn it over to Sally Davis to review the revisions to policy IKB.
Thank you, Mrs. Brandt, and thank you, Mr. Trazio. So my name is Sally Davis. I'm the Supervisor of Policy and Regulations, and I'd like to briefly highlight some of the places where the policy picks up on this research. So let's start at the top of page 2, where you see that, again, home research that requires a person, homework requires personal maturity for students to work independently, a clear understanding of required tasks, and an environment supportive for study. We see this set out in the issue section, that secondary school-age students working independently at home has been shown to have value when purposely designed to reinforce skills. However, the research indicates that homework for elementary age students is of lower priority than other developmental tasks. Between lines 48 and 84, we're laying out the key position statements that we're asking the board to take. Now, we are taking the board commitments in other existing policies and applying them to the topic of homework. So, for example, the first one at lines 52, homework shall be a fair and meaningful reflection of the student's work. The degree to which homework requires the support of others or reflects others' work diminishes the value to assess student learning. The next one, homework practices shall be critically examined to identify and develop alternatives to practices that may present barriers. Just because we've always done something doesn't mean we need to keep doing that. At the bottom of 78, I want to highlight something that came up in the committee discussion. Parents, students, and, well, let me back up a minute. Observance of religious holidays is always an excused absence. We're encouraging students and parents to notify the teacher in advance when the student will be absent to observe a religious holiday and make arrangements for missed work. If the absence is excused, the teacher will provide options for the student to make up, and we want to emphasize this, as needed for the student to continue to make progress in the course. Now, the next couple pages, we're laying out what we mean by purposely designed homework, and I'm just going to take you over to the top of page 5. Teachers shall design homework so that students have a clear understanding of the assignment and its purpose. Meaningful homework complements and enhances classroom learning. The amount and timing of homework is age appropriate. Feedback, I'm down at the bottom, on completed assignments shall be helpful to the student, and further learning activities that assist the teacher to plan instructional follow-up. And we did get a couple of comments from Ms. Harris, and we have included those notes about editorial content. I'm going to move over to communication. You may have noticed from the research that parents don't find homework a particularly good communication tool, and we do want to emphasize the importance of a variety, on top of page 7, a variety of effective communication strategies so parents understand class and course objectives. I'm going to move over to implementation strategies on page 8 and just highlight 3. Superintendent of schools will establish regulations, procedures, and professional learning in alignment with research and best practices. Schools shall apply a root cause analysis to patterns of chronic homework non-completion. We are going to change that of to a to, that may show the need for reteaching, coaching, or other supports, or individual learner needs, concerns, or circumstances that should be communicated to school well-being teams or educational management teams. And I'll end with another root cause analysis could be the consideration of environments available to students that are conducive to study and access to and functionality of required technology and other supporting resources. And with that, we are ready for your discussion.
Mr. Said?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And first, I just want to do something real quick. Can we give a round of applause to Nico? Everyone. I mean, he's done a fantastic job, and I can't even imagine how nerve-wracking it would be to sit on that side of the table, especially as a student, apprentice. But I think you've really demonstrated that that program is very successful and that we can have very fantastic students. So thank you for your work on this, Nico. Just wanted to say that. Second, I want to thank staff for the changes that were made from the Policy Management Committee. Jess, I know I kind of touched on this a little bit in the committee, but I want to say to the full board, homework is something that I have been passionate about since day one. I mean, since I can have any memory of anything. It's something that I've been passionate about. And I remember at the Policy Management Committee, I had a lot of suggestions, and I'm really happy to see those reflected. And I think they were done very well, very, very well, and I really appreciate the honesty at which you did implement some of them. I'm also here to say I do have a couple more, quicker than before, because the last time I had like a list and I was going through it. So here I have a couple, just two edits that I want to make here. So one of them, and I'm going to give you all time to find the page and everything, one of them is on line 106. I don't know if you guys want to, if you have it. You don't have it? Okay. So this is under purposeful design of homework, which is homework assignments are to relate directly to instructional objectives. So it's under bullet point B, which says the teacher can best determine the nature, frequency, and length of homework assignments to achieve curricular objectives. It's fine. And then after actually something I had suggested, what was added, which may include providing students opportunities for seeking homework support during class as feasible and appropriate. I definitely appreciate that addition. I would just want to make sure that it's very clear that we do, when feasible and appropriate, want to say, hey, we do want to encourage teachers to provide in-class time for students. So it's a more grammatical kind of thing, which is to put a period after the teacher can best determine the nature, frequency, and length of homework assignments to achieve curricular objectives, period. And then say, though, as feasible and appropriate, keep that because that's very important. Teachers should strive to provide students the opportunity to complete homework in class. Something along those lines, which basically says, as feasible and appropriate, because I really do think this is a big thing that students have told me, that they think that when they do have time in class to complete it, they can get feedback directly from the teacher, which I can go into a lot of depth about how important that is, and the presentation did that. When you have time in class, you can immediately go to the teacher and ask them, what am I doing wrong here? What can I do? And time in class doesn't just have to be to fully complete the homework, but at least to start it. Take a look at it in the last 5 minutes. You have a question about a general topic, let me know. I think that's very, very important. I just think the language of which may include says, oh, there's a million things. Here's like one general example, but I think it really should be, we should encourage, not mandate, but encourage when it's possible for teachers. So they would not have to do this every time. They would have to evaluate it when it's possible, when they have extra time in instruction. Use that time to say, if you are going to assign homework that day, maybe try and give students time in class to look over it, to work on it a little bit. And I think it's just I want that language to be very intentional. And that's something that I know students do care a lot about. Just yesterday and previously, I had asked students to provide me input. One of the biggest things that I got about homework policy, there's two, I'm going to get the other one in a minute, was to provide students time in class, especially because if a student is, let's say, able to complete in class, does understand the material, I don't see the reason when the teacher already has time left in class, because that's the when feasible and appropriate, that they would force the student to have to do it at home when the student who understands it may be able to get it done in class. If they can't, they can ask teacher questions and it'll take longer, but that's an edit that it doesn't change the overall meeting. It just makes the language that we already have here just more intentional and more clear, which I hope will be reflected in the regulation.
Just a process check. This has been at committee.
Yeah, that was
comes to the full board, and then it goes out to the public. I really have a hard time kind of changing things at this point because I read what was here. I took the time to digest, and so to have additional edits, I just appreciate time to think about it, and I don't want to delay the process, but I really ask as a courtesy is just, do you really, is this something you can't live with kind of thing? Because I don't want to delay.
I just want to interrupt by saying that, we're sending this out for public comment. Then it comes back, and it comes back to the policy committee, and we can make changes there, which is what I'm going to be recommending on the next policy. But so then you will have it'll go through policy, and then the policy will have to move it to the full board for review again. So,
Like, if I have an edit, then you all have to agree to that edit before we put it to the committee.
not if you do it now, I don't think, because it goes through, if you don't try and amend the policy right here, right now, but just take the suggestion, it would sort of be considered like a community feedback, and it could be added and adjusted when they do the other ones, if you understand what I mean. Maybe I'm not describing it right.
Does that work?
Correct. I mean, we will receive a lot of feedback on this
Yeah.
policy. We can count on it. And at the Policy Management Committee, where we collect the comments, analyze them, and present the committee with feedback, we can certainly save this language for consideration among the other things we can expect to hear.
Yeah, so it just makes us in as if it were also a public. And the reason for this one specifically too is that because this is new language that was changed due to additional things. So, I just want to say, like, I'm seeing this now, so I wanted to provide that feedback because the language was changed. But yeah, so it'll just go into the mix with the rest of the public comment period.
I don't want to spend like an hour deliberating on.
No, we won't have to do that.
Here and an and there.
It's just a suggestion. It's just a suggestion for you all. And then my other suggestion, I think this is definitely a bigger one. And this is, again, it is a suggestion, but it's kind of really important for me. So this has to deal with a topic about homework being assigned over the weekend, right? So first and foremost, I don't want to stop that practice at all. I don't want to force teachers to do anything that's not my interest. I want to keep the language very open for teachers to decide when and everything like that. But I kind of want to give like a personal story around this to see why I'm so passionate about it. So let's just take last year as an example, right? For me, personally, when I was in school. So obviously, I had to take 7 classes, like a lot of other people. Some of them were very rigorous courses. It took me a lot of time. At the same time, I was doing a campaign, which I think is in ways equivalent to a lot of the extracurricular activities students have to do. If they're doing sports, they're doing clubs, all these things. So I had a lot of time after school, during school, in which I had to do other things. And I also had a job on the weekend. The jobs were 8-hour shifts on both days of the weekend. Oftentimes, my shifts were 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. We all know teenagers wake up a little bit later on the weekend, so it wasn't like I was waking up, I had a few hours to do my work. I woke up, I went to work, I came home, I ate, got changed and had to go to bed, right? I had almost no time in the weekend to do things that, I wanted to do, whether it be hang out with friends, anything like that. And I know a lot of students who have other commitments on the weekend. It may not be a job, it may be. Also, use the weekend as either that time to finally have a break from school or to focus on their mental health, their wellness, and everything. And students are already in school for 35 to 40 hours. They get homework on top of that with extracurriculars on top of that. So I really do believe the weekend is that time where students can have rest and relaxation, especially in this time where really we are having a mental health crisis for our students. And in the presentation, we talked a lot about feedback and the importance students place on feedback for their teachers. When we assign homework, let's say that you have to do over the weekend, so you assign it on Friday, due Monday, right? Which means you have to do it over the weekend. Students have to wait 3 or more days to get feedback on homework, and I can't tell you how frustrating it is to get a homework assignment you have to do over the weekend, not know how to do it, and have absolutely no way to, reach out. Your teacher may not respond to their email, super common, and just have no idea what to do or not. And so my suggestion in this, instead of just talking, and my actual quantitative suggestion is after that line, after 109, where we were just talking about, which may include providing students opportunities to do homework in class, I would say, furthermore, with the same language that was put, when appropriate and feasible, and I really want to emphasize that, I don't want to force teachers to do anything. Appropriate and feasible means if they really think they need to get through a unit and need to assign homework over the weekend to do it, that's fine. It's up to the teacher. But when appropriate and feasible, teachers should aim to avoid, I think, or any other language similar to that, assigning homework students would be required to complete solely over the weekend, as long as it does not slow or burden classroom instruction. So just clarifying, I don't want to slow classroom instruction. I don't want to say we're making school easier, we're going to give less homework. That's not my intention. My intention is that if it's not detrimental to the curriculum, I really want to just have language in there that says we'll avoid trying to give students homework over their only free time of the week, the only time where they don't have to they don't have to go to school, they don't have to, participate in homework after school or any like sports related to the school, their only free time, that they don't have an additional burden of homework. That's just my suggestion. Again, we're going to hear public comment. People can disagree, and it's not something, of course, I'm going to die on a hill on, but it is something I'm very passionate about. And during my campaign, it's something I talked a lot about. It got a lot of student interest. I just did, again, another survey just yesterday for students. I just said, what would you want to change about the homework policy? 50% of the comments were students pleading that they can spend their weekends being kids and not doing homework. And as a representative of students and representing my constituency, I feel that this is something I have to bring up. So that's just my suggestion. Again, so it's up to you based on the public comment you get, if you do want to incorporate that or how you will incorporate that. But that's just my 2 cents, and I appreciate you all for listening. I don't want to push this meeting any later. Thank you.
So I'm gonna chuckle a little bit because so as a parent that happens to be a board member, I think we had this discussion in the policy committee meeting, Mr. Said, that so I have a student athlete who is she travels with her sports, right? And she's in the IB diploma program. And so what I said to you was that I said to her, you do all these things after school. That's extra, right? And so your first priority is to your academics. So I just want to be mindful and be careful. So I'm hoping that as a result of us having this homework policy that, and then the feedback that we got from the student groups and what they added to the conversation and to the mix, I think is so important. But I do want us to, I want to caution us about how we're directing or advising or suggesting to teachers how they approach to do their work. Words matter, and I do feel like, not only in today's conversation, but just when we come to the board table or when we're out in the community and we're talking, I want us to be mindful of the people that we have in the system that are doing the work. Because in my mind, they're experts. My background is in finance and econ. I'm not an education expert, so I'm gonna leave it to you all. So while I do ask you all to go to our community partners to share and provide input, I'm not saying that you all are not experts, and so we should get other people that are experts to do the work. I'm saying that in addition to the expertise that you all provide, to get also some additional information from our stakeholders. But I just want to push back on the, I know you work, right? 11 to 7 is a lot. I didn't know that. But to some degree, we should be teaching and helping our students, and as a parent, try to help my child to manage her time and to balance, and then priorities, right? And so for me, while academics is a way for her to have an outlet, it's not a priority that she does that. Academics is first, right, for me as a parent. So that's what I'm going to take into consideration as we're doing this policy. And you have offered some very great suggestions, right? So I just want to say, in terms of this last suggestion or recommendation that you have, let's kind of wait to see what our comments are coming back from our community, and then bring it forward to back to our committee, and then let's just possibly soften the language some, if that's what we're going to consider to put in there. Because I do hear you. Our students are busy, and we do want them to have time for play, right? And to do other things outside of school. But I think we're pushing it a bit in terms of saying to our teachers when and how they should do homework, but I do think it's important for homework to be meaningful and for it to be able to help our students. And I love the fact that they shared, don't give us homework where we haven't had an introduction to that instruction, because it makes it a little bit more difficult. So I just wanted to say that to you, and I wanted the community to know that we've had this conversation, that I deeply respect all of the feedback from my colleagues, including you, Sammy. But I did want to say, let's press pause a little bit on that. Let's put it out to the community, and then see how we can look at the language for homework on the weekends, right? Because what I do know is that my daughter and some of her friends have responded to their teachers on the weekends, and they actually do get a response back, to the point where I'm saying to her, you better not email your teacher on the weekend unless it's absolutely an emergency, because I want them to have their downtime, because they're checking emails. They absolutely are. So I I won't say that, I can't speak for every single teacher, for every single principal, but I'm making the assumption that when they can, they do. Right? But just like me, I have my board phone sometimes on the weekends, and sometimes I try not to look at it because I want that time to myself. So I just wanted to just state that. But I do love your enthusiasm and all that you offer, because it is helpful. It's always helpful to have the student voice. But I just wanted us to, yeah, just a little bit, just a little bit.
Thank you. I'm not part of the policy committee, so I want to just share my 2 cents, and I echo a lot of sentiment of Mrs. Evans. And so one of the things I think a policy does, it has to serve all students of all different subjects. We know that our students might be different even year to year. This year, my students might be very fluent with their math facts, but another year, my students seem to be lag behind with their math facts. So every class has variations, every group has variations. So I want to caution us to be over-scripted of what a policy is in directing how our educators should do their job. I think that is counterproductive for what we're trying to promote, the professionalism in our teachers, for have agency from our teachers in motivating them to do the best work with our students. I understand completely the importance of balancing mental health and academics, and how busy our students are. But when we do our overall policy, I want us to be mindful of how much we trying to dictate every minute of how teachers run their classroom. Yeah, thank you. That's my comment.
My only comment was, I think it was still in the policy around teachers should take into consideration all the extracurricular activities. I think that's still in there, or assign homework based on, you should try not to give it to them if they are got a lot of stuff going on with their extracurricular, and I didn't, is that still in there? Am I remembering correctly?
Don't recall the word extracurricular.
If they have a lot of stuff going on, teachers should avoid giving homework, or I thought I saw that in there, but it's what you were talking about, Mrs. Evans, in terms of school comes first. But if it's not on there anymore, that's great. I thought I read it last night.
You might be talking about the paragraph, teachers shall coordinate homework assignments when feasible with other teachers of the same student groups or across subjects.
Also, maybe it's.
You don't have big assignments from.
Right, from 6 different teachers aren't.
Maybe I think we're just, guessing where the school shall apply root cause analysis of chronic homework non-completion. On B, it says they should consider individual learner needs, concerns, or circumstances. That should be communicated to the school. And that was not for homework completion. That was to address homework non-completion. I don't know if that's the part you're talking about, but that was the language where I saw our circumstances.
General comment is just, be realistic about what teachers can do in terms of coordination of homework, or so just general comment.
Okay. Anybody have anything else? Okay. In that case, on behalf of the committee, I will move that the policy IKB homework be approved for tentative action and sent out for public comment. It doesn't need a second, so we just have to vote. All in favor?
Oh, I had a quick question about the timeline of that. What is the general timeline of how long it's going to be open for public comment, when it's going to come back? Do we know that yet?
Mm-hmm.
So we are required to have it out for 21 days, which we will do, plus some.
Awesome.
We will be working with the deadline of getting back to policy management on May 16th. So it will go up as soon as we can get it up.
You got it.
And I believe we have set the comment period to close on April 24th.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Ms. Yang, you have a question?
No, sorry.
Okay. Okay, all in favor? That's unanimous of those present. Okay, so next the policy committee is bringing forward policy GEA, board appointment of MCPS leaders for tentative action. Policy committee reviewed and discussed in depth, quite in depth, this draft policy on February 27th. I think I speak for the committee in saying that we believe that this draft begins to lay out the board's role in the appointment of MCPS leaders and the expectations of administration around appointments. I do know that the board really appreciates, how important this policy is and how much input and feedback, we've gotten already and we're going to need to continue to get. We all need to believe in fairness, thoroughness, and effectiveness of our process. So at this point, with that said, I will turn it over to you, Sally, or whoever. Yeah, sorry.
Good evening again. Joining us at the table now are April Key, Darlene Harris, and Christine Handy. At the board's request, a series of personnel-related policies and regulations are under review. This new draft policy responds to the need for updated guidance on board-appointed MCPS leaders. As the board will recall, a second personnel policy, Policy GAA, is also on the Policy Management Committee's work plan and will be discussed in forthcoming meetings. I invite our presenters to introduce themselves, and we will begin the discussion with Ms. Key.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Felder, Ms. Silvestri, members of the board. As you may recall, at the committee's October 16th meeting, the committee reviewed a framework for this policy that proposed a scope of purpose driven by two primary purposes: identify personnel positions subject to board appointment, and establish timelines and criteria for information to be included in any recommendation for board approval. Next slide. As directed by the framework, we engaged practitioner focus groups and a policy writing group to benchmark other school districts. I'll speak more in a moment about the groups providing recommendations for this policy, but at this point, I'd like to invite Dr. Handy to reflect on the writing team's review of benchmarking and themes arising from those discussions. Dr. Handy?
All right, good evening, everyone. I guess I'm a high school principal. I need energy. We need energy. All right. All right. High school principals, we're used to working these kind of hours. All right. So, good evening. Christine Handy. I am the proud president of MCAP. And excited to be here this evening to talk about this process. So the writing team, are we on the right slide next? The writing team was tasked with conducting benchmarking research and receiving the recommendations from other working groups that were relevant to the board appointment of leaders. Another task of this group was to collect MCPS's own procedures and practices that have not been set forth in policy or regulation. So as a part of our work, the writing team reviewed 11 school districts, policies on appointment of leaders, as well as the work of the Wallace Foundation. Our review showed that MCPS was similar to other districts in many ways. As I noted, some of the less well-documented MCPS processes were similar to other districts in the following ways. So you'll see there the school districts that we looked at, as well as the Wallace Foundation, and then you'll see some themes there, some processes that were similar to MCPS. You'll see the principal pipeline, assistant principalships that build a pool of trained candidates, community and parent involvement on the interview panel. Administration provides board members with the candidate information. And then there was an appointment review committee. That was a common theme, as well as a period of time that personnel may be in an acting assignment. And then probationary period that administrative staff can be dismissed without cause. And so our review also showed that there was a key recommendation from benchmarking that was there, that there needed to be an efficient way to fulfill positions throughout the calendar year, limiting as much as possible filling positions with actings. A lot of these benchmarkings revealed topics that would be helpful in development and the documenting in the policy, regulations, and interview protocols. So we also wanted to ensure that our practices do not discourage high-quality candidates from applying for leadership positions. So stakeholder groups and the writing team noted that this means establishing processes that will keep the best candidates engaged with a more time-efficient interview panel structures, better communication strategies, and the opportunity to fill positions by bringing recommendations to the board throughout the calendar year. And as we walk through the policy in a minute, you're going to see that some of these priorities are expressed in the new policy. So I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Harris.
Thank you, Dr. Handy.
All right, you got your energy? We good? All right.
Nice
Darlene
to see
Harris.
you, Ms.
Nice to
Harris.
see you
Ms. Androsky. Darlene Harris, Executive Director in the Office of Human Resources and Development. And one of the things that's really important that goes along with this policy is about hiring year-round. It's important because it allows MCPS to continuously attract and retain top talent, maintain a competitive edge in the state, and adapt to changing educational needs. By hiring year-round, we can build a strong team, reduce recruitment costs, and ensure a steady supply of skilled employees. Additionally, hiring year-round can help us stay ahead of the competition and respond quickly to the needs and demands. Hiring administrator and central office leaders year-round is equally important for MCPS. By hiring these key positions, we can ensure continuity in leadership, maintain efficient operations, and provide stability for the entire organization. Hiring administrators and central office leaders also allows for a thorough selection process and ensuring that the right candidates are chosen for these critical roles. This approach also helps in succession planning and ensures that key positions are not left vacant for extended periods of time. So now I'll turn it back over to Ms. Key to talk about the communities of practice overview.
I want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Handy, Dr. Harris, Mr. McCoy, Ms. Lee, and the members of the Promotions Community of Practice whose deliberations informed this draft that we're discussing today. The policy writing team was also informed by practitioner stakeholder groups or communities of practice. 4 communities of practice are listed here. A 5th tasked with reviewing investigation processes is wrapping up its work at the end of the month. The draft policy we're discussing today was primarily informed by benchmarking, OHRD's internal analysis of documentation of existing processes, and the recommendations from the Promotions Community of Practice. We received a number of recommendations from the communities of practice that you will find in the policy, such as the importance of making application interview process efficient so that we don't lose excellent candidates because of delays or poor communication, and how to address acting positions both by meeting a year-round calendar basis to make hiring decisions, and finally establishing a mechanism for transparency with the board about the need for or status of acting positions. Therefore, we found it important to expand the original framework and address the following topics in the draft policy: the vetting structure, the interview structure, and the communication process with applicants and finalists. Next slide, please. As we begin our review of the new draft policy, you'll see these adjustments in the purpose section on pages 1 and the top of 2. I'll point out a few. Page 1, lines 15 through 17, the desire to encourage applications to leadership positions from candidates of the highest quality, integrity, experience, and commitment to the success of all MCPS students and staff. Lines 24 to 27. Highlight the requirement for due diligence in vetting prospective candidates and transparency in information provided to the board. Lines 34 through 37 highlight the importance of effective and informed board decision-making. I'll now turn to Ms. Davis, who will review the rest of the structure of the new policy.
Thank you, Ms. Key, Dr. Handy, and Dr. Harris. I'm going to pick up at the bottom of 3. Again, the first position statement is affirming how appointment and selection is addressed in other board commitments. So we want to affirm the commitment to attracting, actively recruiting, and appointing highly qualified candidates. Bottom of page 2. Promote understanding, respect, civility, acceptance, and positive interaction among all individual groups. Reflect the diversity of the community and be committed to the success of all students and staff. Our leaders should be supported, and MCPS should have the highest quality staff in every position. 77 to 79 defines which leadership positions are subject to board approval. Starting at line 81, we have the features of a efficient interview and appointment process throughout the calendar year. Bottom of page 3 talks about the formation of the appointments committee. Top of page 4, we're talking about the ability to start the appointment process, the hiring process upon notice of a vacancy or vacancy of a position. This was a comment at 102 to 106 from committee requests for an update. If a committee member is unable to attend a committee meeting for unforeseen circumstances, a designee from within the appointment committee shall be appointed temporarily to represent that committee member. That is so that there is continuity of folks who have heard previous conversations and previous information. At the bottom of page 4, we're talking about the selection of candidates and interview panels. So we want to establish safeguards for the impartiality of individuals who will be doing the original screening of applications. We want interview panels to reflect the community's diversity and experiences. We want to communicate in a timely manner with applicants and candidates. I'm down at the bottom of page 5. The superintendent will assign responsibility for following up on any concerns that arise. We want a time-efficient process, so we're going to seek to limit the number of interview panels to 2. Top of page 6, the board is committed to regular intervals, meeting in closed session at regular intervals throughout the calendar year to consider candidates to provide for the continuity of leadership. And then we talk about some of the features of due diligence and transparency. So there should be due diligence in vetting prospective candidates, transparency in information provided to the board about interview processes and finalists. So I'm at the middle of page 6. The board will be provided with the following materials: the composition of the interview panel and the interview panelists' evaluation of the interview process. From the appointments committee, deliberations will include, they will receive deliberation of the interview panel's recommendation, committee debrief notes, including any concerns or questions raised about interviewees during the committee's deliberations, and the attestation letters from the Chief of the Office of Human Resources and Development and any other executives designated by the superintendent. The attestation letters shall affirm that the candidate was discussed at the appointment committee, appropriately vetted, the information provided to the board is true, accurate, and complete to the best of their knowledge. And I'm just going to wrap up on page 8, the 3 key implementation strategies. The superintendent will establish regulations and procedures necessary to, first, fill acting positions within 3 months whenever feasible. There should be efficient interview and appointment protocols that appoint MCPS leaders in a timely manner with the goal of a time and process for no more than 2 months. And finally, and this was raised at the committee level, any employee alleging employment discrimination in the board appointment process may file a complaint, and we've laid out how that works. And with that, we are ready for your discussion.
Okay. So I guess I'll just start off by opening it up to discussion, except for one quick little note. We talked about it in committee, and I've had a chance to talk to most of my colleagues about it. Line 110, it should be approved by as opposed to discussed with. And that was all that I had or noticed. Ms. Yang?
Yes, I have a comment about page 6, in the middle of the page 6, line 170, and over here is talking about what materials the board should be provided after the process. It mentioned about the composition of the interview panel and evaluation of the interview process. I think we also talk about having a ranking system that the board will be provided. So I would like to see that reflected here in the policy.
Did I get that? Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts, comments, concerns, or questions? No?
Just the whole issue of acting positions. I'm assuming the best practice that you saw from benchmarking was no longer than 3 months. Is that correct? Or where does the 3 months come?
I was going to say, I thought it had to be right away, doesn't it?
So we looked at a time period of the impact to the community and the school. Is there a reason why we would have someone acting for so long when we could actually appoint a principal? So when looking at those opportunities, we thought anything longer than somebody being there for 45 days, you would need to approve that.
Okay.
We could potentially have a school that is hard to fill. You know, it's a big job, and so it might take longer than a regular timeline to be able to fill that position.
I think she might, I think you were talking about a different area, though, right?
I was just curious about what the best practices were in terms of acting principal and acting.
Okay.
So, Ms. Wojcicki, you already addressed the 45 days.
Yes.
acting. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Well, since nobody seems to have anything else, and this is coming out of committee, I will move that we take tentative action on Board Policy GEA, Board Appointment of MCPS Leaders, to go out for public comment. And I don't need a second, so all in favor? Okay, it's unanimous of those present. Thank you all very much for, yes, okay.
Would the comment go out, including the change we just mentioned? Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate all your work on all this. New policies are the hardest.
Thank you, Mrs. Wojcicki. Now we can move on to our next discussion item, item number 13, financial literacy. And I will pass it on to Dr. Felder.
Thank you. So financial literacy is an essential skill that students need to help navigate through our ever-changing world. Financial literacy currently is embedded in social studies classes in grades 3 and 7, including the Junior Achievement Finance Part Curriculum and Experience and the National, State, and Local Government classes. During the June 6, 2023 Board of Education business meeting, the board directed the superintendent to draft a potential plan to implement a financial literacy graduation requirement beginning with students entering grade 9 for the 2024-2025 school year and a feasibility report. Tonight, Ms. Nikki Hazel, Associate Superintendent of Curriculum and Instructional Programs, will update the board on the draft plan and the feasibility analysis results. I ask Ms. Hazel to introduce her team and begin the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, President Silvestri, members of the board, Dr. Felder. We are here to talk about this resolution. And I do have here with me Tracy Oliver-Gary, who is the supervisor of social studies. And so you did just get a little summary of the resolution that you all put forward in June of last school year. So if you can go to the next slide. We are going to just share a little bit of background information around how we got here, the advocacy from our students. We'll talk a little bit about the background from Maryland State Department of Education, and then we will share our draft plan and the feasibility of that plan, and then also talk about how many of our students are actually participating in some type of finance course, and our recommendation for discussion. So at this time, if you can go to the next slide, this work really falls under the strategic plan pillar 1, academic excellence. And certainly we feel that looking at academic excellence and ensuring that we are increasing the percentage of students that are graduating from high school is really critical. At this time of year, we have about 27% of our students that are at risk for not graduating. It's typically the trend at this time of year, and we work very hard. We have, I think Vic Horacios in the audience, part of our grad validation team works very hard to work with schools to make sure that we are decreasing the number of students at risk. But we are at about 27%, 50% students are Latino, and about 30% are African American at this time. If you go to the next slide, I will share with you the resolution that was put forward in the spring of last school year. It says, resolve that the Board of Education direct the superintendent of schools to draft a plan to implement a financial literacy graduation requirement beginning with students entering grade 9 for the 2024-25 school year. The plan must provide students with multiple options to satisfy the requirement, including but not limited to course offerings, online modules, accessible in multiple languages, and an assessment, as well as measures to advertise the full menu of options for fulfilling the requirement to students and families. The superintendent will provide a report to the Board of Education about the plan and feasibility of its implementation in February. So we're close, very close. So I certainly want to just share that we absolutely agree that financial literacy is really important. There's enough research to show that when students or anyone has financial literacy education, they make more sound financial decisions as adults, and certainly we want that for our students. We also want to ensure that as we're doing this work that we are thinking about our evidence of equity questions to frame the work that we're doing in the discussion. So looking at the questions, for whom does this decision serve or neglect, and what adverse impacts or unintended consequences could result from the decision. So again, a lot of benefits, but we also want to look at all of the information to ensure that we also are not having unintended consequences for our students. So if you go to the next slide, I want to just share with you a little bit about MSDE, some of their requirements for graduation, and some of the changes that have been made over the last couple of years that we need to consider when making the decision. MSDE, as stated, does require that school districts implement literacy standards in any of their curriculum. They do not mandate a financial literacy course to graduate. They just mandate that we put standards in our courses. And so, as was stated, we'll have a new grade 3 curriculum coming up that will have financial literacy standards, grade 7, NSL, government, and then some other courses that you'll hear about. The other thing that I think is really important to share, we've discussed this in the past, in the class of 2024, those are the students that will be graduating in a few months, that's you, yes, that is you, only have to graduate with a 0.5 credit for health. And they had 2.5 credits, electives credits to choose from. We know that, and we've had the conversation, that MSDE changed the requirements for the class of 25, that's this year's juniors, that they will have to graduate with 1 credit for health. And the decision was made to take away a half a credit in the elective area. So they have 2 credits, and that will continue for all of our following classes. The other thing that is important to share is this is the first school year that the state of Maryland is implementing the end of course assessments. So for our incoming 9th graders, those students taking biology and government, when they take their state assessment at the end of the school year, 20% of their grade in their class will be from that state assessment. Okay, so 80% from what they earned in the classroom, 20% from the state assessment. In marking periods 3 and 4, they'll calculate it from those grades. So that is the first time this will happen, and I'll talk a little bit about what we're seeing and hearing about the impact of that on students and their grades in a little bit. And yes.
Quick clarifier. The graduation requirement from the state is not for credits of math. It's math every year you're in high school. So some of our students do graduate in 3 years.
Yeah. Math every year you're in high school. Okay, yes. Thank you. And then the last piece that I think is important to share is the Maryland Blueprint with the College and Career Readiness Pathway. Does require now that we provide support for students in grade 11 and 12 that are not college and career ready. And so we need to make sure that can look a variety of ways for students, but it could mean an extra course, a support class, depending on the child. And so again, it is not a requirement that they be CCR right now to graduate, but we do need to provide evidence that we are supporting students in 11th and 12th grade. So all of these things we have to consider that are fairly new coming from the state as we move forward. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Oliver Gary to continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Hazel. Hi, everyone. My name is Tracy Oliver Gary, and I'm the Social Studies Supervisor for MCPS. So thank you for having me, Dr. Felder, Ms. Silvestri, and board members. I'm here to provide an overview of what we do with financial literacy in high school, to give you an update on that, as well as to present the plan that you asked us to develop, a potential plan. But before I do that, next slide, please. Thank you. I want to just go over the history or the evolution of financial literacy in high schools. So in 2020-21 school year, this is for MCPS, a student group, and that was Innovative X, began to lobby for high school graduation credit, financial literacy graduation credit. They surveyed students, and what they found was that not all of our students were experiencing learning on financial literacy in their government class, which is where they should have been having it. And so based on that, we only had the financial literacy course in a few schools. It was part of the Business of Finance program. It wasn't open to all schools. So what we did, and what you agreed to allow us to do, was to expand that course. We took it out of the business program and we put it in social studies, and we have an expectation that by that school year 25, so next school year, all high schools should offer that course. That is the expectation. So that started happening after that student advocacy. And then the 22-23 school year, we looked at quantitative literacy, and the math team revamped that course. They got rid of quantitative literacy, and they made a financial mathematics course. And they aligned the financial mathematics. They embedded all 6 financial literacy or personal finance standards from the state into that financial mathematics course. We also embedded student service learning projects in the personal finance course and in the financial mathematics course. So personal finance has one project because it's a 0.5, it's one semester, but the financial mathematics course has two SSL projects, the student service learning projects, one for each semester. Last year, our seniors, we began giving out graduation cords in recognition of students taking a personal finance or the financial mathematics course, and last year 4,630 students received that cord. And continuing, like I said, until next year, we have the expectation that all high schools will offer this course. Next slide, please. So for financial literacy in our schools, we do this in multiple ways. There is an expectation that all government classes, including AP Government and NSL, have 2 weeks of financial literacy learning that includes the 6 standards for personal finance from the state. We also have the personal finance elective, and we have Admentum, which is a personal finance course available, and financial mathematics. Next slide, please. On to the development of our, one thing I do want to say, for the personal finance elective, we hired teachers to create a framework for that course. We trained teachers last year, new teachers to personal finance, as well as existing teachers on that framework. We had partnered with the Maryland Council for Economic Education for that training. Additionally, we hired teachers to create scaffolds for emergent multilingual learners, and we hired a teacher to actually put the course into Canvas for ease of use for teachers. And this summer, we will be hiring teachers to expand the scaffolds for emergent multilingual learners, as well as for students receiving special education services. So the goal is to make it as accessible as possible.
That's the elective?
That's the elective. Mm-hmm. So for preparing to create the plan, we met Ms. Champagne, who is in the audience back here. She's a social studies content specialist. We met with different stakeholders, different groups. We had 4 listening sessions where we posed questions and we literally just listened to people. That included students, staff, parents, caregivers, administrators, and you can see the list, master schedulers, counselors, anybody we felt that had a strong opinion or would like to provide influence on what this plan would be. Next slide, please. And so for the plan, something that we want to make sure that we learned also, and this is just being honest, from the rollout of Health B, was we want, the plan will include the provision that it is available, one, to all students, but also that it's occurring throughout the year. So for instance, that it's not just in semester A, that it's in semester A and B, but we also need to offer it in summer school, and we would like to consider the possibility of offering an online synchronous class as well, so that students could have the teacher support. If we adopted this, the plan would include the thinking of us offering a synchronous online course so that students could have teacher support. So not just an asynchronous online course, but we want to make sure that kids are able to ask questions of teachers at all times. And that we want to make sure that kids have the availability to begin to plan that out, like I said, in 9th grade. So if they want to take it in 9th grade, they can. Next slide, please. It's important that our plan for this course, that it is accessible to all different types of students, students who are learning English, or students who are special needs, students who are struggling with just, trying to figure things out. We want to make sure that the course is accessible. So the plan will include a Spanish personal finance course, but not only that, a co-taught course for emergent multilingual learners. We will make sure that the course has scaffolds, which we're doing that already, but scaffolds for emergent multilingual learners and students receiving special education services. But another thing is that tutoring is also available for students year-round. Next slide, please. It was requested that we think of an alternative assessment, that we come up with a plan for an alternative assessment. But we were unable to do that because currently Regulation ISB-RA, the high school graduation requirements, does not allow us to do that. Currently the only courses that students can, and this is really for one, so it's not both, that students can take a test and pass it in lieu of taking a course. Students can do that in English 12 or Algebra 2, but not both.
Is that a state regulation?
That's our record.
So we can change that if we want.
Correct.
Yeah.
But currently, so there's no plan. Next slide, please. So continuing on with the plan, one of the major things that we want to make sure is that we are very clear with communication, but not starting the communication in high school. That communication about the graduation requirement would occur starting in 8th grade. And we would make marketing posters for schools. But one important piece is that central services would be responsible for having information sessions with families offered in all of our major languages so that students and families can ask questions. But we want to make sure that we're available to answer any questions as well as to explain the expectations of the requirement, and that the communication would be distributed system-wide from central office and not dependent on schools just relaying the information. And that MCPS would also create a web page with information. Next slide, please. So some considerations for consistency for the plan. One is that there would be an expectation that articulation, the middle to high school articulation process would include a discussion of when students would begin to think about planning for this taking this graduation requirement, and not for students to just learn about it when they get to 9th grade, but to start that early. And also that we must have school to home communication, but that communication would be coming from MCPS for the schools to create it, to give it out, to disseminate it, but not necessarily create that. And the next thing is that we must ensure that students that schools are providing frequent opportunities for students to plan their high school schedules throughout their time in high school, as well as the timing of when they do that, like when is the best time for students to be looking at that or looking at their schedules. But making sure that that happens consistently and the frequency and timing is consistent throughout the county to decrease variance. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hazel to talk about the feasibility analysis.
Okay, thank you. So as we've learned actually quite a bit from Health B. The implementation of that additional health class, we realized one, some additional teachers probably was needed for that course, and it did have some master scheduling implications, and we had to shift some teachers to be able to make that happen. So for an additional or a new requirement for financial literacy, we do need to have staff members. We would need to provide training. And we also would need to increase our Admentum licenses so that we can have that online opportunity for those students who would like that option. So the cost we estimate is just under $3 million to be able to make that happen. And also I shared with you with the Health B requirement, one of the things that we have been monitoring, because again, those are our current juniors, they only have a few more opportunities to take Health B before they graduate. And currently we have just under 3,000 students that are still not enrolled. And so we have really been working with schools, with families to get those students enrolled. They're falling into a couple of categories. Either they are our EML students who are not yet enrolled. They are our students who are in AP IB courses and dual enrollment courses that are not enrolled yet. So when we look at the racial demographics, we see that of the students not enrolled in a Health B course yet, I mean for next school year, they have not enrolled yet. 35% are Hispanic Latino, 23% are white, and then 19% African American. We are just continuing to work with our schools to get students registered, but it is a concern that we have that number that is so high. So we just want to keep that in mind. The other thing is the Maryland comprehensive assessment or end of course assessments. We have been looking and talking to other school districts who have been doing some simulations around the impact of this end of course assessment and are finding that the students who will be most impacted are the students who have A's and B's in the course are likely going to drop a grade level if we were to look at the students who were taking this course last year and their state assessments and doing that simulation. So we are.
I didn't get that.
Yes. So
The two classes that they're going to.
the biology and the government. So again, that's 20% of their grade will come from the state assessment. So we've been talking to other school districts and have been finding that the students who will be most impacted by that are the students who have A's and B's in the course, and their grades will likely drop a grade level as a result of the 20%.
So the kids that have C's and D's will not be affected?
Dropping also, but not at the same rate as students who have A's and B's.
How does that impact visibility? I'm trying to understand how does that is part of the visibility.
Well, so there's a lot of question about whether or not these students can retake the course if in terms of their grade, right? So the state says that you cannot retake the test separate from the course. So if I don't like my grade and I want to take the course again, there's some question about whether or not that's allowed. The state says you cannot retake the test separate from the course. So if students want to try to improve their grade, the question is, are we going to have a lot of students wanting to retake the entire course again?
We have that in other classes?
Yes. And so we just don't know what the impact is going to be. Well, they'll take the assessment, the biology and government assessment in the spring. We'll get the assessment. I'm hearing that we will get the results back in early fall.
May.
I just heard a new update. Do you heard a different one? Okay, go ahead.
So so all of our ninth graders take biology, so they'll be taking the assessment in May. And then their grade should be in Synergy before the end of the school year, right before the end of the school year. So they should be able to see those because the state promised that the turnaround would be quicker because they have to go in the grade book. Our government is a 10th grade course. So the students will be taking the government test next year. There are, I believe, 1 or 2 schools that offer government in 9th grade, but we advise government for 10th grade. So we will see the impact this year. We'll be able to see it in May, or June, rather.
So then if I go back to what Ms. Hazel said, so 9th grade is biology, 10th grade is government. I was going to say that. And then depending on how well they do, if they need to retake it, possibly, it has to be the course and the test again, which could be another year, is what you're saying? Like, I mean, it could.
We're doing summer school?
The state says You cannot take this test separate from the course. Oh. So there's a lot of interpretation around what that means, but that is what the language is.
It is late, though.
So there are some who's,
Sorry.
that the assessment score stands. We've heard that, but when you look at their Q&A, it also says that you can't take the test separate from the course. So we're still getting some clarification around whether or not that test score stands.
Okay.
But, so again, questions that we're trying to get.
And we're just trying to make certain that we don't pile one more thing on top of our students in addition to all the other requirements that come down the line. Let me ask this question that I actually already know the answer to, but I'm just going to ask the question. Let's just say, have we budgeted the money, the costs for this in the current budget we just passed? We did not, correct?
We did not.
Right.
In case students have to take the biology again, is that what you mean?
No, I mean the cost to do the financial literacy as a graduation
It
requirement.
wouldn't be for next year anyway, it would be for 2 years. from-
Our recommendation is to wait a couple more years, but in the resolution, it did say for next school year.
Right.
But our recommendation is to wait.
No.
Ms. Harris?
Yeah. I don't want to belabor anything 'cause it's late and I think we all want to get out of here, but just a practical question. So why isn't the question here? We're all worried about, oh my gosh, they're all going to fail, or their grades are going to drop, they're going to want to take the government and the bio again. Why aren't we just saying, why isn't the test aligned to the curriculum?
So the course, the curriculum is aligned to the test or to the state curriculum. Where we are is we don't know. Here's an example. Okay, so the end of course assessment. There's one language outside of English that it is offered in, and that's Spanish. But for other languages, it's only going to be English. So our emerging multilingual learners who have been here for more than 12 consecutive months will have to take, if they don't speak Spanish, they have to take that test in English as well. So that is something that we're thinking about. What are the implications for what we need to build out and work through to support students? We are looking at our curriculum to make sure, looking at the released items to making sure, okay, we think this is good, but how else can we improve it? And I know that both biology and for government, we are working with teachers to help develop more practice items, things like that, to prepare students. So there's a lot of work that is going on to prepare students for the assessments. But right now, we won't know what it looks like until they actually take it, in May.
And why aren't we lobbying the state for more equitable practice so that it's offered in more languages?
So we have been, we lobbied a lot.
The board needs to do that.
We lobbied a lot.
Okay.
Yes.
And so what happens if I'm taking AP Bio or AP Government?
Yeah.
I get a pass?
Okay. So all of our students take biology. Biology is a prereq for AP Biology. So all students will have to take biology. For government, and from my understanding, it's because the type or the depth of biology that is in AP, that is much higher than what is in a regular biology course or something. That you need a foundation of biology to access the learning in AP Biology. You would have, that's what I've heard in the meetings. I'm not biology. So, but for government, I tried, right? So for government, our students who take AP Government must take the AP Government exam or the MCAP end of course assessment. Neither will count for 20%. Our students who take our national, state, and local government course must take the end of course assessment that will be worth 20%.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Yang?
And I'm sorry, we do have about 4 more slides. I apologize. I got us a little off track. Okay. Yeah.
We're going on.
Go ahead.
You're on that one. I think this is.
Oh, that's you.
This is Nikki. Oh, what is it? You want me to do
Go
it
ahead.
quick? Okay. So when we're looking at the enrollment for our financial literacy courses, that's going to be the personal finance elective and the financial mathematics, we have seen an 8% growth rate compared to last school year. Next slide. So looking a little deeper in the participation data, as I said, overall we saw an 8% growth rate. However, we did see a decline with some subgroups, some racial subgroups for financial mathematics. While we did see an increase, however, for most racial subgroups, all major subgroups for enrollment in the personal finance elective. So for instance, the personal finance elective saw a growth rate of 55% from last year to this year. The largest growth rate was with our Hispanic students, which for personal finance was 103% compared to last year, the growth rate. For our African American students for personal finance, the growth rate was 28%. And that's with personal finance. So like I said, there was a decline in the financial mathematics course, and I asked about that from Ms. Losnick, the supervisor of secondary math. And what is happening is that more students are taking the on-level statistics and mathematical modeling course, and that they saw a huge growth rate in that course. That's where some of the students are going. Next slide, please. So when we look at our students who receive special services, we see the same trend of fewer students taking the financial mathematics course. However, we see a lot of improvement in the growth for the personal finance elective. For instance, students receiving special education services, we've seen a 163% growth rate. For emergent multilingual learners, 176% growth rate. And then our students who are experiencing poverty, they've seen a 240% growth rate in taking personal finance. And so now I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Hazel to describe our recommendation to the board.
Okay, so this is the last slide. Next slide, please. So we do want to just kind of remind you that the initial ask was for our 9th graders to start next school year with a requirement. We do think that that's a little soon, given all of the changes that we are hearing that are coming about from the state with the Health B exam and, of course, assessments. And again, we just need to just continue to monitor how that is going. We would like to begin a phase 2 of the work next school year, where we could really work to provide the supports for our EMLs, make sure we have things translated, ensure that the budget is set, and work with our schools around master scheduling. So really building up everything we need in phase 2. And our recommendation is that the 9th grade students who enter in the year 2027 would be required to have a financial literacy requirement, assuming that we've looked at all of our data and we feel comfortable moving forward. So that is our recommendation, and we would like to then open it up for you all for questions and discussion.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You mentioned Edmentum, which is a asynchronous online. You study on your own.
With some teacher support.
So what's the participation there for our students?
We can get that information to you.
Who did I go?
I think Ms. Yang was first.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's very informative. Like you say, we all agree this is important. I think we are all on the same page here. but we might feel differently with the pace that we are progressing. So I want to clarify a few things. So on the slide number 5, so when the state put in the 0.5 credit for Health B, the state did draw 0.5 elective requirement for graduation.
No, that was us.
So we actually make a trade. So it was a decision of our school system to drop the 0.5. So we did not add to the total graduation credit needed for our student.
That is correct.
One added House B. Thank you for that. I do see that in some category, we exceed the state requirement, like in PE, physical education, state require 0.5, we require 1 full credit, right? Okay. And then also on that slide, we see that there's 1 credit of technology education, but I know that learning from Ms. Harris that that there were recommendations to the state that was a very outdated credit requirement, by the state. So, okay, so that's what I want to say in terms of credit. I want to clarify those. Now, let me ask about some data. Slide 6 says 4,630%, 4,630 seniors. But slide 15 say 4,832. Are we talking about 2 different years, or that's the same year? Am I reading it?
What was the other slide?
Slide 16, 15. So there are 2 different numbers, 4630 and 4832. Are we talking about 2 different year?
No, so the slide is with total in the enrollment for just taking a course.
Oh, okay.
The 4,630 was the number of seniors who took a course within the 4 years of high school.
Okay, so 37% of our senior now graduate with financial literacy, some type of financial literacy courses.
And that was for last school year, so yeah.
Do we know this year, projection-wise, what percentage of our seniors will?
I don't have that number, because I don't have that exact number, but honestly, I think it's gonna be a little less because fewer students are taking financial mathematics.
Okay, so we are actually moving backward with our numbers there. Then explain to me the Adamentum platform. When is that? What kind of students are eligible to access that? And when do students access that? And is it the same content as our personal finance, or is it?
Yeah, the course contains the 6 standards. It still includes the 6 standards. And I'm not sure how we can get that information from.
Because I don't see that in our.
Oh,
is it in our course selection? Is it, where is it, right? Yeah. How do students find out?
So, good evening. For Admentum courses, students have an opportunity to work 40 hours asynchronously, so they have to do 40 hours of work independently on their own. And then 10 hours are provided synchronously where they receive teacher support. So we have courses available that students can sign up during the year, and they can do that during the year and during the summer.
So this is during the summer, the Edmonton is doing the summer.
We have multiple, so for our central high school this summer that we're making available, that's all going to be through Edmonton.
This summer, did we offer it in the past summers?
Yes, we did.
Okay. How do students find out that this is offered?
It's part of our marketing, so in the next couple of weeks, you'll see the summer school flyer that's coming out, and the communication is that students will have access to regional courses and central through Edmentum, and we did that marketing the last couple of years. So I believe last year, we had thousands of students who took advantage of courses through Edmentum, and the most popular class was the health class.
The health class. I would appreciate the data to see how many students have.
We can make that
used
available
it.
to you.
Is that course in multiple languages or is right now only in English?
So it has native translation support. So the course, it's not a full course in another language. So it can translate sentence by sentence into another language.
It's like a button they click and it translates another question I have for clarification is they were mentioning, I'm looking at slide 17, it was mentioned that some students' growth is 150% or 100. I am looking at the number. I don't know how that number comes about on slide 17. Can we move to slide 17, please?
You're saying the math doesn't
17.
add up.
Yeah, so if I see we increase 30 students for students in a year, we were able, or in a semester, or a year or semester, that we have 30 more students of special ed students is participating.
So the growth numbers that I gave were for personal finance.
Oh, okay.
So this number includes the financial mathematics and the personal finance.
Okay.
So for instance, let's say for students experiencing poverty, last school year, 1,769 students took the course. This year, 1,647 students took financial mathematics. However, for personal finance, 215 students in 2023 took it, but in 2024, 731 took it. So we're seeing a decline in the financial mathematics, and many of them are taking the statistics class, but we're seeing an increase in taking personal finance.
In summary from my questioning, I can see that having the Health B did not overall increase our students' graduation credit requirement. That currently we have, with effort, we have 37% of our graduating class with financial literacy courses under their in their education, and also that we have an online module, but it is in one language with some translation support.
The online module includes other languages, but it's just the translation support. It's not a full.
It's not
right. And in our correct
language.
In our plan, the course, the course that would be in Spanish would be the entire course.
So when would that happen?
That would be, we would have to develop it. It doesn't exist right now, so that has to be in development, and that's also staffing, one of the staffing implications as well.
No more questions from me.
Mrs. Evans?
Yes, I think I almost forgot my question. Let me see. Do we know how well, so you showed us the various subgroups, do we know how well they're doing in the classes? Passing? Are students
We can
passing?
get that information. We don't have that data.
Okay. And then I did hear you say you're going to come back in January. So, yeah. And then, so with us requiring that all high schools have some type of course offering, we'll be able to have a better idea this time next year what that looks like. And depending on what it looks like at the schools, is there some consideration to doing an online course? That way it won't be as many, you won't need as many staff, or depending on what the number of, like, if there are not a lot of students at a particular school, we can hop online. I know we're trying to get away from virtual, but just trying to see if there are other ways that we can consider to get more students access to financial literacy in the event that we don't see it at the schools. Because what we did say is that we need staff at all of the schools, right? So just something else to consider or think about. Okay, thank you.
So remind me, the expansion of the elective to every high school is for this year or for next year?
Next year.
Next year. And how are we paying for that?
So for that one, it is coming at the expense of some electives. So some schools are not able to allow some of the electives that they once offered because the teacher is teaching the personal finance course. So that is how the thing with the staffing for offering a graduation requirement, to prevent what has happened with Health B, we would need to increase the number of staff to make sure that we can offer the course in both semesters. So that's why we need the increased staffing.
And I know you said you're not, what have you heard is the reason why students are not taking the financial mathematics?
So many students are not taking it because they feel that it doesn't look as good on their transcripts, that it's not considered a rigorous course. But I think, honestly, it's the misunderstanding of what it is. It's not consumer math. And I think that's what people think that it is. It's not that.
Because you said the other one's an on-level math class.
Yes, both are on level.
I had a question about slide 10, accessibility. Co-taught personal finance classes for emergent multilingual learners. So that would be the elective that would be co-taught?
So if we were to have a graduation requirement, we want to make sure that the learning is accessible to all students. So that's not the elective as saying, okay, here's the course. This is if it were a requirement, because we need to ensure that all students are able to access the learning.
I'm not following. So if this is a requirement, then you would have to do what?
We would like to have a co-taught course. So an example, if I'm a content teacher and I have many multilingual learners in my class, I may not have the expertise to know how to scaffold for the student. So even if I have scaffolds that were developed or provided by central office, I may not have the expertise in knowing how to gradually release the scaffolds, how to break things down. So if we have a co-taught model where we at least have a course, especially for schools with high populations of emergent multilingual learners, then you would have an expert in that class who would be able to help the teacher, help make the learning accessible.
So last year I had suggested that you all explore, like you did for the math class, where you built it into a math class, built in the content into a level 1 ELD class. Because you have to be speaking about something. Why not speaking about financial literacy? Did that get captured at all? Is this news to you? What, is that crazy? Could that be explored for the future?
It would have to be a different ELD course. My understanding is the way that we've written the ELD course was to align to the English 9 content, and so that the students who are taking that course get the English credit. So it couldn't necessarily.
ELD 1?
Correct. Or not ELD 1, the ELD 9th grade course.
Yeah, that's different than ELD 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be, it would have to be different than ELD 1.
Correct.
But right now, there's ELD 1, and then there's 9th grade English. Those are two different things.
But we are building in the ELD 1 course to count for, it's aligned to the English 9
For ELD
standards.
1, it can count for English.
So that they get their 4 years of English.
Okay.
And it's a lot of content into one course, trying to do it deliver it in a different way. But that, I hear what you're saying. It's not to say you couldn't maybe look at where else might we embed it. But I would say that you worked really hard to build that course and have it approved by the state so that students who need more time to learn the English actually still earn an English credit in their first year.
Okay.
That would not be the course I would.
I wasn't aware that we were there already. But, so the flip side of that is offering it in their home language, right? So that they can still master the content virtually, I guess, could be an option.
I think that is a doable option, certainly, to offer it in the home language for our students. And in addition to doing something that is co-taught. But I think that providing the course in Spanish is certainly something that we could recommend. And of course, then we would need the training to go along with it and have the staff to help us build that out.
It's just co-teaching has a higher price tag. Okay, Ms. Harris.
Yeah, just quick question. So one of the things that's kind of missing for me is that, we're not blazing the trail here. I think 8 LEAs already require a financial literacy credit for graduation, including our neighbors in Prince George's and Frederick. And Frederick actually requires 25 credits to graduate, and their graduation rates are better than ours. So I'm assuming we talked to them to see how their rollout had gone, what they'd learned, how they were implementing, and in what format. What wisdom did they share?
So last year, when we did do a lot of in-depth work in looking at what they were doing and how they were offering it, we learned some things, and that has to do with some of what we're including in the plans here. But I think what we haven't seen yet is the first class that's required come up to graduation and actually see how many students, did all of the students meet it? Was it a barrier to graduation for them? That will be, so last year they were juniors, right?
Are we talking about for PG?
Yes.
For PG, they just started their first year last year.
They're in first year last year.
Okay.
But I think also for PG, many of their students they were taking it in the 9th grade, so some of the students were struggling in it. And was it Hartford? I can't remember which county, but there was a county where most of the students took it their junior and senior year, and their statistics were very different. So it does matter when the students are taking the course based on the data that we saw.
Thank you.
Mrs. Modrowski?
Yeah, I just wanted to, Ms. Harris's point, I appreciate, I guess what I'm trying to say is, we started this in your timeline. We started this way before 2000 or 2021, whatever it was. I served on the Comptroller's Commission for Financial Literacy. That was back in 2012 or 2014. I don't feel like we're making as much progress getting to what our goal is as I would like to see. And it's not on you guys. It's just, I'm surprised that, it just keeps feeling like it gets pushed back and pushed back. So just my 2 cents. Again, not for anything, but I'd really like to see us be able to work something out that doesn't totally wreck everybody's school schedules.
I can just briefly respond to that. I think that is why the state has not made it a graduation requirement itself. And it is because there is opportunity to build it in so that students have it year over year, which is actually better long-term than doing a single course. Because if I ask my son what he remembers from financial literacy, clearly none of it. It clearly does not remember any of it. It is something that you have to revisit, and the topics, the closer you get to being on your own or having money to actually manage and having a job, the more real it gets, because it's just conceptual. But we can still teach them the basics of financial literacy, and in fact, we're required to do it. So we have to do that curricular match as to where it is, and I hear the board's interest and the community interest and the long-term interest in making sure all of our students have good, sound financial literacy understanding, and so it translates into practices. All of our financial institutions want that. All of them are willing to help us in whatever way possible to develop good opportunities and alternatives for students. I just don't think any of us could have anticipated the types of changes that have come down that are expectations on our students that we aren't predicting. Blueprint's landscape, sort of landslide legislation, to be able to say that we're going to have students go in 3 pathways and 1 support pathway, and what that support pathway looks like for students, I don't see how it's not going to be a barrier, because they're going to be required to take additional supports in order to achieve on the things that they're required to do. And so I think we're with you, we agree, we want to build it into the content we have. I think we're just leery of adding more requirements at this time.
So we will come back in January, and we will see the progress that we all want to see then. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much for staying so late to present on this very important topic. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 14, items for information only. Item 15, we have, can we move 15.1 and 15.2 in block?
So move.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous. We're going to skip 15.3, the previous business item at Ms. Wolf's request, and we have 15.4, new business item.
Yes, I have a new business I would like to propose. So given the fact that we just have the financial literacy conversation, and it was clear that the instruction we have now only happen in 1 language, I'm very much interested in seeing that it can be done in multiple language, at least adding on the Spanish component. And so, and also, I think we are making small progress very slowly. And so, and that's why it's so important that we keep on top of it. So I want to suggest that we have this conversation continuously, that superintendent come back to the table to report every year. So for that, I want to put into a new business motion. I want to read that so that our colleagues can hear. So resolved that the Board of Education directs the superintendent to continue to develop a full range of options for financial literacy instruction, including but not limited to course offerings, online modules accessible in multiple languages, and incentive for student engagement. The superintendent will provide an annual update on the number of students accessing financial literacy instruction and the number of graduating students who have had financial literacy instruction. I would like to put this on the table.
Questions at this time?
Do we have a previous resolution on the table? I mean, a resolution that exists is exactly like this, or just a?
I feel like 2 years ago or whatever we
No.
passed something.
So this is a little different. It's a little different.
I guess the question for me was, so does the other one go away? And this replace it?
So they're complementary, not in conflict.
Okay.
And so it does, that doesn't have to go away.
Okay.
Okay, if there are no other questions, then this will sit
We need a second for.
I will second.
vote? No vote. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Yang. Our next item, item 16, is for informational purposes only. And can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Wait, before, we have to
Nope,
do
never mind.
closed session.
Oh, right, you got to
No.
move into closed. No, wait,
Yeah.
don't we have to adjourn this one first and then start off new with the closed session? That would be,
My understanding would be the next step would be to adjourn.
Right.
Into closed session.
Into
Closed session, and then adjourn the meeting at the end.
So can I get a motion to adjourn into closed session?
so moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous. Thank you. We are adjourned.
I was going to say, we don't have to read that.
Posted on the resolution for.